Welcome back to Metafanfic, the place where your favorite words get rewritten. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. If you love powerful what-if stories, you are in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting and what if Harry Potter became the most dangerous mind in the wizarding world? Let's dive in.
Here is short summary. After uncovering hidden truths and ancient conspiracies, Harry Potter abandons blind trust in the system and begins thinking several steps ahead of everyone else. As his intelligence and strategy evolve beyond anyone's control, the wizarding world starts to fear not his power, but his mind. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Vernon's thoughts raced as he stood up from his seat, folding the newspaper. The recent article concerning America's politics was all but rubbish, but an owl was far worse. First, though, I'll try and get it out of the house, since when are there owls at Privet Drive? The man was disbelieving, but he trusted his son to tell the truth. If he said there was an owl in his room, then it had probably entered from an open window. Must be the global warming, sends migratory birds, senses haywire probably. He, of course, didn't know that owls were anything but migratory. It was however a perfectly normal suggestion. You closed the window, Harry? He asked as he began to climb upstairs. No, Dad. Do you think she flew out already? Better hope it. Your mother's going to throw a fit if she has to clean your room again. He shivered, as did Harry. Petunia and cleaning were some sort of compulsory symbiotic relation. Where there was cleaning there was Petunia, and vice versa. The springtime cleaning was the most dreaded event in the entire household. To fight it off, both he and his father would grab their fishing rods and ride off towards a nearby lake, camping out in the air, fighting off bears, far better than having to live in the same house as Mrs. Dursley during springtime cleaning. If the duo had tried to be more reasonable, they would have realized by then that Petunia Dursley hadn't actually been the first in line to screech at the event. In truth, she had been perfectly quiet, her shoulders slightly tensed as she sat down on the nearby chair in the kitchen, waiting for the noise to reach her ears. It took a moment, but soon the woman heard the rumbling noise of feet on stomping on wood. Vernon and Harry, both running like thieves caught in the act, appeared in her view, pursued downstairs by a majestic brown owl, which landed with a soft thud on the table. In front of her now stood the twin golden orbs of the owl, which looked at her with the usual mocking glare typical of said animal. The animal seemed intelligent enough to fly to the calmest member of the household, because, clearly, she was the most apt at dealing with the event. Vernon and Harry stood in a corner, eyeing the scene that was now playing in front of them. On one side, Petunia was merely sporting a tight frown, her eyes fixed with those of the owl in question, one of those big owls used for props in films, which just seems to have a name like Barnabas, or Gruff. In turn, the owl was examining the woman with a bit of boredom, before it slowly morphed into a slightly nervous anger as the creature hooted. He was here to deliver a message, so why was the woman, whom the message was addressed to, reluctant to take it? Harry, Petunia pointed out, no murdering owls. Sheepishly, the boy put the cane from Grandfather Dursley back in the cluttered cupboard. He had wanted something useful to knock the owl out. The owl hooted once, his golden eyes narrowing on Petunia, who returned a nervous sneer. Fine, she muttered, rolling her eyes, hand it over. Two cheerful hoots escaped the owl's beak, and the owl's face seemed to morph into a happy one, as much as an owl could display such emotions, before dropping from one of his wings a letter. A few clacks of the beak later, the owl flew over to the top of the fridge to wait. My lovely flower, there's an owl nesting on our fridge. Vernon's statement was all that it took to make Petunia gather enough courage to open the letter and start reading it. Quietly, the two males of the household looked towards the housewife, ignoring the fact that the broth was probably going to end up spoiled if nobody was going to stir it. Her face began to pale, her lips to compress like she had just been drinking the sourest of S, and there was some sort of fury in her eyes that reminded Vernon of that time she had thought he was cheating on her. He hadn't walked straight for 5 days afterwards. Harry James Dursley, Petunia hissed, go to your room. Mom, he queried, only for her to snap back outright. Now, Harry didn't need to be told again. With a jolt he was already running upstairs, closing the door behind him as fast as he could. Taking quick breaths to regain his cool, he waited for the eventual raising of voices that followed the usual fight between his mother and his father. The problem was that neither of the two actually began to yell. It was time for dinner when his mother entered his room, quietly followed by his father, looking like they had eaten something disgusting. Petunia was fidgeting with her hands, while Vernon was positively red from the effort of keeping his rage contained. "Harry," Petunia began slowly, "you will not be going to Smeltings this year." "Mom?" the boy asked, perplexed. What was this about? They had been positively thrilled that he had grades that were more than good enough for his acceptance to such a prestigious, nearby, easy-to-graduate from school that telling him he wouldn't be going was leaving him speechless. "Harry, you know we love you no matter what," Petunia kept on saying, but the words simply didn't want to come, and Petunia began to sob in her handkerchief. It was Vernon who spoke in her place. "Well, boy," Vernon breathed slowly, "it appears you're a wizard." "What? A wizard? Repeat that." "A wizard. 1st of April is already past, father." "Harry, it's true." Petunia hiccuped out between tears, "Your parents, they were both wizards." "You're joking, right?" This is such a funny joke but the words died in Harry's throat, as he noticed expressions of seriousness, pity and mostly, regret, in his parents' faces. "You're not joking," he stated, before slumping down to sit on the chair near him. His fists clenched and loosened, as he muttered with a voice filled with disbelief, "I'm magical." "Well, yes," Vernon grumbled, "we had our hopes you weren't, mind you, but..." "But what?" he nearly screeched, "I'm a wizard." "What the hell does that mean?" "Harry James Dursley, mind your language," Petunia snapped, seemingly having emerged from her shock at these crude terms. "But if you are a wizard," Vernon added quietly, "then you must know the truth about your parents." "What? They were wizards too, right? They died in a car accident." "No. Wait a moment, you aren't telling me they were killed by a really dark and evil wizard," Vernon spoke slowly. "The man who brought you to us said his name was Voldemort. He killed your parents, and you had to be brought to safety here." "Why?" His throat felt constricted as the question emerged from his lips, and it was Petunia who answered. "Harry, my sister married a man, your father, by the name of Potter. The wizard who brought you to us said that this Voldemort was some sort of freak magic Nazi who wanted nothing more than to kill all non-magic persons. Obviously a lot of wizards didn't agree, and Potter was among them. You were brought to safety just in time, or he would have killed you too." It sounded so cliché, a big bad guy inherently evil because the plot said so, deciding to play the slaughterer of the family of the young dramatic hero. "So, is this Voldemort still at large?" he asked, a sick feeling settling in his stomach. "No," Petunia whispered back with a bit of relief, and some sort of happiness mixed into the words. "He was finally caught and killed, and his cult disbanded. Still, you're magical. That means you will have to attend a magical school. The letter I received came from an old acquaintance, who warned me they will be coming tomorrow afternoon to pick you up and help you take care of the stuff you need to buy. So, I'm going to a wizard school." He slumped his shoulders slightly, his eyes downcast as he looked with curiosity at the carpet. "Don't worry, Harry," Petunia began gently, "whatever happens, you'll always be our precious little boy." With that said, the woman gently held Harry's cheeks with her hands and gave him on the forehead. "Well, boy, at least think positive. Your biological parents apparently issued a trust fund for you to pay for your tuition. I'll try and phone the Smeltings enrollment office to get the money back, but worst comes to worst, no harm, well, no extra harm, is done." Vernon visibly put up a tight smile, trying to brighten up a situation that appeared anything but that. "So, I'll be a wizard," Harry murmured once more. "Well, if I remember right, my sister could do this really cool magic to repair broken stuff." Petunia smiled lightly, "But, Harry, I want you to promise me one thing. You want me to repair stuff that gets broken?" he replied, kind of wondering why his mother's mind was always on the practical and couldn't recall magic doing anything else than repair. "That too," Petunia admitted quickly, "but I want you to promise me this. No matter what you will learn or do, please don't let its power get to your head." From great power comes great responsibility. He nodded sagely. Spider-Man was a life savior. Do I have your word, Harry? Of course, Mum. I'll still be me. You think I can fly with magic? He asked, now more excited, only for Petunia to sigh. I don't know. Severus will come by tomorrow to take care of your expenses. Till then, that was when the faint smell of burned food reached their nostrils, making Petunia's eyes widen. Oh my, the broth. Rushing downstairs, Petunia soon left Vernon alone with Harry. The boy looked at his father with perplexity, and the man looked back at him with a serious face. It was only a gaze, but it was all that was needed to convey a very clear message. Be good. Make me proud. For the love of God, don't make your mother worry. As his father too left, Harry turned around on his chair, closed pools of radiance and powered off the computer. He then stood and walked towards his room's fantasy books, his recently bought edition of Dungeons and Dragons, and opening up the first book on magic he whispered to himself. Well, he muttered, cracking his fingers. Let the magic research begin. He was average, all right, but that didn't mean he had to do the stupid thing and wait for someone else to come knocking at his door to explain. He would manage this, or he no longer was Harry James Dursley. Harry paced nervously in front of the door for a moment before deciding on the stupidity of waiting an entire morning for a wizard, of all things, to knock. If half the things he had read on his shelf or at the library were to be considered true, then it was probably a miracle the wizard Nazi, Voldemort, hadn't destroyed everything. Considering most of the magic he knew about, removing the television shows that his mother insisted were just tricks, was limited to satanic rituals such as conjuring demons and devils, then maybe that wasn't quite the same magic he was going to learn. Unless his parents were secretly believers of Satan. Petunia was fussing in the kitchen, feeling the need to compulsively clean everything near her, even Vernon's face, as long as it distracted her. Vernon was instead reading his newspaper, albeit the newspaper of the day before, since the new one had been cleaned when Petunia had decided the porch needed a good scrubbing. Harry would be lying if he said he wasn't excited about the wizard that was going to come. He had tried to get more information on this Severus character, but except for him having grown up near his mother's family, he hadn't learned much more. Well, except knowing that he was some sort of self-centered narcissistic individual with greasy hair and unkempt skin. That had brought forth the question of how a narcissist could, at the same time, have unkempt skin and greasy hair. From there his mother had begun cleaning in silence. Harry half supposed she was still angry at him for having pointed out that flaw from the string of quiet curses that she had muttered. Still, his breakfast was swishing around his stomach, clearly hinting at his nervousness, and he was kind of hoping something, anything, would bring this situation to a stop. Deciding it would do him no good to stare at the door until the man appeared, Harry decided to retreat to his bedroom upstairs. Of course, it was just as he had finally reached his room that yet another owl flew by, perched outside his window, and looked at him. Is this going to be something common around here now? He asked skeptically as the owl hooted back and bobbed her head in such a way that it appeared as if she were smiling while hooting. The bird had white feathers and golden eyes. Attached to its claw was a small parchment which the owl kindly presented to him. He opened the slip of parchment without fussing and began to read it with curiosity. Hello cousin. My name is Lillian Potter, and my mother told me you will be going off to Hogwarts, too. We'll be in the same year, and since she kind of gave me your address, I thought, why not owl him? From what I was told you grew up with muggles, that is, people without magic, so maybe you'd like to have someone to write to and ask questions about magic. I just can't wait to hear from you. Oh right, the owl's name is Hedwig. She's such a beauty, isn't she? Just write something back and send it off with her. Don't worry, she's magical too. Write back to me soon. LP. Now, a normal individual might have queried just how an owl could fly like she had a compass inside, but there was just one thing that caught Harry's interest in the entire ordeal: he had relatives. Magic relatives. So why did they send him to the Dursleys? Better yet, why did they send him to the Dursleys when they could have dropped him off to this cousin's mother? If they didn't have space for him, which could have been kind of understandable, then why not at least try and write to him sooner? Were they waiting for him to display magic, of sorts? Unless, maybe his father had a sister, or a brother. Then they married someone else and had this, Lillian. Magic Nazi came around and killed him, leaving thus only Lillian and her mother, and so of course they wouldn't have been able to care also for him. He knew what a mess of a child he had been. His mother kept on rambling about the chaos that ensued one day out of 7 in the household when he was little. Every time she was angry it kind of became a history of how she put up with him as a baby. "Well, I'll grab a pen," he murmured to the owl, who hooted once more. He kind of hoped there wouldn't be gifts in the form of dead rats later on. He wasn't going to like having his mother scream at him for such disgusting atrocities. Once he found a pen, he jotted down a quick reply. "Hello, I'm Harry Dursley and yes, I want to know more about magic. Specifically, what is it? Rituals, wands, conjuring fire with the hands, spending mana, trying to access some sort of pseudo-fantasy field. And what can one do with magic? Do all wizards write with owls and parchment? Don't they use cell phones or things like that? Hope to hear from you soon. HD." Well, this was more of a note than a letter, but it would have to do. He sealed the envelope and placed it on the owl's leg. The owl purred for a second before flying off towards the sky. "The world is going mad," he muttered, shaking his head, before turning to his computer. "Mighty Paylor, save me from those who'd wish me harm." The afternoon went by swiftly as he lost himself ravaging goblins with the PC game Pool of Radiance, and soon he was once more standing in front of the door, nervously in wait. When he heard a knock, it took all of his patience and composure not to outright unhinge the door as he pulled it open a crack. He still had to make sure of who was on the other side. A stern-looking man with dark black hair and eyes, who was dressed in a rich and tailored dark green suit with a bright green tie, stood on the stoop. That didn't help in recognizing the man as a wizard at all, considering he was holding a walking stick and appeared to be drilling a murderous gaze through the peephole of the door. Gulping nervously, Harry cautiously opened the door the rest of the way. "Harry Dursley." The man's question came after a brief moment of silence in which both looked at each other's eyes with something akin to 1,000 questions being asked with one look. Harry had so many questions. Was he a teacher? A wizard? Was he here to help? Could he explain what was going on? The questions all passed through Harry's head one after the other. They all received their answers by the boy himself, in the oldest form of colloquial exchange ever to be born, that of self-countering one's own thesis in order to avoid embarrassing oneself. "Yes sir," he squeaked out, visibly embarrassed that this was the height of his communication capacity. He looked back towards the kitchen where Petunia had slowly stopped cleaning and begun to put things back in their places. "I am Severus Snape." The man brought forward his right hand and Harry grabbed it with his own like a lion that was hungry for food, only in his case he didn't want to eat the hand in question. It was a wizard for heaven's sakes. Could he read minds? Could he destroy things or cast fireballs or call forth thunderstorms? Did he have some sort of walking cane +5 of destruction somewhere? You will find that the best questions are those actually asked, Mr. Dursley, the raven-haired man remarked curtly, displaying a slightly annoyed face. "Would you like to come in, sir?" He finally stepped aside, having found something polite to say as he moved out of the way. "Of course, Petunia." The man made a stiff and curt gesture with his head towards Harry's mother before locking his gaze with the Dursley family patriarch. Vernon. How a single word, a proper name even, could become an insult was a mystery. Still, it appeared as if Severus had mastered the art of insulting people by needing only to say their name. Harry's father's face turned beet red. Harry had no idea what might have brought forward such resentment. He wondered if it was due to some old wounds between the two. It was Petunia who stopped the argument from becoming something more unpleasant. "Please," she muttered, her lips thinly pressed one against the other as if she had just swallowed a sour, "Let bygones be bygones." "Severus, would you like a cup of tea?" Her voice betrayed the hidden dread. She didn't want a fight in the middle of the hallway, but she certainly did her worst to hide the lingering fear that the wizard could use his magic against Vernon. Harry waited, his breath stuck deep within his throat, hoping that nothing came to pass from the confrontation that clearly held deep roots. The silence stretched uncomfortably for a couple of minutes, though it seemed like hours, before being broken by Snape with a shake of his head. "I will be bringing your son to Diagon Alley to buy what he needs for Hogwarts. He will be back before dinner." With that, he turned and eyed Harry with a barely concealed glare. "Do be quick in following me." The man walked outside without another word and stood on the sidewalk, waiting for Harry to follow. He looked to his parents for comfort, but while his father grumbled curses and his mother looked at him worriedly before her eyes darted towards Severus, the silent plea was for him to follow the man. So follow he did after grabbing his coat and putting on his gloves. "Grab a hold of my walking stick," Severus said dryly and pushed the walking stick towards Harry. "I don't have all day, Mr. Dursley," he added as soon as he saw that Harry didn't appear to be obeying. Harry thought for a moment, before finally complying and grabbing a hold of the stick. The next moment a strange tweezing sensation encompassed the entire frame of his body, before loud, sickening pops echoed loudly in his ears. Finally, he hurled and twisted before landing with a sickening thud on the cold ground of an alley. "The first apparition is always the most problematic," Snape stated with a bemused tone, because he couldn't be a bit helpful. "Teleportation S," Harry hissed as he slowly stood back up, earning himself a raised eyebrow from Severus. "What the hell did my father do to you? I can't believe you didn't do this on purpose. You nearly—" "Language, Mr. Dursley, language," Severus remarked, looking straight at him before slightly turning and starting to walk once more. The alley appeared to be a veritable crowded mess of people, but as Harry followed in fear of losing his sole guide in the place, he found himself realizing how much was different from a normal crowded alley. Everyone was clad in robes or frills, long, wide and conical hats, or ankle-length gowns. Many looked like having curtains in place of sleeves, while walking sticks seemed as fashionable as monocles and colorful hats. There were a wide variety of things, strange things, that made his throat itch in curiosity. He had so many questions he wanted to ask, but he thought better than to do so. There was just something in the way Severus barely tolerated his presence that made him decide against asking. Sure, the best questions are those asked, but the better ones are those which you answer by yourself. They walked in front of a few shops of amenities, Harry's eyes setting with awe upon each and every product. There was a broomstick that seemed to be stuck in midair, with a colorful advert calling it a baby broom. "Is that a floating broom?" "Yes it is," he thought to himself. They passed by a bright pink-colored shop, with golden and red hearts painted on its sides. Various filters and concoctions stood for display, some still fuming. "Are those love potions?" "The label says so." Nearing the end of the alley, they arrived in front of a massive silver door. The few steps that separated them from the door made him the most nervous. There was just this air of seriousness and of judgment on the bank's facade that it made it difficult to breathe. "This bank is called Gringotts. It seems our destination." He carefully avoided making his curiosity known concerning the race of the two tin cans standing on guard outside of the bank. He had half an idea of asking if someone had seen a dwarven defender being all canny with them, but refrained. The small smile on his lips remained, however, and he had to stifle a giggle that threatened to escape his throat. It would have been a nervous bout of laughter, and he didn't want to show fear. Sharks felt fear, and whatever race the things belonged to, they probably held shark ancestry to begin with. He didn't need knowledge of magic or wizardry to know that these things were goblins, he just needed the monster manual. Small, grumpy and with strange ears and a strange skin color, unless they actually were dwarves. In which case he just hoped they'd understand that dwarves referred to bearded persons fighting off orcs and Sauron's lackeys. "We would like to access Mr. Harry Dursley's trust fund for the first year of school." Severus' hand reached within his other sleeve, removing a small golden key. He handed it to the goblin or dwarf, who took it with a sneer. That sneer appeared to be some sort of genetic trait, since a quick look around revealed it was the very same face most of the other goblins wore. Someone had forgotten to randomize the facial expressions. He once more stifled a grim chuckle. The goblin disappeared behind a pair of heavy steel doors before marching back in a few moments later with a small metallic box. Opening it straight in front of them, 2 small pouches were produced. "Here you go, 100 galleons, 57 sickles and 89 nuts." The galleons are set apart from the rest. Severus merely nodded, grabbed both pouches and handed them over to Harry, who took them with a mixture of perplexity and nervousness. "Hold on to them, boy," the man muttered while taking back the key and making it disappear into his sleeve once more. "Now, follow me, we are going to get you a wand." With those words, was it normal for him to feel the pure unwashed feeling of dread loom over his soul? Mr. Ollivander was the only wand maker in Diagon Alley and also the only official wand seller of all of Great Britain's wizards and sorceresses. Harry hadn't asked why a wand was needed, but he could accurately pinpoint that this type of magic was something of the sorts of the abracadabra variety, with the need for a wand. It kind of made sense since the magic wand type was the oldest known. The man was tall and lean, looking with curiosity at the boy's arrival before mumbling something incoherent about strangeness and bizarreness in the magic around. Nevertheless, he moved closer to Harry with a meter roll and made a small sincere smile. "Mr. Snape, 13 3/4 of an inch, birch with a core of dragon heartstring," the man stated while looking at the boy's guide before turning his full attention towards Harry. "Your wand hand. The right." He hesitated. He wrote with his right hand, so it was probably a good assumption that he'd use the same hand. Ollivander merely nodded curtly before starting to measure Harry's arm length and then heading off to grab an object that looked like a shoebox that instead contained a wand. The strange wand seller took the wand from the box and passed it to Harry. "Please hold onto it and try to move it." For once, Harry felt kind of silly in grabbing the handle of the wand and starting to wave it around, considering that nothing happened. Ollivander took it back and moved once more to get another box. This process repeated itself a couple of times, until in the end, the man narrowed his eyes for but a second before murmuring to himself. "Could it be? Wait here a second, Mr. Dursley." With that said, he headed off towards the back of the store and returned a couple of minutes later with a simple-looking 14-inch wand made of black wood. Slowly, Harry grabbed the hilt of the wand, and something, deep within it, stirred and moved cautiously around. Somehow, strange sparks of a dark blue color erupted from the tip of the wand, and that made Ollivander smile slightly. "How curious, I thought I'd never sell this wand, and here I am mistaken." He added, 14 inches, gaboon ebony, with a magical core made from the shroud of a dementor tied together by thestral hair. If there was a dark wand to be called such, this would be it. He spoke slowly, and with those words, Harry felt a lump form in the back of his stomach. A dark wand. Well, it was a polished jet black color, but the way it was told, it appeared it meant something else. "Oh, do not worry," Ollivander added, looking at the boy with a light grin. "I have sold wands made of unicorn hair to people who became the cruelest of wizards, and cores of darkness that were used for the greater good. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Dursley, but it is the wizard that chooses how to use the wand." The old topic of, "you are what you decide to be," wasn't lost to his ears. A lot of games hinged on that plot, but still, he'd better keep what Ollivander told him secret. It wouldn't make for a good conversation starter, saying that his wand was made of strange and dark stuff. "It will be 7 galleons, the man added a few moments later, and as Harry paid him, Ollivander whispered a final warning. "To be able to use such a wand, Mr. Dursley, you must be determined. Gaboon ebony is a strong-willed type of wood, and due to its size and core, it will not take well to weak-willed individuals. The Dementor Shroud is a rarely, if ever, used type of core, but it is the one you resonate the most with. Maybe you had an encounter with one. In any event, the Thestral hair is tricky too, you will have a hard time with that wand, Mr. Dursley, but any spell you will master will be something to gape at." I think I understand," he replied, albeit having no clue at all of what the man was talking about. Did wands have wills too? Was that going to mean that he had to be careful of the walls because everything was alive? "I doubt you do, Mr. Dursley, I doubt you do." The wand maker murmured, "Many do not understand what I tell them until later. Still, I've held you long enough. The wand, while important, is not the only thing that makes a wizard." With those words, Severus took the cue to pay for the wand. The dark-haired man had been in a corner, interested in wand holders. The gaze the professor gave Harry, however, made the boy believe he had heard Ollivander's description of his wand. Afterwards, Snape excused them, and the rest of the visit to Diagon Alley passed briskly. So fast, in fact, that Harry didn't even have the time to mull over the thoughts of what the man had told him. Him, destined for greatness. He wasn't actually great. As if, he'd probably end up average, as always. I suggest you start reading your schoolbooks now. Severus finally decided to speak as the two were headed towards the end of the alley. You will find that the potion master of Hogwarts is a demanding individual. Yes, sir, he replied before finally gathering the courage to ask the following question. Sir, what are the lessons about at Hogwarts? Severus raised an eyebrow before replying curtly. There is potions, defense against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, history of magic, herbology, the worthless course that is flying, and astronomy, Mr. Dursley. Flying? He asked, vividly interested in the nearly last one, considering the man held it to such distaste. Indeed. On broomsticks. Quidditch is a practiced sport at Hogwarts, but I will not explain to you the rules of such a barbaric game. Well, someone appeared to be the anti-sports type. Somehow Harry could relate to that too. Why go outside and waste your time when you can do more constructive things inside? Like, playing with the computer or reading comics. I understand, sir, he replied quietly. The silence around the two stretched uncomfortably for quite a long time, until they finally reached the end of the alley, where Severus once more asked him to grab the walking cane. A few seconds later, they were gone, back to the front door of Privet Drive. The stuff Harry had bought had all been shrunk down to merely the size of a card box and was simply within a normal-looking pouch. Mr. Dursley, we will see each other again at Hogwarts, remember my words. With that curt salute, the man disappeared into nothingness. So, teleportation. Wizards can teleport, he muttered before shaking his head. Maybe I should try and use the Dungeon and Dragons spell book, who knows, might even work. Harry rang the doorbell and then waited for a few minutes. By the time his mother came to the door and opened it, he was already half fantasizing about the things he could do. Once he hit the road of magic, the second question that subtly pushed itself forward was but one and one alone: would he excel at it, or would he keep on being average? He had his answer ready, as he kept a terribly enormous grin on his face while moving upstairs, after a quick relay of how the day had gone. Opening the potions book proved to be easy. The tome appeared to have been handwritten, with a quill nonetheless considering the ink stains. The first few pages were the usual boring things concerning the need of precautions, the correct usage of a copper cauldron, and the type of gloves they had to have when cleaning the cauldron's interior. He had until the 1st of September after all. He would learn, and maybe, for once, he'd be something other than average. At the 5th page, however, the determination he had shown began to waver. Deciding to stop for a quick break, he pushed the button of his computer to turn it on. The next instant, static was all that his monitor showed, forcing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He pushed the power button again to turn the computer off and then pushed it once more to turn it on. The static remained, and so he stood up from his chair, trying to get the computer manual. As he moved farther away, the static disappeared only to be replaced by the loading screen of Windows. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, since it was actually, kind of like what happened with magnets. Harry moved closer, and the static returned. So he moved backwards, and the static left. Looking down to his pouch, considering that was the only thing different, he dropped it on his bed and then moved closer. Once more, the static returned. Berating himself after some quick thinking, he dropped the wand too on the bed before moving closer again. This time no static appeared, and smiling to himself for having understood another aspect of magic, he logged in on his account. So magic and technology hated each other. That could be an interesting concept to explore, kind of like with Arcanum, of Steamwork and Magic Obscura. A few minutes later, an owl hooted to him outside his window. He groaned as he stood up, leaving the Zergs to do their stuff. He was pretty sure whatever the reply was going to be, it would be better than seeing a space marine horde try and kill his unyielding army of doom. Hello, I received your owl and wrote back just as fast as I could. Well, we use wands to do magic, duh. And I don't know what this, mana, is, but my mother told me that magic cores in wands are what make the magic happen. With magic, you can do a lot of things. You should read your books for the first year. I'm doing it too. Anyway, we don't have cell phones. I asked Mum and she said that magic and technology don't work well together. Hogwarts itself will fry anything technological, so she told me to tell you that if you have a cell phone, not to bring it. Even a digital watch is not going to work. You know, with the amount of questions you're asking me, you'll end up in Ravenclaw with little doubt. Me, I suppose I'm going to end up in Gryffindor. My parents were both in there. Oh right. You grew with muggles, so you don't know. There are 4 houses in Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. The first one is for the brave of heart, the second is for the wit, the third is generally for the good-natured, and the fourth is for the twisted and the cunning. But if you end up in there, we can still be friends. It's not a liked house really. My mom's been telling me all the bad guys in history came from there. Well, can you tell me a bit more about cell phones and digital clocks? Write back to me soon. LP. He frowned slightly at the parchment before sighing. Well, magic knowledge for technology knowledge, and magic hated technology and vice versa. This was both interesting and worrying. He replied quite quickly, especially because the owl was starting to take branches from nearby trees to make a nest by his window, something subtle to tell him that she wouldn't leave without a reply. She was kind of bossy once he thought about it. All right, let's get this over with, he murmured before delving into a quick thesaurus definition of cell phone and digital clocks, copying the resulting pages, folding them neatly and then attaching them to his own letter on what internet and computer meant. With a snort, he moved on to the charms book, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk. He bit his lip for a second before moving to grab the book on the defense against the dark arts. The distinction was made clear. Charms were utilitarian spells, kind of like everyday usage to make life easier. Curses were the destroyers, the sort of thing you expect from a mage from a dungeon. He understood now what Ollivander meant. His wand wasn't made to light up fire for camping, it was made to burn down a forest. An emotion began to flourish in his stomach, one of elicited hilarity, at the same time as a feeling of dread washed over him. The wand was difficult to master. The incantations were not as easy as the books portrayed them to be. There could be thousands of different things that could go wrong if he tried this at home, and if he did, and if it actually worked, he might kill someone. The wand was a gun. A gun that could do cool tricks, but a gun nevertheless. From great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man, why the hell did he have to be his conscience? It was with the utmost reverence that he quietly put his magic books in a corner, and it was with a sort of calm fear that he grabbed a hold of his wand once more. He sat down, gently letting his hand move through the lines of the wood of the wand, feeling the handle in his right palm fit perfectly. It really did seem that the wand suited him. Yet, what did this mean? This was just power. No, not even power. This was just a fledgling of a power to be, if he trained it. If he didn't, he would have nothing at all. Quite clearly, he didn't know what to do. A soft knocking at the door brought him out of his meditation, if he could have called it that. His mother was warily looking at him, trying a smile. "Dinner's ready, Harry." "Thanks, Mum. I'm coming right up." Scrambling to his feet to reach for the door, he didn't realize it, but a faint wisp of smoke had been escaping the tip of his wand while his eyes had been closed. It twirled in the air of the room for a moment, before being snuffed out by some sort of invisible force. "Master," a voice whispered in the room, as the computer's static suddenly reappeared for but a second before disappearing once more. It was with half-closed eyes that Harry Dursley woke up at the glaring sound of the alarm clock. His stuff had all been packed the night before, and his wand stood quietly on his bed desk, right next to his glasses. He hadn't tried any spells, considering the clear labeled warnings he had actually found after turning a few more pages of the Transfiguration book. He hadn't read all of the school books, but he had some sort of insight on how things worked now. First off, the wand had to move in specific and outright embarrassing movements to work. Secondly, the spell name had to be enunciated with the correct pronunciation. Thirdly, he had to fight his own embarrassment to actually say or do anything. It was just embarrassing. How could some people simply do it in front of others? He groaned as he got washed and dressed up in his normal clothes. He had to reach for the station in the binary 9 3/4 before 11 o'clock. Meaning that from where he lived with his family, he had to catch the train at the station quite early. He had agreed to meet with his cousin outside of the train after all, and it wouldn't do to make her wait. At least he wasn't going to be completely alone in this sort of strange voyage. If he hadn't seen Diagon Alley, he'd have begun thinking it was all a rather strange ploy or scam, but after having teleported from his lawn to a strange-looking alley, his beliefs had taken a complete change. Magic existed, end of the argument. Vernon was rolling his eyes at his wife, who was tearing up for the departure of her little Harry when he went down for breakfast. 200, at least, warnings on what to do and what not to do, and he was off with his father to catch the train. Strange means of travel, by train, Vernon muttered, as his car took to the highway to get there faster. You think they also have flying carpets? I think they do, Harry replied, but I think the train's faster. While you're at it, be on the lookout for anything that could help make the work go faster, maybe some magic drilling. He nodded, humming his approval before turning to look out of the window. The highway had appeared completely clear moments before, and yet now it was practically filled with cars. They were kind of going to arrive early as it was, so he didn't worry. He'd have all the time in the world to get to the train in the end. Luckily Lillian had told him where to find the train track. Who'd have ever thought about walking straight through a stone pillar to enter a magical station? In the end, they were lucky they had left so soon, because in a few minutes the traffic reached unparalleled heights of congestion, forcing them to a crawl and to reach the train station with only mere minutes to go. Harry couldn't even wave goodbye to his father, as he rushed off with his bags. As it was just sheer luck that he managed to get into a compartment on the train towards Hogwarts. Probably the train itself had sensed him and had opened the doors at the bottom compartment for him to enter. It could pretty much be the case considering magic. As it was, he collapsed into a heap of sweat and heavy panting in the outright last compartment, completely empty because sane people always move up to get to the first ones, leaving the last ones empty. The train was a sort of old-looking one with leather seats and easily opened windows. Considering it went by coal, if the thick wisps of black smoke were of any indication, there clearly was not going to be a problem with high speed. It was to his surprise that the train entered a tunnel, only to emerge a split second later on a really old and high above railway system that apparently was in the middle of nowhere, only green lush grass all around, with a bright blue sky above. The middle of nowhere after a few minutes, magic. Once you remove the impossible, try replying with magic. He murmured to himself, as he began to change his clothes with the magical robes. Better to have them on earlier, with no one in sight, than later on with people fussing to descend. As an added bonus, the robes were pretty much cooler than the clothes he had been sweating in. Taking out from his trunk the book on potions, he slowly began to read its pages, trying to ignore the gut-wrenching feeling that he felt like a stick in the middle of an ocean. The stress of getting there late had made him worried about missing the train, and because of that he hadn't even managed to meet up with Lillian or her parents. He had fantasized about hearing from them about his own father, but as it was, it appeared it would have to wait. Maybe he should have looked out for Lillian on the train. Shaking his head, he turned to the page about Bezoar's disgusting properties of appearing into the stomach of sheep. He'd never look at a lamb in the same way afterwards, if it meant that their meat could also contain chunks of a magical stone that could pretty much heal any poison. How one ingested a stone as big as a punch was a mystery, but then again, magic. He sighed. At least the train ride had given him the time to bring himself up to speed with a couple more chapters. All students, please change your attires to your school robes. A voice actually buzzed through the compartments, likely an intercom. Oh right, magic kills technology, so this is more magic. Harry muttered once more. Why was he speaking to himself to begin with? He knew the answer, of course. He was being alone for the first time in a long time, and he was going to a boarding school, a school where people like nerds, bullies, know-it-all, studious people and the likes existed, but that was magical, far away from his family, and that probably would see him become the most average wizard in existence. Super powerful wand or not, he highly doubted he'd get anywhere anytime soon. So, when the train began to slow down, he exited his compartment. "Leave your belongings in the wagons, we will take them for you." The voice once more rang throughout the train, and finally, after a long 6-hour trip where he hadn't been disturbed once, not even by the food-selling lady since it appeared, nobody would want to stay in the last wagon of the train, he saw the first human being. At least, he thought it was a human being. A clearly 2 to 3 meters tall man with a long bear and a burly stomach that seemed the young son of Santa Claus, if only he had every hair white instead of the dark brown color. He was wearing a long trench coat and an umbrella was right at his side, a bright pink umbrella, to be more precise. "Magic," he muttered surprised under his breath, as he heard the sort of giant roar. Furs years over here, better be quick." The next moment, he was in a group together with other students, all of his age. The only thing he had was his wand that stood carefully in his robe's pocket, and he instinctively held it with his right hand, hoping everything would go fine. To say he was feeling nervous was an understatement. Other students, older ones probably, headed towards strange carriages been carried away by strange sick-looking horses with leathery wings. The strange part was probably something he had to work with. It wasn't strange, it was magical. So at the present, he had seen magical teleportation of a train, a giant man with a pink umbrella, and strange-looking horses. What next? "Now ye all better pay attention," the man grumbled as he began to move towards a set of boats. Did the man really expect them to row their way towards the... His eyes finally left the ground and the giant man, and concentrated a bit upwards, revealing to him a strangely wonderful sight, a magnificent castle perched atop a cliff that faced the lake, with banners flying in the night sky as the stars shone brightly. He didn't even feel the chill of September any longer, the view took his breath away and even his cold. Groups of 4 in the boats. "No pushin', no shovin', if one of ya falls then for the love of me beasties don't move. The giant squid's there to help ya get across." Oh, the giant squid. Why did the words, Kraken, suddenly join with, 1,000 leagues below the sea, and merge with, Cthulhu, and something far worse? Magic. He had to remember the word magic. He didn't hurry to a boat, but just sort of followed the naturally formed line of students, all heading towards the boats. He ended up sitting next to a slightly round-faced kid with a toad in his lap, an Indian girl, and a bushy-haired girl too. Well, at least he could row together with the other kid, who had a toad in his lap. He had a toad in his lap. Magic. Harry had to remember the words, magic, and magical. "Where are the oars?" he muttered to himself, looking around and only finding a strange pole that seemed long enough to push the boat out of the docks. "Now listen up all of ye," the voice of the giant bellowed before any of the boat's occupants could reply. "Me name's Hagrid and I'm the gatekeeper of Hogwarts. Now if you'd all grab the pole and push the boat, Squid's going to take care of ye all." Then, using his pink umbrella and opening it, the man appeared like a mixture of that old painting concerning the crossing of the Delaware by Washington, and some sort of strange Mary Poppins, holding the umbrella in front of him. It was like an invisible wind had risen from behind him and only him, and had started to carry his boat onwards. Well, that was characteristic. He muttered before grabbing the pole, helped by the other kid who had barely gotten over the shock of the scene. As the boat sailed towards the castle, the bushy-haired girl commented, "The castle of Hogwarts has numerous charms and spells on it that makes it difficult to access. There are a lot of areas warded against intruders, and unless the wizard or the witch passes through the initiation ritual it is risky for them to take another route than this. In history of magic, it is said that Hogwarts is by itself sustained, built and kept repaired by magic itself." "Interesting," the Indian girl replied, but the tone that she had used in answering hadn't actually been that of an interesting person. It was then that Harry found himself torn between doing the right thing and doing the worrisome thing. He could ignore it all, since after all it wasn't likely he'd ever even speak to the girl again, but what if instead they ended up in the same house, and they ended up doing the same lessons? Better to have at least someone to talk to, and smartness is never something to frown upon, unless you're an idiot. How does that work? He asked, curious since there actually wasn't much else to do on the boat, since it propelled itself thanks to the giant squid. Well, the girl hesitated, before finally caving in and replying. In defense against the dark arts, it's said that wards can in individuals depending on the will of the caster. So it was decided, as History of Magic writes about, that the headmaster once a year on the 1st of September allows entry and keys into the wards the students who come by. Boat through the Black Lake, the giant squid is there to defend against dark wizards, who might try to infiltrate the school in that way. It's said that the squid is actually a magical creature that can discern good of hearts from evil of hearts and... Fascinating. The Indian raven-haired girl interrupted once more. You'll be in Ravenclaw, I suppose. I don't know, the girl mumbled back. I mean, what if they sort us in a wrong way? I'll be in Gryffindor. The round-faced kid with the toad muttered. My gran said that if I end up anywhere else I'll be disowned. Why? Harry asked. Aren't those just houses? Gran said that it's like being in a family, but if you're in Hufflepuff you'll practically be nothing important. In Slytherin you'll become a dark wizard, and in Ravenclaw I just don't have the smarts to make it so. It's Gryffindor. If you say so, Harry replied diplomatically. I think I'll end up in Ravenclaw. I've been on the books for a bit now, and I'm actually curious about this all-magic thing. You're a Muggleborn? The bushy-haired girl queried. I'm one too. I'm Hermione, by the way, Hermione Granger, and did you read all books till the end? I absolutely adored the one on Transfiguration, because it kind of goes, and then the girl spoke. He halfway understood the words, mass, and principle of conservation, but that was all. If this was the level of brains required in Ravenclaw, then maybe he'd end up in Hufflepuff and be done with it. The boats docked just in time for Hermione, the now positively giddier girl, to take breath and finally grant Harry's ears a moment of silence. It wasn't that he had never met someone else with a motor mouth, but at least they had had the decency to warn him in advance. Meaning he had actually not cared and gone over to someone else, but right about now, he was in the middle of nowhere with no one he knew and someone he still had to find. I'm Harry Dursley. At that, Hermione actually bit her lip in frustration and a hint of probable embarrassment, which was quite actually the minimum considering she hadn't even waited for him to tell her his own name before starting her ranting. Well, I'm Neville Longbottom, and this is Trevor. Wait a moment, Trevor. The boy looked around, his toad seemingly forgotten on the boat that was now currently heading back towards the land, alone. Trevor. At the exclamation, the toad made a strong croak, before jumping in the water and starting to swim back towards the docks of the castle, where the other first students were amassing. The Indian girl instead headed off towards someone who strongly resembled her, probably a sister and considering the first year a twin, without even giving off her name. I have to ask, is it normal? Harry whispered to Hermione's side. I mean, krakens, squids, pink umbrellas. Well, the girl hesitated. I don't know. Good, I'm not alone in this madness then. A light sigh escaped his lips, as he and the girl waited for Neville to catch his toad, before getting in line together with the rest of the first years. The murmurs, of course, began the second they were made to wait on a staircase near a wide wooden door, where a severe-looking woman with a pointy black hat and a green robe was looking sternly at them with the sour look typical of disappointed grannies. Needless to say, Harry had half a suspicion somebody had been doing something wrong. Please wait for a moment, Hagrid. Peeves set off some dung bombs for the new arrivals. The witch spoke, just as a ghost began to fly above their heads, apparently escaping a group of other ghosts. You won't catch me. Ha ha ha. Peeves. Come back here. A ghost with his head nearly cut yelled at the other one, before passing through another wall. Ghosts exist, Harry whispered, nervously gulping down his saliva that had stuck in his throat. Did the boogeyman exist too? And what about the Grim Reaper? And demons, devils, the supernatural, vampires, werewolves, heck, fairies and dragons. Magic. He murmured to himself, culture shock never felt so hard. I know, Hermione muttered, before finally regaining her bearings too. Well, at least more than scary, the ghosts appeared unique. A few minutes later, and the group reached the entry of a giant hall, where tables had been placed and candles flew in the air, shining in the room and making the much-needed night. The ceiling resembled the sky stars, even down to the part of the twinkles. Magic. He had to remember this was all about magic. At the center of the hall stood a hat on a chair, and then, as if it was the most normal thing of the day, the hat began to talk. It began to sing, and finally the names began to be called. The sorting hat would sort people in their houses. Of course. How genius of them to avoid asking any questions and leaving a hat to make them in place of the staff. He had to remember, magic. Magic, one day or another, was not going to cut it as an explanation, but as his name was called, he stepped forward silently and pulled the thing on his head. Well, I don't have lice. You're talking in my head. Yes, I am, and I don't have lice. So, who washes you? No one. I've got magic to protect me, anyway, ignoring your baseless accusation that, yes, they are baseless. Use magic as an answer, all right. Magic. You silver-tongued you, should put you in Slytherin, but you're not made for that, are you? No, you've got a good mix in here, not a difficult choice, but what? Well, let's say you have to save a friend by coming out with a secret that could potentially kill you in the process. What do you do? How much of a friend are we talking about? Yeah, thought so. Hey, thought so what? Would you kill your parents for power? What the hell of a question is that? No, you wouldn't. Good enough for me. Very well, welcome to Ravenclaw. And with the yell of the hat, a table with people garbed in blue and bronze began to clap hard at their new addition. Removing the hat and moving to the nearest free seat, he received the ritual congratulations of order, and the fact that, apparently, his clothes and ties changed color on their own based on the allegiance to which house. He sighed. Magic. Granger, Hermione. The stern voice of the woman that they had met on the stairs spoke next, and in the following moments the hat was dropped upon the head of the bushy-haired girl. Gryffindor. The hat yelled a few seconds later, sending the golden and red table to cheer for the girl. Harry, on the other hand, was puzzled. The girl was smarter than him. Why did she end up in Gryffindor? It didn't make much sense, unless the girl had some sort of bravery he didn't know of. More names came and went, until finally, after one of the Indian twins took a seat to the Ravenclaw table, it was the time of someone else he knew. Potter, Lillian. Finally the name of his cousin. He'd get a good eye at who the girl was and maybe meet with her later on. Had he been more careful of his surroundings, he'd have noticed the complete silence that had encompassed the entirety of the hall. The girl that came to sit on the chair had shoulder-length red hair, with hazel eyes. She was wearing the normal Hogwarts attire and appeared to have fair skin, at least if the skin is white one should call it fair, right? Harry didn't as much as budge as the hat mused over for a couple of seconds, far more time that he had taken in deciding between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for Hermione. Gryffindor, the hat exclaimed, and, after that, the Gryffindor table erupted into cheers and whistling. A pity, the girl who lived ended up in Gryffindor. A boy to his left commented. What did you expect? I was told both of her parents were in Gryffindor, and her father's the Dada instructor. For the defeater of you-know-who, it's the obvious house. Harry frowned slightly, before deciding that his interest did not actually partake of asking why people were using things like, girl who lived, or, you-know-who. He was already imagining a joke to use. You-know-who. Yes, the doctor. Harry smiled to himself, patting mentally the back of his head for the nice crack joke that would never see the light of the day, considering he wouldn't be probably talking to anyone at the table. The rest of the names came by, with Longbottom ending up in Hufflepuff, much to the boy's shock. Mentally jolting that information away, Harry's eyes settled on the widest table, the one with the professors. A strange-looking man with a white beard that appeared a mixture between Merlin and Gandalf stood up. Whispers of Dumbledore and his usual charade echoed through the table, but as the words he pronounced were utter and complete nonsense, Harry blinked. The next instant, food was everywhere on the table. I thought he'd say, snappersquack. A voice muttered from the head of the table, belonging to a red-haired boy with an embroiled P on the chest of his clothing. His green eyes settled around the table, before coughing lightly. Well, can't always win with probabilities and statistics, anyway, to the first years. I'm your prefect, taking the place of Robert Hilliard, together with the lady at the other side of this table, which is quite far, Miss Penelope Clearwater. We're in charge of you lot. Our head of the house is Professor Phileas Flitwick, who teaches charms, and is the amiable fellow sitting right next to Professor McGonagall. If any of you has a problem with that, tell me and I'll be double sure to incendio your hair before the end of the day. The fact that the boy was positively smiling as he said that made all the first years around Harry shiver. Joking. I will however remove points for blatant idiocy. The boy added with narrowed eyes. If you can logically prove something, then no matter the peer pressure, nothing will happen. If you can only work on hearsay, I will have your heads waxed and used as skiing implements. There were more nervous chuckles running around the table at that, and Harry gulped. How could the boy change from narrow eyes of doom to bright caring smile in a second? Anyway, our ghost is the lovely grey lady. A light giggle came from atop the house table, where a clearly female ghost was hovering with a hand in front of her mouth. You charmer you, and before I forget myself, my name is none of your business, but you can call me Basilis. Everyone calls me that, and now, after having bored you to tears, please do begin eating. It was with cautiousness that Harry grabbed some food of strange-looking texture and type and began eating it. Once he had heard that insects tasted like chicken, so probably all type of unknown beasts tasted like that. This did seem like chicken though. A really strange five-legged chicken nevertheless. I'm Muggle-born, so no, I don't know what that is. A male voice spoke to his side, earning a reply from yet another Ravenclaw. Don't worry, the majority of Ravenclaw is either half-blood or Muggle-born. It has to do with wits you see. A lot of pureblood fools don't care about making new discoveries, they just bother with traditions, practices, and so they never join the House of the Smarts. Which led once more to Harry querying in his mind just why did Hermione of all people end in Gryffindor? Something bothering you? A blonde-haired boy asked at his left, being a first year too. No, nothing. Harry replied meekly. Well, I'm Anthony Goldstein. The boy brought his right hand forward, and Harry queasily accepted it. You shy? Well, he murmured back, only for another voice to butt in. Don't be. We're all nerds probably in here, no need to be shy alongside your peers. A boy with dark hair and brown eyes replied, Oh, I'm Michael by the way. Any of you tried to cross-reference the Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts book yet? I found out that incendio is in both. Defendo too. You can cut a tree or cut a person in half. One more voice spoke, belonging to a boy on the other side of the table. I'm Terry, sorry to interrupt but. Not a problem. Us first years should stick together right? Michael replied with a light grin, and study groups come easier around. It was then that Harry began to think, just as those three boys kept on chatting happily about cross-referencing and spells, that maybe he was the one who had ended up in the wrong house. So then, it was then that Anthony realized he hadn't heard the name of the boy next to him, and indeed Harry found himself slightly flustered. Harry. I'm Harry. Well, what had you curious about? We're in Ravenclaw, curiosity has to be sated. Can I start assigning points right now? Basilis suddenly exclaimed with a light grin, having probably heard that exclamation. Nobody pretty much replied to him, albeit the smug grins circling around the table were a good indication that indeed, he had been heard. It's just that, well, I was speaking on the boat with the girl, Hermione, she seemed so smart and all, and yet she ended up in Gryffindor. There was a thoughtful look on Anthony's face, before a reply came from Basilis. Oh, that's normal. Harry's head turned to look at the boy, waiting for him to explain probably. You see, Ravenclaw is for wits and smarts, but it doesn't mean intelligence, it just means thinking that knowledge is far more helpful than bravery, cunningness or loyalty, things like that. Basically, you'd do small hours to learn something. Yes, then it's Ravenclaw. You'd ask questions to things you want to learn about. Yes, then you're Ravenclaw. You ask repeatedly questions on how things work around. Then it's Ravenclaw. Muggle-borns and half-blood are naturally Ravenclaws because depending on how they grew up, for them all of this, at that the teen gestured at the hall, is new, exciting and filled with questions. The hat catches on to the curiosity, and if nothing else gets your fancies, then off you trot to Ravenclaw. Well, but the girl was a muggle-born too. Harry found himself replying. Then she was just naturally braver than curious. Basilisk shrugged back. Or maybe she asked the hat. You see, the hat sorts you all right, but when in doubt, the opinion is asked to the one beneath. Judging by your lost looks, I suppose you have more than a dozen of questions about now, right? It was a sheepish Harry who nodded slowly. Well then, you see. Ravenclaw. Learning is power, knowledge is power, asking questions is a road to power. Pardon the momentarily digression into Slytherin talk, but the gist of it is that as long as you question, then you learn, and as long as you learn, then you're Ravenclaw. Good of you to be inspiring the new generations, Mr. Spur, but please keep the dialogue for a lunch, not for a dinner. The Professor Flitwick, their head of the house, hobbled right next to where the prefect was. Now that he was standing, Harry could clearly see just what height the man reached, barely to the table actually. Professor, you know that when I start ranting. I know, anyway, do please come over to my office after dinner to get the schedules for the first years. Miss Clearwater will take care of guiding the students to their dormitories. Then, turning to the first years with a Cheshire cat grin, the dwarf commented happily, we'll see each other in Charms on Tuesday by the way. And with that, the professor wobbled away. Finally, as the dinner began to come to an end, the headmaster, Dumbledore, addressed the crowd one last time. I must remind all students that Mr. Filch has a list of banned items in his office that students can peruse. It is also to be noted that curfew is in effect after 8 o'clock, and that students found out of their common rooms will be punished with points removal and detention. The third-floor corridor on the right side of the school is off limits to everyone, and, I suppose that is all. Prefects, guide your housemates to their respective common rooms. With a quick smile, the headmaster stood up and left, soon followed by the rest of the professors. Harry's eyes drifted for a moment on the raven-haired man that he had known as Severus, moving out from the teacher's desk. Why did he have half a thought he was forgetting something? Come along now, Basilisk remarked, standing up as the food on the table disappeared with a small pop. Off you go. And Harry did just that, following the other students who in turn followed the female prefect alongside the castle's rooms that held moving armors. Magic. Through painted hallways that actually appeared pretty much real. Magic. Circling staircases that spun around repeatedly. Magic. With the portraits actually looking at them with curiosity and small smiles. Magic. Finally, dreading having to spend the night sleeping outside in a corridor, the group of Ravenclaws reached a specific door that appeared to have a bronze eagle as a knocker. The fact that the knocker actually spoke meant little to nothing, of course. Magic. For some I go fast, for others I'm slow. To most people, I'm an obsession. Relying on me is a well-practiced lesson. What am I? The knocker, of course, had to speak a riddle. Time. The female prefect spoke clearly, as the knocker actually knocked against the door, having it open without a sound. The riddle will change every month, so you'd better keep your wits with you and learn, or if you can't, wait until someone comes by to help you. With that said, Harry knew he was screwed twice again. His help in solving riddles was abysmal, to say the least. Maybe the library, if the school had one, had some sort of giant encyclopedia on riddles he could take out and use. As they entered the common room, he looked surprised at the amount of books hanging around. Truly they weren't kidding when they said things about Ravenclaw being for the smart. Books piled up in mountains and among shelves and desks appeared to be outright flapping around at their entrance. With ease, the disorder turned to order as the leather-bound books found their way upon the shelves by themselves, while the female prefect merely coughed a moment, before pointing to two sets of stairs within the room. Now, we of Ravenclaw have a few rules. No noise in the common room after 6 in the afternoon and no noise in the rooms at all. Do not take notes on the common room's books and don't take any of them out to read. They are yours to peruse within the common room however. After a few moments, the portrait swung open once more, and Basilisk entered with a stack of papers. First years. Grab your papers and have fun, for tomorrow you start with potions and end with defense against the dark arts. Hope you studied your potion books, because Snape is a veritable ass. Basilisk. A portrait exclaimed. What? It's true. Basilisk muttered back, handing the papers off. Anyway, Do not, and I repeat for your own good, do not try and antagonize him. Do not try and answer all questions he asks you and please try to keep calling him, Professor. He'll favor the Slytherin, as always. Now instead, for defense against the dark arts. Basilis, the kids are dropping. Penelope pointed out, only for the boy to shrug. Kids, want to know how to survive tomorrow, or you lot prefers to go blind? We'd like to know, was the general murmur in the common room, followed by more murmurs on this, Snape, and potions. Well then, defense against the dark arts as taught by Professor Potter. Harry repressed a gurgled breath. Yes, he's the father of the girl who lived, and yes, he favors Gryffindor like there was no tomorrow and hates Slytherin like no tomorrow, which is actually the opposite for Snape. Don't try and play goody two-shoes with both of them, keep to the back and keep quiet. Fascinating, you want to make the kids scared on their first night, Basil. The red-haired teen scoffed, before waving at Penelope and heading off to the male side of the dormitory. You will see, thanks to my marvelous suggestions, they will not incur in the wrath of any of the professors. Penelope rolled her eyes, before more gently turning to speak to the remaining children. Now then, don't take everything Basil says to heart, she began slowly. He's a bit of a paranoid, pessimistic, rambling fool, but he means well. At least, I hope he does, because you never know. She murmured while winking. Now however, off to bed you lot. Don't want to be late for tomorrow's lesson, would you? The rooms have your name tags out by the door, no risk getting lost. Males go up on the left while females go on the right, and if any of you bloody tries to make a prank, I swear I will set the furniture on you. And with that final threatening notice, the entire first-year student corps moved out to their rooms. It was going to be an interesting first year, of that he was sure. Still, Potter. If he had a Professor Potter at lesson, then wouldn't that mean it was his father who had a brother? Now that he thought about that, he hadn't much watched the professors at the table, had he? He had been too nervous to spare glances elsewhere, and as a result. Was it a male or a female Potter? If it was a female, then his previous theory on the single mother with child was verified. If it was a male, however, could it be the old film theory of the crude man, bitter with the world for the death of his wife that needed to keep his wits for his only daughter? Or maybe they simply hadn't cared to adopt him, but it didn't matter much at this point. Sure, he had other family, but it was just kind of like with Aunt Marge. He knew she existed, but Vernon didn't like his sister and the dogs. So it could be like that, could it? At the very least his roommates did not prove to be difficult to get along with. They were fast asleep just like me. Oceans came after breakfast. It was one of those things called the passing of time, meaning that time can only flow forward, unless some sort of magic interrupts its normal flow, which by now Harry had no doubt could pretty much happen. In truth, if teleportation was available, if transfiguration could do what the book stated and so on, then what was the problem with changing time? Well, there were those sort of problems coming from the past self doing something idiotic or not being able to change things because fate had its ways with you, but it wasn't that the real reason he was meddling with time. It was his self-berating attitude of having risked being late, when he finally managed to enter the classroom and take the last free seat in the last row at the far end, right next to a never-known-before Hufflepuff who appeared as devoid of particular signs as he could go. He did so just in time, because the next instant their professor, the man that had actually helped Harry to get his wizard stuff, entered the classroom from a side door. The stern look was intimidating, as were the first few choice words. He actually had to question what dunderheads meant. He had never heard about dunderheads. Stupid, idiotic, imbeciles, but dunderheads. Really, who'd use such a word after all? Mr. Weasley, the voice sounded just like when the man had brought Harry to Diagon Alley, if not actually far more filled with loath, where is a bazaar found? Harry knew the answer to that one. It was the stomach of a goat. I don't know, sir. The voice belonged to a boy with bright red hair, who apparently was sitting at the same cauldron of his cousin. Miss Potter, what is the difference between Wolf's Bane and Monkshood? This time, it was the girl who stood silent, embarrassed probably from all peers' eyes on her as she had no idea on the answer to give. It was then that a hand raised itself in the crowd. Hermione's right hand had been lifted, probably because the girl wanted to answer the question. Bravely foolish then, Harry thought. It was clear now what the difference was between a Ravenclaw and a Gryffindor. The girl was positively bubbly, like she hadn't even realized that the professor was a veritable fearsome creature that would probably snap someone in half with a mere snort. The other Ravenclaw kept quiet, standing in the back lines without as much as muttering a single breath. Many were probably thinking, just like him, how useful the suggestion of Basilius had been to keep quiet, keep the head low, and stay in the back. Although he kind of didn't remember if he had actually been told to stay in the back, or if his brain had merely suggested it too, by having him come in late. Now that was just ludicrous. His brain couldn't suggest him to come in later just so he could get the last seat in the corner, could he? I don't know, sir. The reply came after a minute had already stretched by, and finally Severus' voice turned around the room. Mr. Dursley. At the polite inquiry of his name, Harry blinked, before standing up with a gut-twisting feeling within him that he was just about to get the mother of all difficult questions. Yes, Professor. What potion comes to your mind that requires wormwood essence, valerian and asphodel? I don't know, Professor. He replied quickly, it's in the 16th chapter, I reached till the 9th. He cursed his quick mouth a second later. Why did he have to try and justify it? You know the chapter it is in but not the name, Mr. Dursley. Pray tell how that works. Skimmed the pages, Professor. I remember the picture of wormwood on chapter 16:4. His mind recalled the picture of the wormwood plant, just next to, was it the draft of living dead perhaps? Correct, Mr. Dursley. Severus mused, want to answer the previous questions. The bezoars in the stomach of goats, Professor, kind of stuck in my head since I read about it. I mean, it's not like they process lambs with lumps of rock stuck in their bellies, do they? And, wolf's bane is known as aconite, right? Just like monkshood is too, so, they're the same plant. 15 points to Ravenclaw. The raven-haired man replied slowly, before raising an eyebrow in Harry's direction. 5 more points for taking notes, just like the rest of you should be doing right now. Harry's perplexed expression lasted only for a second. His eyes lowering themselves to his right hand, he realized that he was indeed taking notes. Well, more than notes, he was scribbling to ease his stress, but being that far away from the professor, it was entirely possible his scribbles of small stars and twirls had been misinterpreted as taking notes. He quickly drew a line and began taking notes about, well, what he had told. It felt strange, his ears were probably flushing from the stress and half of his notes ended up blotched in ink as the professor began to explain about a boil-curing potion. The only thing he was glad of was that the guy he had ended up being paired with wrote big enough for him to copy the relevant notes without actually having to ask for them. Just what had taken him to answer. He should have kept his mouth shut. He had to remain on the average side of the place. He had to keep himself average, like everyone else. It was then, that in a small part of his brain a single question rose. Why? Why did he have to be average? Why couldn't he try and be good at something? He had to. It was needed. Needed for what? Survival. Wait, how did that make any sense? Why did he have to keep himself average and unnoticed? It kind of was strange, especially, no. It was no use dilly-dallying about this or that, he'd go with the flow, as always. Better to be a sheep among the herd and hide within it, than try and stick your head out for the wolf to take. The lesson passed without any other accidents, and just as he was about to leave, the voice of the professor cut in quickly. Mr. Dursley, stay for a moment. He shivered in fright, silently. No professor had ever asked him to stay after class ever. Truly, no professor had ever taken an interest in him. This was wrong and going against all 11 years of life in him. Mildly put, he didn't know how to react to this. He felt cold and numb, waiting for a reply from his professor that moved towards a nearby closet. The wooden panels opened with a small creaking noise, as the last students dwindled out of the classroom in their hurry to leave behind the awful professor. This is yours. The man's lips were pursed in a slight frown as he handed over to the boy what appeared to be a potions book. An advanced, highly scribbled on the cover, book that apparently had seen better days. The cover was gray, and the title recited, Advanced Potion Making. Within it, the words, "This book is the propriety of the Half-Blood Prince," had been scribbled on the upper corner, as Harry could see having on habit opened the first page. "Professor, it is a new textbook and as such I do not expect you will need it until the end of the 6th year. In any event, it belonged to your mother, and she would have wanted you to have it. I'm giving it to you now because I need the cabinet space." The man replied snappishly, "If you have nothing better to do than gallivanting in front of me, Mr. Dursley, please take your leave." The order came coldly, and still numb for the strange, and completely unexpected, gift. Harry was out of there in a flash. Pushing the book in his bag, he shook his head as he made a small dash to reach the end line of the first years heading towards lunch. Just what the hell did the potion professor mean, by the book being of his mother? The Half-Blood Prince seemed a pretty male name, rather than female. Why would anyone call himself Prince, instead of Princess, if said anyone was a girl? Still, maybe the used book was just that, used. Maybe his mother had used it once, and had been the last to use it before their death. Now that he thought about it, he kind of understood why people fawned over the girl who lived. She had avenged all the dead wizards because of, you-know-who, while giving peace to the grieving families. He understood it now, but still it felt strange to sit among the Ravenclaws, who were looking at him like he had grown a second head. "What?" he muttered, earning himself a grin from Anthony, who deemed it worthy to reply. "Well, you just managed to do the impossible, Mr. Dursley." The boy spoke quietly. "You realize, this time it was the prefect, the bloody prefect Clearwater, who spoke, that never, ever, did Severus Snape ever assign points that weren't to Slytherin." He doesn't know," another Ravenclaw along the table exclaimed, earning more murmurs. "Severus Snape has always removed points from houses. And the few assigned, well, 30 points. In one go. There's something amiss here." Penelope spoke again. "Did you know him beforehand?" Harry blinked for a moment, trying to recall, before shaking his head. "No, he and my father hate each other though, and I don't know why, but are you sure?" "I mean, yes. It's unprecedented. You know, if Snape stops favoring Slytherin this year, then maybe we could even win the cup." The question made far more Ravenclaws turn their eyes at him. He gulped down nervously, already imagining himself being brought up as a savior, and then thrown to the wolves as he failed. "Well," Harry tried a nervous chuckle, "could we please speak of something else?" "Please. Oh well, there's Quidditch," and as the discussion digressed elsewhere, Harry raised a puzzled eyebrow. Had they really changed argument that easily? They had made it seem such a big deal, of winning the House Cup. Yet now the table had all returned to talking about that sport with brooms and beaters. What was it? A vicious variation of tag and polo. After lunch, Harry found himself, once more, late. It could have had to do with a portrait stopping him to ask some questions about the chances of Ravenclaw winning the cup for once, but then again he had answered he just hoped he'd survive the following lessons, earning a bright smile from the apparently old gentleman in the portrait. Once more, he ended up in the far behind corner of the room, and once more he found himself sitting next to a nondescriptive Hufflepuff. No, this one wasn't nondescriptive. "Neville?" Harry asked, looking at the boy who suddenly turned around to get a good gaze at the other 11-years-old kid. "Harry. Oh, didn't see you for a moment. Busy looking for Trevor in my backpack and kind of worried for him so." The boy was flustered, so flustered that Harry couldn't help but grin a little. "Are you sure that's a toad and not some sort of Lupin the Third?" Neville's face frowned for a moment, before said toad found its way on top of the boy's hair. "Trevor. There you are." The boy sighed in relief, grabbing the toad from his hair before asking, "What's a Lupin the Third?" "It's the name of a really famous thief. You've never watched a cartoon of it?" Harry asked curiously. Maybe Neville didn't have cable television, or satellite one, but still it was a pretty known name for a cartoon. "Cartoon? You don't know what a cartoon is? It's a set of moving pictures, displayed on a television." "Oh, photos. Strange way to call it." No, Harry decided he would not keep on the argument. If Neville thought that photos and television were the same thing, then again, the portrait moved, didn't they? And if the portrait moved, then the photos moved too. So they had never needed to develop cartoons, in order to watch things, which meant that they didn't need television to look at films, because a photo could do it pretty much in the same way. In the end, as the professor entered the classroom, a pair of glasses on his face and a rowdy red hair to differentiate him, he let all subjects drop and wait for the first lesson to begin. "Well, my name is," Ribbit. Trevor's croaking sound came right in Harry's left ear, making him wince. How the hell had the toad managed to reach his shoulder without him noticing? "Trevor," Neville hissed in a low murmur, "I'm sorry." The Hufflepuff hurriedly added before taking the frog once more and settling her in his bag. "Potter. But you can call me Mr. Prongs." At that, there was a loud huff coming from the first rows, as the man kept on talking. "Anyway, I take it you all came from Mr. Sniv, Snape's first lesson, right? I should actually give you the hours off, since surviving that that serious professor is a bit of a hard job, but we have much to learn. First of all, take your wands out." Harry obeyed, trying to look at the professor's wand's movement, if only he could see beyond two relatively tall Slytherin who apparently stood seated in front of them. His wand felt cool, even cold in his hand. The polished black surface of the wood barely reflected the light in the classroom, and as his fingers numbly began to trace the lines on the wooden surface, he made a light sigh he didn't think he had been holding. Now, defense against the dark arts means not learning how to curse the living hell out of people because we think they're ugly. The sentence was delivered all in one bout, completely and utterly sarcastic as it went by. It means learning how to put up a good defense, or, as I prefer to say it, push enemies the hell away from you. With that, Harry heard the professor yell a word, "Flipendo," before hearing a loud booming noise coming from the front. As you may have seen, Harry of course hadn't. The Flipendo spell merely generates an orange light as it strikes the target and pushes it back. In front of their desks, a small ball suddenly appeared, floating but tied by a small rope to the wooden surface by a materialized hook of metal. Now, all of you open the book at page 17, look at the wand movement, and try and imitate it in regard to the balloon floating in front of you. The professor spoke once more. Remember to not pronounce the spell. If you do so correctly, a flicker of orange light should appear at the tip of your wand. If it does, touch the balloon and, if the balloon moves, then congratulations, you can now try and pronounce the spell, possibly one at a time, in front of me, and not against one another. Of course page 17 bore a strange set of scribbles that represented the wand movements. And of course, after 2 hours, Harry Dursley had not managed to do the damn spell, and neither had Neville. It just seemed to be bloody useless, no matter how many times he tried to do it. It just didn't want to work. "I did it." A voice rang just as the second hour ticked by, and the female voice did indeed belong to one Hermione Granger. "Well done, Miss Granger. 30 points to Gryffindor. 30 points. For doing a bloody wand movement." He had to answer 3 different questions and he had gotten 25 points. Why was he being jealous anyway? No, more than jealous, he was frustrated. He hadn't even managed to see the professor do the wand movements once. And a book is only as good as it is written, right? Well, practice hard and we'll see each other next time. Off you go. And off, indeed, he went. He stormed out as fast as he could, like a man on a mission of some sorts, not even stopping to answer the questions coming from the students. You think he's going smug on Professor Snape for having given off more points than him? Neville asked, worriedly. I don't care. Harry muttered, did you manage to see what hand movements the man did? I barely could see anything. No, I didn't. Neville's reply was pretty much all that Harry had expected the boy to say. With a loud sigh, he turned to look at the other students dwindling by. Of course the girl who lived was basically surrounded by yet more people asking questions, but Hermione appeared to be heading out alone. Good enough for him, and probably Neville if he followed. Hermione, Harry exclaimed, waving towards the bushy-haired girl who stopped at being called, turning around with a sort of pained expression, albeit it lasted less than a second. Yes, Harry. For once, he decided to ignore the feeling of hurt he felt for being Harry. They had met on the boat and he hadn't even made an impression on her. Now that hurt. I wanted to know if, well, you had time to show me the wand movements the professor did. I was in the back and couldn't see and... The library in half an hour. The girl queried back with a half-hesitating tone. Harry nodded. He didn't have anything else to do now, did he? Of course, when he finally did get into the library, precisely half an hour later, he found out that no, Hermione Granger wasn't there, nor would she arrive in the following hours. If she didn't have the time, she could have just bloody said so. Harry murmured to himself, putting his stuff back into his bag and heading to drop it off at the Ravenclaw's tower. He had even decided to wait for the girl near the entrance, and he damn well knew, the girl hadn't entered the library. The knocker's riddle was of course the same as the night before, and as he entered the common room he was greeted by the portrait hanging atop the fire pit. "Hello, young crow. How was your first day at Hogwarts? You should hurry up, lest you be late for dinner." The voice was kind and maternal, and probably the question was rehearsed for every first year around. "It's fine," he replied meekly, before heading upstairs to drop his stuff, and then coming back down. "Now there, young man," the portrait began again, "what's there to be earned by lying to me? You look like someone played you a nasty trick. Was it the Weasley brothers? I told those gits to stay out of the feathers of my younglings." "Huh, no, really, it's nothing, she probably forgot," Harry replied quietly, "and it's just the first day, so she's probably got to get the hang of the place too. Maybe Hermione didn't even know where the library was. No, wait a moment, the girl had been the one to tell him to meet there, and he had even gathered the courage to ask a portrait where it was. If you say so. Still, what did this miss forget to do?" "You're awfully nosy for a portrait," Harry muttered back, earning only a shrug from the antique-looking woman. "Got nothing better to do. A lot of the students easily ignore me except for morning and good night. Just because I'm a portrait doesn't mean I don't feel the sting when they ignore me, you know." "Yeah, I'm Harry, Helena," the portrait replied smoothly. "Well then, what was it you needed from said miss?" I kind of wanted to learn the wand movement of the flipendo. I was too far in the back and couldn't see them, and since she had actually managed to make it right in the last moments of the classroom." The portrait raised an eyebrow, before nodding slowly. "I see. Well, all I can suggest with the flipendo is to be charmingly nice about it. It is a spell made to politely knock people backwards, not like the reducto meant to smash you to smithereens. Your movements need to be slow and gracious, not fast and to the point." "Thanks. Oh now, no need. Thank me when you'll really mean it, once you learn the spell." And with that, Harry still didn't know, but he had made yet another friend. If one counts the fact that the portrait turned far more boring the moment Harry left the room, the Grey Lady floating down through the walls, whistling. Even Peeves stopped at the sight for a moment, blinking before deciding he was having hallucinations. And as a poltergeist, something was clearly not right. Harry groaned as he took in the once more filled with people room. This was starting to become a problem. He had never been late once in his life as a student. If anything, he prided himself in having always been to class early by at least a quarter of an hour, and barely arriving in the nick of time was starting to drain his nerves. The bell ringing to alert the students to wake up had apparently worked, only it had rung 15 minutes later than usual. Some trick from an upperclassman to avoid the rowdy dash for breakfast, probably. Which was kind of stupid, considering they usually all had breakfast at the same time, and the only rowdy behavior in Ravenclaw was the dash for the bathrooms. Still, once more his breakfast had consisted of toast, nicked just in time before heading straight off towards the classroom for charms. He mentally thanked the inventor of the talking portraits, because they were life saviors and optimal navigators. So, once again, Harry Dursley found himself in the last row of a classroom that had been apparently divided into two sides, all with 3 rows. Of course, he ended up in the furthest away spot, next to a Slytherin this time. If this was the subtle way of the world to tell him that his life was going to be exotic and variable, then he mentally hoped it would stop. He was fine with keeping things average. Why did he have to end up sitting next to someone he didn't know? Oh yes, because Neville apparently had a Hufflepuff sitting next to him. He of course had tried to wave to the Toad Boy, but the Hufflepuff had been busy looking around everywhere, probably for his toad, rather than at him. It was starting to become frustrating. He decided he'd do his best to ignore the Slytherin, not that it mattered much since the green and silver guy was doing the same. The kid had blonde, nearly white hair and a sort of permanent sneer on his face. No, it couldn't be possible, yet it was. He couldn't help it, he had to stare. Apparently, staring, still managed to catch the attention of the stared at element, because the boy did turn around with a shrewd and arrogant face and snap. What? You're training your face to scowl. What if I am? What's your bloody need to know, you nosy squib? The boy replied quickly, crossing his arm in front of him as he turned his best murderous glare on. Squib. Is that an insult? Kind of like using bloody. He was 11 years old, all right, but he knew there were the F words, not the B words, to use if one wanted to drive home a point. What are you, a muggle born? The blond boy asked, scathing, his very own voice bordering on the obnoxious. Oh hell, you're a Nazi. Harry muttered, rolling his eyes. This conversation is over. He added, turning his face to look at the wall. It was still better than engage in conversation with a probably fanatical Ku Klux Klan guy. Was it Ku Klux anyway? Wasn't it supposed to be Ku Klux? Klux. He knew a klutz, or maybe it was Ku Klux Klan, too many KL and K for his mind to think of. Hey, I'm talking to you. The blonde-haired boy hissed between his teeth. What the hell is a Nazi? Harry raised an eyebrow, before muttering. You don't know about the Second Worldwide War. The boy blinked once owlishly, before shrugging. It's Muggle history, it's worthless for a wizard to know about. So you don't know what a Nazi is? Harry replied, meaning it's one less thing you know and one more thing I know, like saying, squib. I don't know what it means. You don't know what Nazi means. Maybe if he played it on the safe side. Oh, so you aren't a git. Good of you to know how Slytherins work, but after all you're a Ravenclaw. Should have expected you'd con me into exchanging knowledge. Well, no, wait a minute. He wasn't conning the boy, he had no idea what a squib is. A child born of wizard parents who has no ability to use magic or magic elements, but is considered a magical being by wards and the likes. They're the dishonor of pureblood families and are usually disowned because of it. Well, so I was right. You're a Nazi. Nazi is short for Nazist. Harry began explaining. The Second Worldwide War began because of a really bad guy called Hitler, who wanted to rule the world. He believed that his race, the Germans, were superior to every other race and thus should rule on others. Many who weren't Aryans, like the Nazists called the superior race, were persecuted and then killed in gas chambers. Oh, that's clearly a stupid Muggle idea. It's the magic that makes one superior to another. Pureblood families are stronger and are kept as such because they don't thin their blood with Muggles. You know who, here the blonde boy whispered, was the leader of such a movement, and he would have won and helped the magical world survive, if not for the brat who lived. Was he an Arab? Harry asked, curious. Who was? You know who? No, wait, that's more of a Japanese name. You know who, he who cannot be named. Ah, you know who. Got it, Harry replied with a quick nod. At first he had thought he had been hearing things, like maybe the name had in truth been you, instead of you know who, but then again this confirmed it. Wizards were a bit on the strange side. Silence stretched uncomfortably for a few seconds, before the blonde boy finally managed to spit out the next words. So, you're a Muggle-born, a half-blood or a pureblood? Harry frowned for a second, before querying. Half-blood means one of your parents was a Muggle. The other boy swiftly provided. Sheesh, did your parents teach you anything before sending you here in Hogwarts? My real parents were both wizards, but I grew up with my mother's sister when they were killed. Harry replied quietly. She and her husbands are both Muggles, and so tough luck having to live with Muggles. The boy snorted, seemingly satisfied that he had two wizards as parents. Well, what's your name then? I'm Harry. Draco. The other boy replied, so I suppose you grew up without knowing anything about the wizard world, right? The question, apparently, seemed to hold something else within it because he couldn't put it, but if he had to guess, this Draco had some sort of wistful look. Longing look. I had Professor Snape explain a few things to me when he took me to Diagon Alley to acquire my wizard stuff. Harry replied hesitantly. Professor Snape. He's the Slytherin head of the house, Draco muttered. Of course they had to send the head of the Slytherin house to do the job. They hate our house. Harry raised an eyebrow. Who does? Everyone else. Draco replied, you know who was from Slytherin, as well as a lot of other dark wizards in the ages. So there isn't another house who likes Slytherin, and we're basically alone with ourselves most of the time. We still managed to win the house cup though. The blonde-haired boy was smug right about then. Proves they're just jealous of us. Might as well be that. Harry replied diplomatically, I kind of go on a don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself thing. He pointed out, don't care about blood status. Is that it? If it's anything like the Nazi ideology, then I'm sorry to say it, but it's false. At those words, Draco was completely out of his mind. His eyes bulging were as good of an indication as ever, and so Harry hastily added. Unless you can prove it, that is. He supplied books, brochures, anything of the sort. What the hell was he, a judge at Nuremberg? If the kid wanted to play the magical Nazi, then it surely wasn't his business to interrupt him, was it? He was already speaking too much. If only he had kept quiet from the beginning, but no, of course he had to stare. I'll look into it. With this, Draco actually displayed another smug grin. Was he really serious about it then? After all, if there was one thing Harry knew, it was that he knew nothing about the wizard world. For all that he knew, maybe you know who, damn, he had to find out how he was called. Using an appellative was just plain stupidity. Well, anyway, for all that he knew, this guy might have been right to begin with. Maybe you needed two magical parents to get magical children. That the case, it was just like with Europe's dwindling rates of childbirths, soon there would be no European left. Which was stupid, because when one thought about it, all that it took was just for the stork to deliver more kids. All right that she was lazy, but truly, it didn't take much to hire some help. As Harry's mind was filled with a sort of squadron of the Luftwaffe, only with storks and babies held in their beak, because his mind was seriously processing the thought of Nazi wizards and magical babies probably, and there was also Doctor Who standing flying as the squad leader aboard his TARDIS. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts from the daydream he had unwillingly entered, and finally realized that indeed, Professor Flitwick had been talking to Lillian for a while. Your parents, well, enough of a chit-chat. For some reason, Lillian was looking down at her desk, where a white feather was now standing. Just like in front of his desk and in front of the other desks too. Now, the incantation we will learn today is Wingardium Leviosa. It is an extremely useful spell. Care to tell me why? Hermione of course lifted her hand up, just like half of the Ravenclaws within the room. Miss Potter, looking at the Ravenclaw of the two. It enables an object to float, Professor. It helps in moving heavy weights and stuff. You were correct, Miss Potter. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Having said that, he quickly gestured with his wand against his own feather, and Harry saw it. The good thing of the charms class was that with only 3 rows per side, even in the last row he could still pretty well see the feather and the professor's movements, because he stood on a wooden stool. Practice to your heart's content. Phileas exclaimed, while moving to write on the chalkboard the key inflection of the word and the wand movements. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry muttered, moving his wand as slowly as he could to get the movement right. Wingardium Leviosa, he murmured again, when the feather refused to budge. Again and again he muttered those damn 2 words under his breath, until his tongue was rasping against a sore throat and his wrist began to feel a bit clunky. Yet nothing happened. The feather stayed firmly down there. It helped that a lot of other guys didn't manage the feat either, but of course. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione had barely yelled that, more than likely just, smugly, pronounced it, and there it goes, the feather lifts itself up in the air. For a moment, I'm actually jealous. Why is it that my wand refuses to cooperate? I mean, it's just a stick, isn't it? No. Wait a moment, if it was just a stick, then grabbing one from let's say, a tree branch would be the same. My wand's powerful and I know it. What else did Ollivander say? That the wand chooses its wizard. Doesn't that mean that the wand actually has a conscience of sorts? And if it does have one, then it isn't just a stick. Shroud of a Dementor and Thestral hair, Harry knew what he was going to do that afternoon. He'd go to the library, look for information on those 2, things, and then he'd try and get into the mood to make the wand work. Maybe he had to coo it like a puppy. No, dark wand doesn't need to be cooed, does it? Excellent work, Miss Granger. How the hell does he know her name already? Potter was of his house, but also Hermione's surname. Oh right, Ravenclaw's the house of the smart, he's probably memorized our names already. 5 points to Gryffindor, Phileas adds. At the end of the lesson, a few more students managed to make it float. Harry had mentally begun to beg his wand to work, but except for nothing, well, nothing had happened. Maybe he really should have his wand checked. Determined, wand or not, some things just should work. The next period was going to be history of magic. This time, however, he actually arrived first. He arrived so early indeed that he took the first row. There was no way he was going to stay in the back now. The other students crowded in, all taking the back seats. Of course, by the time the last students trickled in, he realized the first row was completely empty, save for him. The professor was a ghost. Of course, again, the professor's voice was as boring and ghastly as the worst possible thing in the entire universe. Of course, it was too good to be true. The lesson that passed was one of extremely excruciating pain and boredom, but he endured by taking notes, and then as he read one passage back something clicked into him. The Goblin Rebellion was squashed by the wits of the metal-scaled, who sat upon the thrones of bones of his enemies. The tone was deadly. Really, the tone was extremely boring, but the words weren't. It was like reading a Lord of the Ring version, down to the very details of what color the Goblin King had his socks. The ghost, Cuthbert Binns, kept on talking until the very end of the lesson, before sitting back down on the chair. The class scrambled away at the speed of light, all except him having something better to do than ask questions to the professor. "Mr. Dursley, why are you still here?" the professor asked in his drawling voice. Harry bit his lower lip for a moment, before querying. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm just curious, how did the battle end? Surely you possess the book, do you not have it? I have a second-hand copy that." No, Professor. It's not that," Harry hastily replied, "it's just that, I was reading my notes and the book and, well, I prefer your version of the Saint history than that of the book." For a moment, the ghost actually did not move. Then it stood up and hovered over to his side, taking a seat next to him, as if a ghost could actually take a seat. "Well, Mr. Dursley, the Battle of Grapplehook ended in a misty cold night, with the stars blazing for the winter of the 23rd of December, whereas the tree's top moved gently by the strength of a light zephyr breeze. 3 hours later, Harry was leaving for dinner. He realized that, probably, there was a reason he was more at ease speaking to portraits and ghosts than to the students around the castle. Maybe it was because he hadn't grown up among them, that he saw them as strange, or maybe it was because deep down he didn't consider them difficult to talk to. They weren't humans, and it wasn't like they would lose something by answering him. Professor Binns probably had nothing else to do but float around. And if this made him a bit more of a Ravenclaw, and a bit more prepared, then where was the problem? He had also solved yet another problem of his, what to do during his spare time. Listening to the ghost speaking might have been boring per se, but taking notes helped in keeping him awake, and little by little he was sure he could change the boring tone to something Tolkien-like. "Good lass, run for the dinner, ahoy!" one of the portraits yelled at him as he stopped to catch his breath, panting strongly. The portrait was more of a drawing depicting windmills and a man in armor, on a donkey, and holding a lance. "Fighting the giants takes time and a full stomach. You're that guy who fought the windmills, wait, the name." "Don Quixote de la Mancha," the guy on the horse exclaimed abruptly, before falling off the majestic animal that indeed was a donkey. A donkey painted of dark brown, literally, within the portrait itself. How one could paint from within a painted painting. "Yeah, I'm heading off to grab dinner." "Good of you. You'd better hurry lest they start without you," the knight explained, "and if you can't catch a bite, then there's always the kitchens for a late-night snack." Harry raised an eyebrow, before muttering, "I wouldn't want to steal from the kitchens. Nonsense. The house elves are happy to serve, and the food's there for the students. Seriously, nobody's going to miss a treacle tart or some toasts, Of course you'd better reach it before curfew, since it's on the way down to the Hufflepuff dungeons and behind the dead nature portrait and all. The Hufflepuff dungeons. Why was it that Harry was starting to think more on the line of torture devices? Weren't the Hufflepuff the loyal and kind ones? What the hell did they do in dungeons to begin with? Oh well, more of a basement. Real cozy too. Can't tell you the way and I'm afraid. Don't want Helga to jinx me through the paintings. Anyway, you're really going to be late, you know. Harry nodded, before rushing off once more. He'd barely reached the hall in time, he knew it. In his rush, he did not look back behind him, because if he had, he'd realize that a vaguely familiar female silhouette had once more appeared from the painting, and had then proceeded to head once more downstairs, whistling. Peeves was of course extremely peeved when he once again crossed with the ghost in question. Somebody was making the Grey Lady smile. The Bloody Baron was meant to know of this. Oh, if he'd tell him. Well, if only the Bloody Baron wasn't so blood-scary that it made him forget it. Better to launch dung bombs in the library. Madame Pance's yells were masterful works to hear. As luck would have it, he wasn't the only one arriving late. A group of older Ravenclaws had apparently began studying for owls and newts, whatever those things were, and as it turned out they were rushing too. So of course, he ended up sitting right at the far end, surrounded by the oldest ones. Needless to say, he had no idea what half of them were saying half of the time. He did get Nick called Squirt, though. All in all, also the second day should have been erased from his memory. One day, a pretty nice lady from school had told the kids that they could be anything they wanted to be when they grew up, if they behaved themselves perfectly well and applied to whatever they did in earnest. Harry had naively asked if he would be able to fly and have laser eyes. Of course the nice lady had ignored his question, considering it childish, and had then proceeded to smile and congratulate another girl for wanting to become a veterinary. Being a veterinary was so much not cool, in Harry's eyes at the time, that he had pouted and crossed his arms over his tiny chest, keeping quiet for a long time. He was such a sulker in his youngest days. The reason for this thought was maybe his subconscious trying to clear his conscience on regards of not having studied once the notes taken on Monday. Of course he had dabbled with them in the library on Monday afternoon, while waiting for Hermione, but that hadn't pretty much mattered as studying. That was maybe what, 4 years ago. Harry muttered to himself, as he sat down to eat breakfast. For once arriving on time. He was starting to speak to himself, considering how he appeared to be in some sort of metaphysical bubble whenever he walked from one spot to another, people ignoring him as he passed by. What was he, a sort of invisible leprechaun? We have potions today, a first year commented. It was the blonde-haired kid, wasn't it? Anthony. Antonius. Oh yeah, Harry replied numbly, proceeding to scarf down on toasts, croissant, tea and milk. Thanks for the food, he whispered to no one in particular. He had grown up with proper manners after all. You should always politely thank whoever prepared the food, and now that he knew it wasn't magic, but elves, then it made it even more so. He half suspected the elves were able to become invisible at will. There was no other reason for the food to appear unless they could do that, and if that was the case, then they probably heard him all right. Still, it appeared that it was Anthony, hadn't finished speaking. You think you'll get us some more points, Harry? I don't know, he replied slowly. We're still working on the boil soothing potion, right? A nod came his way and Harry shrugged. I was lucky that time. I doubt it will happen again. Come on, we know you're a bookworm by now, Dursley, make us proud. It was Michael who spoke next, puffing his chest out like it was some sort of personal achievement to exclaim at him. He nodded embarrassedly, but the gnawing feeling in the pit of his stomach didn't leave him at all. So, when indeed he actually managed to enter the class in time, and actually end up as a cauldron buddy of Neville, he was kind of more at ease. After all, Neville was someone he knew and could work with. As it turned out, instead, Neville was completely and utterly a fool when it came to potions. It was like he wasn't even reading the book, or he was skipping lines. The only thing Harry could do, as the potion began to turn a desperate and crimson red while the book stated it had to become green, and exhaling vapors that it shouldn't clearly exhale, was to grab the closest thing at hand and throw it in the cauldron, which, in retrospect, was kind of stupid but still far more helpful than whatever Neville was going to come up with. The next few seconds passed by in a blur, as Harry had kept his eyes snapped shut in fear for an incoming explosion. Harry. What did you throw in precisely? Neville asked quietly, forcing him to slowly open his eyes to stare at the cauldron. The cauldron was now a pool of pitch-black darkness, literally drifting around it as if it didn't matter, and then dispersing into nothingness, leaving behind an empty cauldron. Completely empty of everything, blank slate, nothing in there even so remotely showing that the crimson potion of doom could have been contained inside of it. I think, Harry took a deep breath, that I threw in a bezoar. Scanning around the table, it took him less than a minute to confirm that indeed, the chunk of bezoar he had so gingerly kept ready at hand for poisoning prevention had apparently disappeared. Well, good thinking, Neville replied in a slightly embarrassed tone. I'm sorry, I kind of. Never mind, Harry sighed, it can happen to everyone, maybe we can patch it up and start again. This time, however, please just read out to me the lines. The truth behind the potion incident appeared clearly a few moments later. Neville. It's fangs, not shake hands. What was Neville reading? How to shake hands with the mortar. Well, then add the pine flower. Neville. Harry narrowed his eyes, looking at the fumbling boy. Let's swap again, shall we? Just follow my instructions. Half the thoughts went to Neville being an analphabet, while the other half went to him simply not knowing how to read the Queen's English. Luckily, they had 2 hours of time, and even though they were forced to spend much time under the stares of those who had finished brewing it, by the end of the second hour they finally managed to complete it. Taking a deep breath, Harry slumped on his desk with a light groan, before muttering slightly something about glasses and dyslexia. I'm sorry, Neville added once more. Not your fault. The boy groaned back. I feel like hell though. What's the next class? Herbology. The Hufflepuff supplied. Our head of the house is the teacher for that. She's a really nice lady. Nice bit of information Harry did not need at all. Still, maybe she would let him go to the infirmary if he felt worst. Sure she is, he muttered, before moving towards the professor's desk to hand over the potion. Mr. Dursley, Snape began while looking at him like as looks his prey. I had hoped you would have finished sooner. I'm sorry, Professor, it was my fault. Neville began quickly, cringing. Pray tell, what did you do? I kind of misread the instructions. The potion was red and exhaling fumes and about to explode when Harry jumped in and threw. At this moment, Harry gulped down nervously before muttering, his eyes sideways and staring at a really interesting brick in the wall. Bezoar. Yeah, he threw in a bezoar, and then puff the potion disappeared, so we had to start again. The rest of the class had already delivered and left. A nice set of various degree-colored potions stood lined up on the side of the professor's desk, and maybe it was luck that no one else was there to stare at the blinking owlishly Snape. Indeed, Severus Snape was blinking owlishly. You were telling me that the bezoar destroyed the entire potion, Mr. Longbottom. He basically hissed those words out like his throat had been constricting. Why yes sir, Neville had already taken a step backwards, by the time the potion master rose to his feet. You 20 points from Hufflepuff. You should have called me immediately. Do you have any idea what it means for a bezoar to destroy an entire potion? I'm sorry, the Hufflepuff squeaked. No, sorry doesn't cut it, Mr. Longbottom. Mr. Dursley, why did you throw the bezoar in the cauldron? Why not something else? As the question was asked, Harry blinked for a moment, before his traitorous mouth took the better of him. Poison prevention. Keep it on myself, and so I threw it, because if it was poisonous, then it would stop being so. There was the brief flickering of something behind Snape's eyes, something that Harry couldn't place quite well, but that still made the potion professor calm down considerably. I think it will be in the best interest of the class, safety, that Mr. Longbottom be assigned as your steady potion partner, Mr. Longbottom. Snape spoke clearly, readdressing the Hufflepuff. The potion you concocted was clearly highly toxic. Without mine or Mr. Dursley's intervention, you and those around you would have probably suffered from its effects. Doing potions is not merely following whatever your brains say would be Cool, to throw within the cauldron while waving a stick around. Potion is a delicate and precise art. You were lucky. Next time, follow the recipe clearly and to the letter. Are we understood? Neville nodded meekly, hoping this would soon end. For removing a threat from the classroom, displaying quick wits and actually making it in time to deliver another sample of the correct potion, I award 30 points to Ravenclaw. Having said that, Severus' eyes narrowed. Well, what are you two still doing around here? Get going. Twin bolts shot out of the potions classroom, stopping to take a breather only halfway through Hogwarts. What the hell? Harry muttered. Well, let's not talk about that ever again, all right? Neville merely nodded. He didn't want the others to know he might have potentially brought the entire class to the infirmary on the third day of school. Where's the herbology class held, Lord Matthew? Neville blinked at hearing Harry ask a painting on the wall next to them, a painting that actually smiled at being addressed and replied quite thoroughly. Lad, it's the greenhouses down and out from the castle. Go right and then right again, take the stairs down, and while you're at it, ask Bessie if she needs a hand with her guests. Aye, sir, Harry replied with a nod, before gesturing to Neville to follow him. Neville could have told him where the greenhouses were, still it was probably the fact that he had nearly made them intoxicated that had brought Harry to ask a painting of a navigator on a ship facing a cloudy and stormy horizon. The Hufflepuff said nothing as Harry then spoke with what seemed to be a female corsair fighting off guests, in the form of merfolks armed with tridents, actually being pretty crass about it all. Lord Matthew helped me out yesterday in going to the history of magic class. He explained to Neville, as they made the final round to get to the greenhouses. And since he's a navigator, well, I thought he'd know his way around the castle. Neville did not reply at that, simply choosing silence over embarrassing himself once more. At least he was pretty confident he would not in herbology. He tended a garden at home. How much difficult could this be? Harry, on the other hand, was glad to see that everyone was still waiting outside of the greenhouse. As he neared, however, he realized that whatever disturbance had happened was gone. The students began to trickle in and head towards the giant table set within the glasshouse. Well, Pomona Sprout, a stocky and well-built lady that seemed the grandmotherly type by merely looking at her, exclaimed. The first year is about hearing me talk about plants and you taking notes. This here is Greenhouse 1. Then there's Greenhouse 2, 3 and finally number 4 for the Newt level students. That said, I'm Pomona Sprout, and I sure hope you first years are ready to get your hands dirty. She smiled too, just like someone who told a funny joke. You won't of course end up fighting a devil's snare or a man-eating Cambogian plant. Still, I'm going to teach you how to move normal flowers and grass from one pot to another, how to use manure and so on along the year. Don't make those faces, lasses. Life's not only about nail polish. There was a chorus of snorts and chuckles coming from the male part of the class, albeit Harry had half a feeling the woman was speaking also to him. Touching manure. Wasn't manure, well, shit. They'd let him use gloves, he hoped. Hell, even with gloves that was stretching it. Why not let him use the wand? Oh right, he couldn't even cast a spell as of yet. Now, take a seat and be ready to jolt down some notes. First off, the chrysanthemum family. If there was one thing Harry was sure about, it was that no, herbology and he would not be together for a long time. Nice of knowing that the daisies were called chrysanthemum something, but how did that help at all? Shaking his head out of his boredom, he felt a soft encompassing feeling of coziness cover him by the time the lesson ended. Neville was even looking at him funnily. What was he saying? You don't look well, Nev Pav. Harry, you hear me? Neville's voice was a bit high-pitched, because by the end of the lesson his friend's eyes had turned all glassy and a sort of cheesy cat grin had appeared on his lips. What's going on? The voice belonged to a female girl of Gryffindor, who was a couple of seats further away. Apparently Lillian Potter was voicing her concern over the boy, Dursley. Neville didn't quite care about that, because he was still remembering the words of Professor Snape about how his potion had been toxic. Maybe he had exhaled the fumes of it. If he had. Professor Sprout. Neville quickly yelled, getting the professor's attention. I think Harry's not feeling well. You come from potions, right? Pomona queried, before sighing and moving closer to Harry, tapping her wand against the boy's forehead. Yeah, thought so. Worry not. Not the first time firsties get a potion wrong, exhale some fumes, and walk out without even wondering if they should visit the infirmary or not. Mr. Longbottom, nice sport of you to notice it. 5 points to Hufflepuff, I'll carry him over to Poppy in the infirmary. Neville nodded numbly in relief, and a bit of guilt. Of course, the moment the professor left with Harry floating by her side, he was suddenly barraged by questions from the rest of the classroom. How the hell did he get to smell toxic fumes? He got points from Snape of all people. A Ravenclaw suddenly exclaimed, forcing Neville to nervously swallow his pride and admit he might have botched up the potion. Longbottom, we lost how many points for that? Neville cringed. How the hell were they suspecting he had made them lose points? Let's not make a fuss of it. A girl, a Hufflepuff, muttered. You heard Professor Sprout, it's something normal and it happens every year. He'll miss the flying lessons, poor git. A Gryffindor with bright red hair had to snappishly remark. Say that again. A Ravenclaw with blonde hair suddenly mused, what is it, jealous he got points from Snape and you didn't? Ron, stop it. Lillian Potter suddenly said to the red-haired boy, who Neville now knew was called Ron. How the hell can I become jealous of that guy? I barely even know him. Ron's retort still didn't matter much, because by then a Slytherin blonde boy had apparently decided to sneer at the Gryffindor. Why does your ignorance barely surprise me, Weasley? Shut your trap, you Slytherin. A Hufflepuff barged in. Shut yours, you half-squib. Another Slytherin exclaimed. The next second, of course, it was chaos and wands were out. I think we should all calm down. Lillian began slowly, let's be reasonable, okay. Numbly, everyone looked at one another with a strange and eerie calm, before taking deep breaths and recomposing themselves. Their wands returned to their holsters, and things turned calm again. Still, Neville couldn't help but be puzzled. Why the hell had a riot nearly happened for Harry? He had expected some murmuring, not a near outright chaos to execute a second after his disappearance. He wasn't the smartest guy, but he too found it strange. Then again, maybe he was well liked by the other Ravenclaws. Still, something was off. It wasn't his business, however, it clearly definitively wasn't his business. So he'd let it drop for now. Not like Harry Dursley was anyone worthy of being remembered for a long time, was he? Harry Dursley and the Philosopher's Conundrum 9. Harry's ears caught on an indistinctive mumbling and buzzing, before he finally managed to open his eyes and stare at a blurry figure that was probably looking back at him. You all right? The voice buzzed, her hair tied in a ponytail of a red color. Next to her another figure, leaner and with a strange nun-like dress, was looking at him sternly, if the blur on her face was actually that of stern. Fine, he mumbled, feeling drowsy still. All right to your mother, and, the voice felt far off, as he dropped once more into the nice embrace of sleep. Finally, when he awoke once more, it was in the midst of the night. What hit me? He asked to no one in particular. Toxic fumes, lad. The nurse's voice was just as gruff as her demeanor, but at least he could now see her clearly, albeit the candlelight wasn't of the best sources. Bazoar, he suggested. Already in your stomach. Working just fine. The healer added, before commenting, you had a couple of visitors, left you stuff on the bed desk, carry it with you tomorrow morning when you leave for your classes. Okay, he whispered back, before turning his gaze to the right, and then to the left, where indeed on the bed desk stood what appeared to be a book, and a couple of letters. His hand moved to grab a letter, and at the light of the candle nearby he slowly began to read it. It was more of a parchment actually, just a brief note coming from Neville, who said how sorry he was, and how he was going to get a copy of the notes for astronomy for him later on, and not to worry. He then proceeded to look at the other parchment, that apparently belonged to his cousin. Cousin, darn it, I wanted to speak to you at flying, since it's Uncle Sirius' lesson he wouldn't have made a fuss about us chatting in the background. You got saddled with the Longbottom, huh? Well, he clearly has some sort of motor deficiencies, yeah. I know that word, duh. Since he nearly fell from the broom today, thankfully Uncle Sirius was there and stopped his fall with a levitation charm. A pity you couldn't fly with us today, you would have loved it. P.S. Uncle Sirius said he's going to try and get me in the Quidditch team as a first year. The Griffs are in need of a seeker after all. I can't wait. He also gave me 35 Gryffindor points for having flown spectacularly. Of course those bloody Slytherins had to whine about it, so instead he gave me 7 times 5 point. Get better soon. Your cousin, L.P. Harry rolled his eyes before grabbing the book and looking at the cover. He blinked for a second, before letting his hand pass over the leather cover of the title to make sure he was reading it right. Pureblood Supremacy Throughout the Ages, by Abraxas Malfoy. Oh, he muttered. Draco had actually gone as far as getting him the equivalent of the Mein Kampf, only for the magical Nazis. Slowly, he peered open the first pages, deciding that if sleep hadn't claimed him yet, he wouldn't be claimed for a few minutes more. It is with heavy mind that I decide to write this book, for the minds of those who willfully ignore the greatest threat that Great Britain has yet to face, that is, of course, Muggleborns. This book is dedicated to Lucius Malfoy, my son, so that he may grow proud of his blood and of the power of magic. The index of the book contained a detailed set of dates, upon which all possible magical accidents had happened because of Muggleborns, ranging from setting off ancient runic temples, ruining priceless statues because of accidental bouts of magic, to risking the infringement of the Statute of Secrecy. It is not that Muggleborns should be purged, albeit it would be preferable, it is that they bring forth change that is, indeed, against the moral principles of magic itself. Magic demands for a hill to remain a hill, so when a Muggleborn decides to build upon it, and make a house with magic, he offends magic. Whereas a pureblood knows where to build a hill and where not, because his education has brought him insight, the risks of the Muggles' spawn is too great for. And then Harry simply moved his eyes across a particular page, which apparently held some strange reddish words. The truth behind the purebloods' ideals is the complete and utter desire to maintain control through stagnancy, that much must be made clear to all. Those who hold upon themselves the title of last of their lines, and as such they are able to read these words, that I leave to only those whose pure blood and heir status can be discerned through means of magic. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered, before starting to turn the pages quickly. Indeed, 7 pages later, a small note in a corner related how the accident that involved a Muggleborn which had been started by the crude remarks of a less than pureblood, who needed to be cultivated in order for the pureblood's ideals to remain such. Few pages down the line again, and another scribble dictated how to recognize the signs of inbreeding, and how to fight them by having some controlled wizards and witched birthed through at least 3 generations of magic parents always at hand for marriage interviews and contracts. Harry gaped at the sheer amount of stuff that was written in red. The ink, black as it was, displayed the basics of a Nazism theology, but the red words illustrated why it had come to be like that with clear-cut reasoning and cold logic. Basically, it was completely and utterly different from merely reading Mein Kampf. It was like reading it with an author's commentary, one that apparently was being objective in his shrewdness of keeping the nobles atop the commoners. Harry, slowly and hesitantly, closed the book and set it aside. So, he had been in the magical world for 3 days. In those 3 days he had been late, suffered from toxic fumes, been ignored or randomly brought to glory, he had saved himself by the skin of the teeth with a potion, gotten a friend if Neville could be counted as such, and apparently they were trying to get him recruited into the magical Nazi party. Joy to the world, the headache has come. He muttered the Christmas Carol first words, before taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. He'd figure everything out the next morning, probably. As it turned out, the next morning he was up and about even before the start of breakfast. Madame Pomfrey had been most kind in informing him he would need his books and stuff for the lessons from his dormitory, and so he had left still dressed with the clothes of the day before, at 5 in the morning. Of course, the castle was as chilly as it could ever be. Brr, isn't there a heating system around here? He muttered under his breath, clouds of condensed air forming from his lips. Cold. Harry turned around, raising an eyebrow before looking at the paintings near the hallway. Any of you said something? Wonderful morning, dearie, a seemingly elderly grandmother said, while holding a needle and some thread and knitting up a scarf. You seem a little chilly, you know. A good warm cup of chocolate does wonders for the cold. I'll take that in mind, madam. he replied, but they don't serve hot chocolate for breakfast, do they? Course they do, dearie. You just have to ask the cup. The old woman replied with a light smirk, most things can be obtained by politely asking, it's all in the manners, you know. Thank you, madam. I'm sorry, but I'm kind of in a hurry, so. Of course, dearie, off you trot. Harry left the elderly lady with a smile, so he only had to ask. Maybe he'd get his favorite breakfast of all, hot chocolate with chocolate muffins. For a devastating combination of sweetness and utter lack of calorie control, at least, his father used to tell him about how, if an apple a day keeps the doctor away, then chocolate calls a swarm of dentists back, and medics too. In any case, he actually managed to get to the dormitories without meeting anyone else, except of course politely saying hello to the paintings along the way, or waving at them as he moved. As he entered through the knocker, who still had the old riddle on, he stilled. People were actually sleeping in the common room, some covered in books and others apparently wherever they could stay. They all looked like the sixth years and the fifth ones. Words like, the owls will get you, or, Newt Payne, Newt gone were scribbled all around. In a corner, near the window, a rooster was laying asleep right next to a clock, while the painting of the lady who had been kind of him was depicting said woman smiling fondly, nodding at him with a wink before gesturing for silence. He blinked a moment, before nodding back to the painting of Helena, and then slowly making his way back to his room and drop off the stuff he was carrying, taking great care of putting the book with the magical Nazism theories. He had decided that if he had to think about purebloods, he'd just go all out and call them magical Nazis. It actually made them slightly less scary, because the sheer impossibility of it, at least before he knew of magic, made it funny rather than scary. Mentally, he promised himself he'd look into the Second Worldwide War by the wizard's perspective, but till then, he prepared for charms. By the time he was washed up and ready, breakfast time had come around, meaning it was 7 o'clock, and he, together with the oldest students who had woken up at that time thanks to the strangely well-placed rooster in the room, ended up going for breakfast as early as possible. Whose smart idea was that of the rooster? Penelope began to talk as soon as they ended up being seated. See, even the prefect likes it. A Ravenclaw replied, his cheek had scribbled on the side the words, May 1276, in ink, probably the result of having it imprinted on from his sleeping position. I was being sarcastic. Penelope retorted quickly, only cats, owls or toads are allowed in the common rooms. Actually, first years are allowed only those, second upwards it isn't stated. Another student piped in, and even if it was, we could ask Professor Flitwick. I doubt he'd go on a murderous rampage for a rooster of all things. As the older years bickered and talked, Harry looked at his cup and the food around. Quietly, in a low murmured voice, he whispered, "Hot chocolate, please." The next moment, he was rewarded with his cup slowly filling up with the brown warm liquid that he quickly consumed, nearly scathing his tongue in the process. Leaving little to nothing to his experiment, he asked with a pleas for chocolate muffins, and was promptly rewarded. He thanked whatever sort of magical thing or ability brought the stuff, and then headed off, with a good bit of time to kill, towards the charms class. As luck would have it, the class had already been prepared with the feathers, for those who still had to get the Wingardium Leviosa working. A wide amount of paper stood hanging upon Professor Flitwick's desk, but since physics had deemed the pile unworthy of the laws of gravity, so too had he. So, with the utmost calm and control he could muster, and with the most decisive intent he could manage to focus, he walked straight to his desk and pointed his wand at the feather, the white feather in front of him, and whispered, "I will make you fly today. Mark my words." And then, narrowing his eyes, Harry went through the movements and hissed, "Wingardium Leviosa." This time, the feather twitched. Yes. And then the feather flew down. Probably it hadn't been heavy enough to stay down against his breathing, which, of course, meant that he hadn't yet mastered the spell. In any case, he quickly scampered to get the feather and put it back up at his desk, when the door of the classroom swung open for a moment. "Accio notes," a female voice exclaimed, and then, by the time Harry had stood back up to look around, the door had closed once more. With a heartfelt sigh of regret, Harry looked over at his wand. "Well, what do you have to say for yourself, huh? Something like, I'm powerful and need no silly trick stuff." "No, Huh, for the love of God, he was talking to a wand. A stick of wood. Come on, at least let the feather twitch a bit. I'm doing it all right. How hard can it be to swing you around? I mean it. Just work, would you? Of course, the stick of wood did not reply. Giving out a hint on how it worked would have been too easy, and thus the wand remained strongly silent. You know what? To hell with you, he muttered. I'm going to try something else. With that said, Harry opened his charms book, reaching for the most complicated spell of the arsenal. Let's see you doing this then. Come on. Waving his wand slowly, but rhythmically, he began a long-drawn set of flourishes and air pentagrams that finally terminated with the wand movement of the piercing motion. Annihilo. The classroom, the empty devoid of life classroom, remained unscathed and untouched. On another side-related note, Harry quickly closed the charm book and began to utter foul curses of how much of an idiot he had been to even try something like that. Annihilo was a spell the wizards used to tear down castle walls. It was a siege spell, for heaven's sakes. As the first students trickled in, Harry knew it, he was in for another morning of complete and utter embarrassment. Just what the hell did his wand want to work? The class was soon filled with people, all sitting down calmly at the very same seats of the last time. All except for Draco, who, apparently, had ended up sitting elsewhere. So, right about then, Harry was sitting alone in the corner of the classroom. He sighed, before starting to look through his charms book once more, quietly hoping. Wait, was that a war spell right there, again? His eyes narrowed for a moment, and he closed the book in front of him. The title of the book wasn't The Standard Book of Spells, to begin with, it was Battle Spells Throughout the Ages. He looked around frantically, before opening up his bag and sighing in relief. His book was there, tucked away safely. Harry was thus free to pursue the second part of the problem: where the hell had that book come from? Carefully, he pried open the first pages with care, searching for some sort of footnote or scrawling that would help him identify the owner. At the first page, written with blotches of ink more than actual nouns, stood two words, Hellclaw, which of course helped little. On one side he only had 3 letters, and on the other he only had 4. Maybe he should actually start reading the books instead of skimming over the pages, looking for the most complicated spell there was. Looking at the book on war spells with a bit more of an eye, it had become clearer that it just couldn't have been the same. For one thing, the book had a black leather cover and the title was golden. Secondly, it held far more pages than the old one. Maybe he was still a bit dizzy after the night at the infirmary, but just as the professor began once more explaining the charm and its benefits, adding to it how it could be used to fly too, Harry raised an eyebrow. It could be used to fly. And now, please practice among yourself. The door of the classroom opened then, revealing precisely the last person who had to enter, Lillian herself. She had probably run late for some sort of reason, and as she sheepishly murmured her excuse to the professor, she moved to the only free spot remaining. The one right next to him. It was official, the world hated him. What was he supposed to say? Hello, how are you, cousin dearest? I'm so glad you earned points for blatant favoritism. Did killing you know who make you feel emotional turmoil? How the hell did you kill him to begin with? Hi, he grumbled with a light nod. Perfect. There was always a need for grouchy persons in the world, and apparently he was going to fit the bill, at least in Lillian's eyes. Hey, Lillian smiled back at him, showing off her entire dentition as she did so. How's Hoggy Hogwarts treating you? She asked, referring to what the talking hat had sung at the entrance ceremony. Good, he replied with a bit of hesitation and monotone. It couldn't be that difficult to speak to a cousin, could it? All right then, she quickly said, before moving to her task at hand of trying to levitate the feather. Hers at least twitched, while Harry's simply remained dead as a plucked feather from a chicken could stay dead, that is. You sure you're focalized? Lillian whispered to him, raising an eyebrow. I mean, convinced and all. What? He replied with a flustered expression. He didn't need someone's help to do it for the love of, he was going to make it. He had tried asking once, and it hadn't helped. Why would this be any different from before? Now, from what they told me, you need to focalize on the feather, believe it will float, and then use the spell with all the movements right. of course you must also have the intent on it or it won't float, really a lot of it. Just to prove her point, she whispered the charm one more time, earning a slightly floating feather that lifted maybe of a millimeter or two, far more than his dead one at least. Harry rolled his eyes, before slowly and deliberately eyeing the feather. He could do this. Magic was real, magic was really real and everything attached. He could do magic, the feathers could lift with the charm, he could pretty damn much make the darn thing in front of him float if he willed it enough. So, once more, he moved his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. His face was as concentrated as he could make it, and finally for the first time since the beginning of the lesson, the feather twitched a bit. The others already had their feathers floating, some of the late ones had theirs on a level far more than twitching, yet it didn't matter to him. The damn thing twitched. He could do magic. He could make magic work. He was a bloody damn wizard who could make feathers twitch. What a wonderful potential. Harry took a deep sigh, realizing only then that he had been smiling like he had just won the lottery. "Thank you," he whispered back to Lillian, who apparently was a bit asleep. Because the next moment she blinked twice, before shaking her head slowly. "No problem at all, Koos, can I call you Harry?" She suddenly exclaimed, like she wanted to cover the previous words of her mouth and eyeing pretty badly her surroundings, where people were looking at her. Yes. He replied with a nod. "Good, I need to talk to you after the lesson, all right?" At the question, he nodded once more, before returning to his feather. He had made the thing twitch. He still couldn't believe it, but he had made the thing twitch and now was the time to make it soar through the air. Wingardium Leviosa. Of course, the feather merely twitched once more. Lowering his head with a deep sigh, he began to muster his determination. It was going to be a hell of a long road. By the time the charm lesson finished, his feather could do the twitching dance for a few seconds. He had never thought it could be mentally exhausting and taxing to even go as far as make a feather twitch, whereas it should have flown, but still. As the class was emptying, the red-haired boy that Harry had seen a lot of times hanging around Lillian literally pushed him aside to get to his cousin's proximity. Well, not actually pushed, as more of a, "I'm a freight train, move or I'll end up knocking you down." Harry knew the types since he had known quite a few in elementary school. They weren't evil per se, but they just didn't know tact. "Ron, can you get to the dining hall and hold on a seat for me, please? I've got to speak with Harry for a moment." "Oh, that's all right." And then, of course, he lingered for a bit before a death glare from Lillian sent him scampering on his way. Lillian then turned towards him, and whispered, "He's a good guy, bit dull but nobody's perfect. Anyway, you heard anything about me?" She asked him, making Harry blink for a moment. "Concerning what?" She gave him a stare of death too, before sighing. "Right, you grew up with muggles, makes this even easier then. I'm sort of the Wizard's World heroine." She began, ending up with a big digression on what happened and who you know who was. "Voldemort. He's called Voldemort. The magical Nazi is called Voldemort." Harry asked to make sure. At least, Adolf Hitler sounded menacing. Voldemort doesn't sound menacing. Heck, Mortimer would be totally better. "Yeah, anyway, please don't tell anyone about me if they ask, all right? I've got little privacy as it is," as she said that she rolled her eyes at the sight of some older year students pointing and murmuring probably about her a bit further away, "and I really liked talking to someone who didn't idolize me like the girl who lived, or such, so please." "All right, cousin," he nodded back, before raising an eyebrow. "Now that I think about it, why not just avoid calling ourselves with cousin to begin with? That way we can be acquaintances and nobody would find it strange and ask questions on my family." "Yeah, let's do that then." And with a bright cheerful smile, Lillian dashed off. They could have gone to the dining hall and do transfiguration together, so why did she have to leave in a hurry? They could have at least walked together towards the hall, or maybe she just didn't want to be seen walking next to him. It kind of hurt to be ignored in such a way, but he shrugged it off. The girl had said she had enjoyed talking with him, hadn't she? So, after heading off to lunch, which, unluckily, could not be changed to his pleasure. His steps were steady but slow, as by the time he got into Transfiguration, sitting down in the last row, the professor soon followed a few seconds later. Minerva McGonagall was the Gryffindor's head of the house, and she looked every bit of the stern lady she could muster herself to be, if her words on expelling from the lesson all those who made trouble were true. Her tone carried her truth at least, and he wasn't going to antagonize the woman if he could avoid it. This time, matches appeared in front of them. Transfiguration is easier said than done, the woman began to explain. Harry merely rolled his eyes. Why, he'd say the same thing about charms or anything concerning wand movements, because nothing was easy to him at the present where magical hocus-pocus was involved. The easiest type is transfiguring matches to needles, and vice versa. One must always keep straight in mind what he wants to obtain, and mathematical formulas filled the chalkboard few seconds later, and then they were left to try, with the professor walking through the classroom like a vulture ready to devour the corpses of the fools who displeased it. Transfiguration was all about wand movement and intent, since no words were actually needed for it. He just had to picture a needle in the place of his match. Slowly he brought his mind to the same level of determination he had held when trying the Wingardium Leviosa. He could do this. He would do this. He was a wizard and he would succeed. The tip of his wand tapped the match, and the next second, the match disappeared. He blinked once, before slowly looking around. Did he perhaps push it down from the desk? He lowered his head beneath it, and when he brought it back up, there was a book where first there had been the match. His eyes narrowed. This was already the second time something of his fell down, distracting him and making him look around, and by the time he looked back up a book mysteriously appeared in its place. This was starting to get annoying. Did he have some sort of secret admirer going around? This book was entitled, Transfiguration for War, 101 Mutations to Unleash Upon Thy Enemies. He sacked the book to begin with, and then began to ponder as a match rolled by on his desk, coming from absolutely nowhere. Harry decided that this was all about magic, and nothing more. So, taking a deep breath, he started once more. He'd get a needle in the place of a match before the end of the day, he was sure of it. Of course, why did he keep putting up on his hope? The match remained as such all throughout the lesson, not even taking on a glimmer of metal. With a sigh, he actually pocketed the match. Maybe he could use it for lighting up his wand and trying the intimidation approach on the piece of stick he carried around. Great potential at a great effort. The effort was starting to become more and more of a sort of humiliation, daily and repeatedly, rather than some sort of well-worked, Rambo-like evolution. Rambo just needed a bit of music and some stairs to climb, real-life Ed. He walked out of the classroom alone, as usual. He'd take his chance with the library now. He had that bit of a side project concerning the Second Worldwide War after all. As luck would have it, he had been perfectly and utterly right. There had been, indeed, Nazi wizards. Their greatest supporter, their leader, had been a certain Grindelwald, defeated by Albus Dumbledore in 1945, and then the war had ended soon afterwards. So the Second Worldwide War had been fought between wizards, but who had actually started it this time around? He scrunched his face deep in thought, as he began to peruse through the books like he was kind of possessed. What the hell was he doing in the library? He should have been going around exploring, like the other 11 years old, or maybe he should have gone and practiced some more, yet this had caught his interest, because he could relate. He had grown up among the Muggles, and thus he was more keen on discovering the hidden story of the world rather than study magic that didn't come easily at him. Everyone could move a wand around, but considering the low number of students in the library, only a few valued the history as well as he appeared to be doing. Then there was the trouble with the old-looking books somebody was trying to set him up with. What reason they could have eluded him, but he had yet to found any clue on it, except the fact that they kept on popping up. He could swear there was at least another book within his bag by now, probably placed when he wasn't looking. It was only through sheer luck that he managed to realize that time had indeed passed long enough for him to have to go to dinner. After dinner, he headed off towards his room and sat on his bed, lazily flipping open the pages of the book on Transfiguration. This one, instead of a blotched line of names, held a particular flourish of a signature. It was kind of difficult to decipher, but it did end with a small stylized S that opened its fangs. Looking into his book bag, he realized he hadn't been imagining things, there were more books. Something, somewhere deep down, told him that as a school, this still wasn't the norm around. Something was up, and, whatever it was, it apparently wanted him to be well instructed. The books, he widened his eyes, before settling in a slight grin. Now it was obvious. What an idiot he had been not to realize before. There was only one person who had ever gifted him a book, the potion professor. It had to be Professor Snape, who knew his mother, and thus was trying to help him out by giving him books to read. Taking a deep breath of relief, and shaking his head of all those stupid idiotical crap like, prepare for a final battle, or, fight in a war, or similar, he began to gingerly read the first few pages of the book entitled, Curses from the Dark Ages to the Dark Enlightenment, and, Potions for the Rulers of Darkness, which appeared kind of shady, but the first few pages were nothing more than warnings and some general overlay. Nothing strange in there, was it? And Professor Snape was a professor after all, he wouldn't hand out prohibited books like they were candy, would he? He had double potions the next day, he'd ask clarifications then. The morning proved him wrong on the table's ability to deliver chocolate muffins at will. Apparently, when he politely whispered for chocolate, he got back, steamed veggies. Harry didn't actually make a fuss, eating it quickly before praying for some milk and biscuits and getting his wish granted. Apparently the table worked on some sort of mystical, health equivalent exchange. One day one could order deep-fried baby seal fat, but the other he'd be forced on a mystical diet made of tofu and prickled bamboo sprouts. At least, that was as he envisioned the thing, albeit he doubted they'd serve him baby seal fat fried in oil. They couldn't have that in the kitchens, could they? You don't have baby seal fat in the kitchens, do you? He actually had to ask to the now empty plate, earning himself a mental groan when no reply came. Now he was going to spend the rest of the day pondering if they actually had baby seal fat in the kitchens. Then, as if on cue, he arrived late once more for potions. It was some sort of bizarre reasoning of his internal clock, either he arrived extremely early or extremely late but still on the clock. He couldn't get there, say, 5 minutes early. He had to be there at least half an hour or an hour early. There were no cauldrons this time around, only tables. Meaning that this was, indeed, a take-notes lesson time. It was also a Friday and for him, it actually brought back elementary school and his literature teacher. Literature was more frankly story reading, but it held quite a bit of penmanship, and since she did have 5 hours in the morning of it, due to having double hours, this was nothing his hand couldn't take. Apparently he was the only one. It was a little thing to take pride on, but if half the groans he heard from the others were of any meaning, they would be feeling the pain until Monday. The trick he used to take notes was quite simple actually, he just dozed off and left his hand to go on autopilot all the way till the end. It was a no-brainer solution and it worked, as long as something didn't disrupt his concentration, forcing him to return to reality like being tapped on the shoulder by a hand. A hand that belonged to a blond boy who had actually taken the seat next to him, and was clearly waiting for him to speak or say something of importance. Strange, because he could have sworn there was another kid next to him a few minutes before. Oh, the first part of the lesson had ended. They were on the lunch break. I've been reading the book, Harry murmured, even the red parts. He added, red parts. Draco raised an eyebrow, curious. Yeah, the guy, Abraxas, said they were visible only to last living heirs of pureblood families who had no one to explain stuff to them. At those words, Draco's eyes bulged, before quickly looking around frantically. Shish, the blond boy hissed, don't speak of that here. I didn't think you were that pure. Well, anyway, you just wasted all of my time preparing for a grand speech and, arg, I'm not good at this. Father said it would be easy but I've got the dumbest of lucks. Draco was babbling one moment, and the next he had his mouth shut and his features extremely pale. Harry returned his gaze forward, and frowned slightly at the sight of Lillian looking their way, with Ron displaying some sort of scowl. Anyway, want to go get a bite? Draco inquired, and as Harry nodded back on reflex, they both stood up and left after he packed his stuff. He'd talk to the professor after the second part. He had all day after all. He'd manage to thank the man for his books, would he? The fact that Draco wasn't leading them towards the school's cafeteria had to mean something. Was there some sort of cafe within the school he knew not of? It could be. The size of the school was after all pretty impressive. By the time they descended towards the dungeons, however, he realized where they were going. The portrait of dead nature came into view, and as Draco tickled, with cooing noises attached, the door opened. Well, no. More than a door opening, it was the portrait that swung apart to outright reveal an enormous amount of tables upon which strange creatures were cooking and preparing food. In a corner of the room, eating what appeared to be a long amount of sandwiches, was the Ravenclaw prefect right next to the Slytherin prefect, both apparently murmuring something about bloody idiots and Weasley twins. Nearby, a Hufflepuff prefect was brooding and drinking himself into oblivion. At least, the vast amount of beer-shaped bottles made it pretty clear. And that's why there's a need for some pixie dust, Basilisk remarked dryly at the Slytherin prefect, who banged his head against the table. I'm going to die. Come on. It's not that bad. Newts are the new tomorrow after all. Basilisk, I'll kill you, slowly and darkly. The prefect deadpanned, before grumbling something unintelligible as Harry and Draco took to a small round table near them. The strange brown creatures zoned their eyes on them, and for a dreadful second Harry felt like having holes carved on all of his body. Master Draco brought a friend. How can Dobby help? The creature literally jumped up and down, excited like a 3-year-old on a sugar rush. Dobby, this is Harry. Harry, this is Dobby, my personal house elf. As soon as those words left Draco's mouth, Harry's mind cracked. For a brief instant he could actually see the elves of World of Warcraft look at him. It was a moment, then they were replaced by those strange brown things that resembled goblins and some sort of beaten to near-death poodle dog with enormous eyes. Oh, he gasped for air a moment later, shock probably visible on his face. I see then. Pleasure to meet you, Dobby. Master Draco's friend is too kind, sir. How can Dobby be of assistance to Master Draco and Master Draco's friend? The elf, no. This went against Tolkien itself, it would not stand. The goblin squeaked. The goblin was actually quite happy to take the orders of Draco and his two, and even those in the kitchens proper didn't seem to mind one bit. House elves, Draco began. Goblins. Harry deadpanned. What do goblins have to do now? Draco asked back perplexed. Nothing, carry on, I'm just feeling a bit dead inside, Harry whispered. Well, so you actually read that. My father told me of what was supposed to be written there, but it was some sort of ultimate, foolproof contingency plan, just for the most horrible of situation to come by and, well, you've got a hell of a lot to learn then. There was something in Draco's tone that made Harry perplexed. It was pity. Can't I have the quick version? Harry's tone was pleading, but he was 11 years old. What the hell did they want from him? Was this like those sorts of medieval things he studied at school, with the kids learning etiquette and all that stuff since they could talk and speak? He refused. He'd be the modern medieval noble. Sorry, you should just keep reading the book I gave you. You can keep it since I've got more copies than I could possibly ever read, really. Draco shook his head slightly, before mulling over a thought. There was something I wanted to ask you, but I can't remember, so it wasn't important I suppose. They chit-chatted about nothing, like the fact that apparently, the magical Nazi party was nothing more than a banner under which unite to just pursue the interests of control. He was after all speaking with a magical Nazi kid, if he got it right. By the time lunch was done, they both headed back to potions wholly satisfied and appeased. The only thing Harry decided to remember however was that, indeed, he could take his leisurely time and ignore invitations to nobility parties. It was as he sat down at his seat, that a giant, titanic thought struck him dead on in the back of the head. Why the hell was he the last heir of a magical pure-blooded family if he still had family alive? What the damn frigging hell? If he still had an uncle, who had a child, then why was he a heir with no family left? He began to rack his brain around the issue, in the time that it took for the potion professor to arrive in the classroom. Silently, he began to churn out solutions. His defense against the dark art teacher was Potter, male. meaning that he had to be his father's brother. Now, from what little he remembered of nobility's heritage rules, the oldest one was always right. So, his father had died, and had been the oldest. So then the mantle of heir had passed on to him, but then why was he considered by the book's magic as the sole heir with no family left? He thought about it while writing down about Valyrian roots and aconite, before reaching to the point of how it was better to cast within the cauldron smashed roots instead of chopped up ones, for the cast out. They had been disinherited, the whole lot of them. That was the reason. It was so simple. Harry suddenly felt the need to yell an "Eureka!" and dance around, in his mind, of course. The younger brother had done something stupid, and had been disinherited, leaving only the older one and by consequence him as the sole family and heir to the house. So, he was what? Lord Potter. He shivered at that. Lord Potter seemed like a high-strung name for a mark of toilet paper. Fear not the potty, with Lord Potter's brand mark of paper. So soft, it's Lord approved. Harry clamped a hand on his mouth, to suppress a stifle. Lord Dursley, now that was a harsh and stern surname that would make people start respecting him. Harry James Dursley. Lord Harry James Dursley. He went back to politely taking notes on what the professor was speaking of, and when the lesson finished, he stood up making his way towards the potion master. Snape had seen him coming forward, because he did not rush out of the classroom as usual, but waited until he got closer to raise a puzzled eyebrow. I wanted to thank you for the books, Professor," Harry replied, fidgeting on the spot. He wasn't used to thanking professors for delivering books in secret. The man nodded quietly, before replying sternly. "Mr. Dursley, you already thanked me once. There is no, did you say books? As in, more than one." The tone was curious, but controlled. "Why yes, Professor." He nodded quickly. "I've been reading them for a bit now. Were they my mother's too?" he asked. "Mr. Dursley," the potion master's next words didn't come, because the man's face contorted into a frown, then a glare, then finally a quick nod, all while his eyes settled like drills onto his. "No, they weren't," he began slowly, "however I am sure they will be helpful. I'm glad you made a good friend with." Severus' voice stopped for a moment, a hint of a smile on his face before adding, "Draco. Oh, yes, he's been helping me out with everything and," he bit his tongue. There was no need to speak with the professor of being the heir of a noble pureblood family, was there? Good. Hogwarts is a place where friendships should be cultivated, if there is nothing else. "You knew my mother," Harry blurted out, flustered. "Could we speak of her one day? I thought Toonie would have told you about her," Severus drawled out, visibly angry. "She did, but not about magic. She said nothing about it, so I don't know what my mother did at school." And the professor looked at him for a moment, before slowly nodding and gesturing towards the door to the side of the potion lab. "Follow me then, Mr. Dursley, I just so happen to have a bit of time. Do you enjoy tea?" With a nod, Harry followed. What came to be for the next hour was a strange tea time with glass beakers warmed up over a cauldron's fire. Little tidbits of information on what his mother was during school and in the areas she excelled at, nothing grand, nothing really important, but it was soothing. At least now he knew something more about her. If only he had some sort of photo except those of when she was together with her sister, then everything would be complete, but he dared not to ask his professor. "And in 5th year she began to hang around with Potter," he supplied carefully, his tone turning slightly grim. "We lost contact for a while after that," he added, "but we patched up things later on, during the war against you-know-who." "Who started that war?" Harry asked, blurting it out before he could even snap his mouth it shut. "What do you mean?" The professor's eyes narrowed for a second, his lips already forming a slight scowl. "I was looking in the library about the Second Worldwide War, the wizard side of it anyway, and so, I mean, the question just came out on its own." He supplied swiftly. "He who shall not be named, you know who, or Voldemort." The potion master stopped for a moment, eyeing him carefully before displaying a small smile and continuing his talk. "Began harassing muggles and muggle-born wizards and witches in the 1970s, calling himself the Dark Lord, and his believers the Death Eaters. Of course when I speak of harassing I intend terrorism, if the word is better suited for your understanding." The potion master spoke clearly and a bit hesitantly. They were feared because of their use of the unforgivable curses, of the beasts they brought under their folds. At one time giants and werewolves allied with him, and there was fear the goblins would soon follow. Harry listened keenly, taking the words of the man to heart, but it just sounded like the usual war talk. His grandfather, John Dursley, had fought in the war and invaded Germany during the fall of the Reich. He had always been tight-lipped on what his actions had been, but if there was one thing he stated, always, was that debris and blood were the same on both sides, and that wars didn't start for ideals, they started for pretty damn good reasons. So he only did it because he hated muggles? Harry queried, curious. Yes. There was a little moment of hesitance, within Professor Snape's final admission, that made him curious. The professor probably picked it up, because after a quick glance at him, he suddenly stood up. I held you long enough, Mr. Dursley. You should be heading off to dinner soon. Harry excuses himself quickly, thanking once more the professor for the time, but he did not head off towards the dining hall. If there was one thing he had understood by then, it was that a lot of people tended to outright ignore him. Even the guys of his own house did little more than walk past him now. Was he really that much invisible? Maybe he wasn't the most socializing guy ever, and maybe he didn't say hello every time, but he realized that he was just afraid. Afraid that if he did say hello to someone, and not get any reply, then he'd probably start crying over being ignored. He wasn't a whiny child. No, he wasn't a whiny child. He repeated that to himself mentally, as a fit of solitude finally took the best on him. With school and classes he had forgotten, but how did he send the mail around? You off to some mischief, huh? Should set you up by the ankles, should I? Exiting his thoughts, he stopped, coming face to face with the caretaker of Hogwarts. Wait, was the caretaker something like the postman too? Sir, he asked, seeing how the man was apparently heading off, having just mumbled that to shock him, maybe. What is it? The man, Filch, was it that his name had a gruff and stern tone, taking on the part actually of the evil guy out for the children's bones to gnaw upon? Is there a post office? Harry asked slowly, as the man blinked once, before coughing while putting his right hand in front of his mouth. Post office? Ye don't have an owl. There's the school's ones up in the owl tower to use, brat. As he snappishly replied that, Harry's eyes opened wide. There are, and they're free to use. Course they are, Filch replied, before his scowl somehow lowered a bit. You Muggle-born? Yes, sir, he had replied without thinking. He wasn't actually Muggle-born. He had been adopted by Muggles, but he was the most far-off thing from a Muggle-born that there could ever be. Thought so. The scowl lowered a bit more. Well then, you best be on your way then. Owling home or not, late is late and will be punished. Get a move on, brat. As Harry hastily began to run, his ears probably turning slightly red by the embarrassment, he was through the kitchen's painting before he could even realize where he had ended up going. Of course, he had the most pleasant of solitary dinners ever. Now he had no excuses, did he? He'd have to owl home and say some words about his first week at Hogwarts. Maybe he'd do that on the next morning, which was Saturday and the homework field day apparently. The moment he did indeed return to the Ravenclaw common room, he realized there were papers scattered everywhere, except for 2 single lines of pavement that walked towards the male and female dormitories respectively. He really didn't want to ask anyone, but this was starting to get outright more bizarre than he thought of. We need more coffee. A yell made him yelp in shock and surprise, as he jumped to the side to avoid a scrawny missile of a thing opening the door of the common room and running out. Somebody get me the Muggle Studies notes of Professor Quirrell. We're losing ground on the potion statistic for the biannual semantic party. All arms to deck 1. What the hell was that about? Griffin's feathers aren't cathartically enhanced. Who the hell wrote this bullshit, Slughorn? We're all going to D. Arithmancy will have our souls. Bugger off, you idiots. It's just the first week. Get me the ancient runes. My straight O's will be a dream of yesterday, that much divinations told me. I'm screwed. Coffee. Eat chocolate and die happy. Eat chocolate and die happy. The lingering chaos apparently came from a corner of the room, where sitting at a round table the oldest students were apparently holding a crash study course. Point being, there were no exams. Surely there weren't exams so early in the year, were they? Now, order around the table. Basilius intoned, we will pass our owls and newts with full bloody marks or die trying. A chorus of, hell yeah, echoed through the table, before a strange, Ravenclaw is the best, hymn began to be chanted. Get over here before they see you. A voice hissed to him from the stairways, and the next moment, Harry found himself climbing the stairs with Michael. Thank God I saw you. Every time they see a first years they start droning out about how lucky we are we don't get exams. Why was he acting all friendly now? He had practically ignored him after the first night of dinner at Hogwarts. Yeah, that would be horrible. He muttered, it actually wouldn't be. He wasn't a spoiled child, he knew that of course, but being at the center of attention wouldn't be all that bad, it would be something better than being ignored at least. Indeed. So Michael couldn't understand sarcasm. Of course. Anyway, we're planning on cramming up on Saturday afternoon, would you like to be with us studying in the library like good Ravenclaws? Harry looked at him for a moment, before smiling lightly and nodding. He had never been one to hold a grudge after all, and they were all kids, of course they weren't intentionally ignoring him. It wasn't like anything bad was going to happen to him, this was just a school of magic, but a school nonetheless. They were all new to this, and so of course they were all hesitant one with the other. There was nothing going on about it, it was all clearly explainable. So why, when he went to bed, did he have to get poked on the side by a voluminous book entitled, Ancient Warfare Trap Runes, Guide for Absolute Destruction, which apparently had made himself known in that instant. Professor Snape was over-exaggerating with his gifts now. What was he doing, handing warfare thought books to him? Did he want him to become a child soldier of some sorts? He scowled as he pushed the book inside his trunk. He'd read it later, just like he'd read later most of the rest of the books. It was only the first week of school. He wasn't going to cram up on all of it immediately. The next morning came abruptly, by the telltale sound of a rooster screaming in the common room the song of his people. A groan escaped Harry's lips as he wearily got up, went to wash and then got dressed into his usual robes. His way down to the common room brought him into the sight of black stains all around the stairs and the walls that looked sort of like dried blood, if not for the pungent smell of coffee coming from them. In the common room, there was the eye of the beast named Chaos. The papers had reached knee-depth length, as the group of students preparing for the owls and the newts were sleeping heavily amidst the white landscape tinted of red and blue for the ink of the notes. A set of thermos stood in a corner of the room, near the fire to probably keep them warm. The rooster on the other hand was fighting a losing battle against a murderous-looking owl, who was hooting its anger at being woken up by trying to choke up the damn thing. What was an owl doing there to begin with? He decided he wasn't going to query, since the rooster's choked sounds made nobody wake up, except him it appeared. He went down to grab a bite at the common room. It was still early morning, and when he sat down at his table he was half resigned and half delighted that he was the only one there. He was delighted, because he could eat with peace and quiet, but he was also resigned because it meant that once more, he was alone doing something. Harry looked at the other tables, realizing how the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs were empty, and the Gryffindor held a couple of red-haired boys that looked pretty much the same, both snickering and muttering to one another. "Everything's all right, young crow." A motherly-like voice spoke softly next to him, making Harry turn his head and stare at the Grey Lady, the ghost of Ravenclaw. "Oh, yes madam," he replied quickly. "Rooster woke me up, and I know better than trying to get to sleep again." "Good." The ghost replied with a little nod. "The hours of the morning are the most industrious, just like those of the night." Harry toyed a bit with a piece of scrambled egg, before asking, "I'm sorry to ask, but where's the Owl Tower?" "Oh, how polite." "Well, you take the second staircase to the left and then climb until..." 20 minutes later, the Grey Lady had passed from describing the road to actually showing him the place, much easier and quicker. 5 minutes later, and he had sent his first official, owl report, back towards home. Hoping it would reach it eventually. As Harry was walking back down from the Owl's Tower, taking the stone steps one at a time, he felt a sudden click coming from his feet. The next moment, a strange brown paste of something terribly smelling hit him full force, covering him from head to toe, before a strange slimy substance made its way through his back, making him topple and flail his arms wildly to avoid falling downwards. He tried to put a step forward to stabilize himself, but slipped and fell hard on his back against the staircase. Staircase that did not, however, feel like stone, but more like rubber, before he began to quickly slide down across the stairs all the way down to the last floor, where he crashed against the door that would have led him to the hallway. Just as he crashed against what appeared to have been a red cushion, the pillow exploded, releasing colored bright feathers of various forms and sizes. Harry Dursley did not say a single word. He was covered in what he hoped was peanut butter jelly, treacle and feathers. His butt was hurting from the fall, but he didn't feel like having something broken, but he felt sticky, he felt gross, and he was gritting his teeth. He didn't want to cry. He wasn't a crybaby, really. Still, he wanted to know what he had done to elicit such a thing. Had he made somebody angry? Had he done something bad? Maybe he had launched a trap of the castle. Maybe there was something he should have done differently. He hadn't done anything bad, had he? People tended to ignore him, so maybe the trap hadn't been meant for him, right? He wobbled back on his feet, hissing in pain for his backside before opening the door and walking out. There was no one along the hallways, except a cat that was meowing near a door, a strange skinny thing with orange and yellow fur. Harry looked around, still disoriented from the fall and the scare. He had to turn right to get back to the Ravenclaw Tower, but it would mean going through more halls and hallways than not, and if people saw him like that, this was a humiliation. What had he done to get this sort of treatment? "Stay where you are." The yell came abruptly from a gruff male voice, and the next instant Harry felt some sort of thick wool blanket being thrown at him, covering him from head to toe. "Darn Weasleys and their pranks, they caught you, huh? Thought they were smart placing a prank on me twice in a row. Knew they'd play it, didn't think they'd get this far though. Come on, brat." The voice was still stern and grumbling, but it didn't appear scary, so Harry naturally followed the direction of the man's pull towards his office, where he was made to sit down on a wobbly wooden chair. From the ceiling there were chains hanging around, rusty and in disuse. In a corner there were torture instruments carefully oiled, while cabinet filled with documents to the brim stood nearly everywhere. An old desk was currently holding a teapot steaming with tea, and some biscuits that looked like the type old grannies made when they started to lose their smarts. The fact the caretaker's cat was apparently meowing and purring at his leg didn't make it all better. "Would you look at that, Mrs. Norris likes you," Filch remarked, as he fished out from one of the cabinet a strange-looking yellowish parchment. "Here, mop yourself with this, got some charm on it that keeps it clean, you're Ravenclaw, right? I'll head off to call your head of the house then." Filch handed over roughly the parchment, before walking out. "Help yourself to some tea if you want to," the old man added a moment before closing the door behind him. The cat meowed. Harry softly began to scrub with the parchment on his face, realizing that indeed the stickiness appeared to be disappearing. He still didn't feel like new, but it was better than nothing. He wouldn't be presentable until he had a bath at least, but till then he'd survive the feeling of having treacle within his fingers and all the way into his socks. It was a pretty neat piece of paper. Maybe he could ask the man where he had bought one, but till then he just folded it carefully and left it on the desk, next to the tea tray. There was a second cup now, having apparently appeared out of nowhere. The cat meowed once more, eyeing the biscuits. Harry smiled slightly, before handing one over to the cat, which happily munched it away in a corner. Then, he began to wait. A couple of minutes that to him seemed like hours passed by, in the time of which he managed to entertain himself by reading the list of prohibited items on Hogwarts ground that was menacing to fall on him from Filch's desk, until in the end Professor Flitwick walked in, followed by the stern and gruff Filch. Mrs. Norris meowed once more, having decided to stay on the lap of Harry for the time present, before jumping down and heading for Filch's legs. "Oh my, Mr. Dursley, come here a moment, all right." Phileas took his wand out, gently touching him on an arm, and the next second he didn't feel sticky at all. Even his clothes were now cleaned and they felt like they had just been ironed and washed. "All right," the small man nodded to himself, before querying. "Did you see who did this to you, Mr. Dursley?" "Has to be the Weasley twins, Professor, they're always up to no good." If only I could put them in chains by the ankles, that would teach them a lesson all right. Now, Mr. Filch, let's hear Mr. Dursley speak. Hesitantly, Harry related the very few pieces he remembered of the accident. He had been going to the Owl Tower to write a letter back home, and then it had all happened when he had walked down again. All in 5 minutes. Phileas' gaze turned thoughtful for a moment. Indeed it was planned. You were just probably caught in the crossfire, Mr. Dursley. Do not worry about it. You should be fine to go now. Having said that, Harry awkwardly stood up, folding the wool blanket that was still covering him and realizing that indeed, he was completely clean from treacle and peanut butter jelly. It had to be peanut butter jelly. His mind refused to admit it had been dung paste. Thank you, Mr. Filch, Harry whispered, handing the wool blanket back to the man who took it with a quick nod, before putting it on a nearby empty chair. Thank you too, Professor Flitwick, he added quickly, visibly flustered from the attention received. Not a problem, lad. Hope the older ravens aren't making too much of a fuss. The small man replied with a bit of a smile. You see, it's a Ravenclaw tradition that all owls and newt scores have to be straight O's for the ravens, so they start studying from the start and can get a bit exotic in their ways. Ah, Harry gulped down hard. Was he going to be expected to get straight O's too? He could barely make a feather twitch. Well, since he was already there. I'm sorry, Professor, but can I ask you a question? Of course, lad. No need to be so worried. I'm not going to eat you. Phileas chuckled, as Filch meanwhile went back to his tea. Is there somewhere I can practice spells? I have yet to make the feather fly and... Say no more, lad. Phileas exclaimed, there are half a dozen of empty classrooms anyhow, and I'm pretty pleased you had the guts to ask. Lots of people keep on believing that Ravenclaw is all about intelligence and knowing everything. Asking questions is far more important than having the answers, my boy, because it means having the desire to learn. Anyway, I think there's a free room on the 2nd floor on the right corridor. Saw it once when I wanted to practice spell work in peace and quiet. It's never used and so. Thank you, Professor. Harry smiled, before saying his goodbyes to both the professor and the caretaker, who appeared visibly perplexed at being a part of the bye. Still, as he walked out and back towards the common room, he ended up crossing the path of a ghost. This one was properly dressed, like a noble, and held his head slightly wobbling to his right side. Oh, Mr. Dursley, the ghost addressed him, I'm very sorry for what happened to you. Ah, well, thank you. He replied hesitantly. Charming. The ghost nodded slightly. Indeed, it mumbled for a moment, maybe she is right after all. Excuse me, Harry queried. Oh, nothing, boy, nothing at all. The ghost commented. I'm nearly headless Nick, by the way, the Gryffindor's ghost. It's a pleasure, Mr. Nick. Sir Nick, actually. Sir Nick, Harry replied with a quick nod. Was there something you needed? I doubt you'd be able to help me, but it's nice of you to ask. Nick replied a moment later, off you trot, boy. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Having said that, the ghost flew straight through the pavement, staying only the barely needed time for Harry to reply with a meek, likewise. Taking a deep breath, he re-entered the common room to go grab his stuff. Sure, he had to meet the other kids in the afternoon at the library, but it didn't mean he couldn't get some more training on the wand in the empty classroom. 2nd floor, right corridor, and then find an empty classroom. Of course, the right corridor of the 2nd floor held at least 4 wooden doors. He could knock on each of them, but he didn't want to intrude in case someone else was already using them, so he had to find the right one. A portrait of a jester suddenly stopped making jumps and strange ballets once he heard of the boy's plight, and with a bright smile pointed him quickly to the right door. 'Tis the right one, kiddo. The furthest away always empty is. Thank you, Reginald. Stop toying with the kid. A matron of a nearby painting yelled hotly. Don't listen to him, dearie. The right one is the 2nd one. Please, Guinevere. C'est le troisième à la droite. He's saying the 3rd to the right, a knight-looking man pointed out nearby. Just have him knock then. I'm sure they're all empty to begin with at this time in the morning. A farmer pointed out, dropping the sowing of his fields. All right, Harry said, keeping his hands in the air in a sort of mock surrender. Then, politely, he knocked on the first door, from which he got no reply. Trying to open it, he held no results. Because it was apparently locked. The second one was empty and open, but it gave on a charming view of a small room with a chimney, a pair of windows, a lot of snoring portraits and a comfortable red armchair in front of the fire pit. On the other side of the chimney, against the wall, stood instead a long table that held a mirror that occupied the entire wall, and that reflected the room perfectly. Closing the door, he went on to open the third one, and blinked at the sight of a perfect mirrored replica of the room before, down to the portraits. The last door was instead what he was looking for, empty, filled with dust and cobwebs, and with desks and chairs piled up in a corner. A dirty and greasy window that made air barely filter through, and nothing more of notice was to be said. It was a normal-looking empty room. It was perfect. He took out his wand and one of his quills, dropping it on the floor in front of him and closing the door behind. After that, he began to slowly and methodically go through the gestures to use the Wingardium Leviosa. After the 30th attempt, his patience was wearing thin. After the 40th, he started to have doubts on being a wizard. He had managed to make the feather twitch, didn't he? So why now was it refusing to even do that to begin with? He took a deep calming breath. Intent, he needed intent and willpower and, well, magic. The wand was dark. A stupid idea popped up in his head. There is no one here who is going to help you now, Mr. Feather. He intoned dramatically, trying to imagine himself as some dark overlord, like the bad guys of James Bond films. Pardon me for talking alone, but I need to get this out of the system. And then he tried to make the feather suffer through the use of a Wingardium Leviosa. Of course, it didn't work. The feather didn't as much as twitch. You were getting on my nerves. He hissed dangerously, you damn, bloody, stuck-up feather are. And then, with all the frustration that he held into his body for having been subjected to a prank, for having been ignored for the entire week, for having a thrice-damned feather refuse to float even when he tried everything he could think of, and for having an increased bout of homesickness, Harry Dursley yelled out at the top of his lungs with all the hatred for feathers he could muster. Wingardium Leviosa. And the feather detonated. Bits and pieces of smaller feather bits flew in the air, as Harry slowly took the time to breathe back in the air for the effort. He had never been one to scream, but this. Take that, Mr. Feather. He pointed out, dramatically nodding to himself, before collapsing on the floor panting. I can do magic. He chuckled. The twitch was something, but this is proof. He whispered to himself. I can do magic. He sing-sung. And you can work. Harry eyed his wand clinically. I'm never, ever, going to yell out loud spells in the middle of the classroom. It's embarrassing for, well, you get the idea, but you work. And with a last tired sigh, he slumped down on the floor. Exhilarated and exhausted. Never mind he hadn't managed to make it float, at least he had made it explode. In his book, that counted for above a merely denial of gravity's rules. Finally, Harry's eyes widened quite comically, as he could swear he had heard someone say something near him. He stood up hastily, looking around with worry and fright. Maybe he had used the wrong room, and this one was actually occupied by someone. Realization hit him that he was, indeed, alone. Standing up, if a bit wobbling, he held his wand firmly with his hand, grabbing from the bag another quill and gently letting it fall on the ground. With an unnatural calm, he moved through the wand motions at the same time as he intoned, with a completely relaxed posture, Wingardium Leviosa, and the feather flew in the air, following the movement of the tip of his wand. He felt excited. He felt just like one of those orchestra's directors who used a stick to guide the movement of the people who played the instruments. Finally the feather was flying. It wasn't because of a gust of wind, or because of something happening by chance. The feather was flying because he, Harry James Dursley, had made it fly. Wingardium Leviosa. The next thing his wand pointed at was the school bag that began to gently float as the feather fell down. Of course, the next step of Harry's thought process was to point the wand at himself, and the image of the exploding feather made him stop on his tracks. Slowly putting the point of the wand away from him, he took a deep breath. All right, now, let's start working on Flipendo. You sure you want to do that? A voice queried, making him outright jump in surprise and turn swiftly around. Coming face to face with a ghost, this one however had his front chest covered in blood, and was apparently dressed like a noble of old. His features were harsh and stern, even among the mistiness that covered much of his body. The red of the blood however glittered as a sharp contrast to the rest of his pale features. I'm sorry, I thought the room. Of course the room appeared empty. The bloody Baron commented dryly, us ghosts can disappear from sight at will. He added carefully, starting to float, his hands behind his back, around Harry while at the same time eyeing him critically. What to do, what to do indeed. The Baron remarked slowly, before outright putting his head inside his school bag. Hey, Harry exclaimed shakily, jumping backwards as the ghost merely began to mumble. We could do that actually. The Baron commented, before apparently coming up with a decision, because he nodded to himself. All right, young Raven, please take out the book, Curses from the Dark Ages to the Dark Enlightenment, and begin reading Chapter 4, the Trudeau spell. Didn't I leave the book? As soon as Harry said that, the Baron merely scoffed. Course you left it in your room, that's why I put it in your bag while you were down for breakfast. Harry blinked, once. Why? He asked, unsure of what reason a ghost would have to tell him to study for something. I was asked to teach you the art of intimidation and strength, the art of ambition and cunningness, the power to have other bow at your sole presence, my boy. The Baron's right hand had been brought forward, curled in a sort of goblet-holding shape, just like the guy who held the skull of someone and proclaimed, to be or not to be, only without the skull. What? But why? What the hell? Because, my dear boy, your potential must be harnessed from the very beginning for it to become effective. The Baron added carefully, and in your condition, no, with your condition, it might prove difficult. Harry raised an eyebrow at the ghost, perplexed. My condition. Of course I can't speak of it, I'm afraid. The Baron added, but I was never one to stick with the rules, you know. I'll do my best to hint at it, but, even if I did, you wouldn't pick them up for a long while, it's the condition. This ghost was probably halfway mad and halfway psychotic. Maybe a bit of both. Stop making garbage sounds, boy. The ghost exclaimed hotly, I will have only, yes, Lord Slytherin and, no, Lord Slytherin, from you. Understood. All right. Harry was slightly trembling at the words of the ghost, tightening his grip on his wand as the ghost looked at him with a bit of an angry gleam in its eyes, before grumbling something. Oh, yes, Lord Slytherin, he exclaimed a moment after, recalling the ghost's words. Good. The Baron nodded quickly. Now, get your book and start reading the Trudeau spell. Harry scrambled to obey, opening his book bag and realizing that all those books on warfare were actually in there. Did the ghost put them in while he was away from his school bag? Before Monday begins, my boy, you will have learned the true meaning of power, unearthly strength of magic. The boy's eyes began to read through the pages of the Trudeau spell, but after a couple of lines a sinking feeling of dread washed over him. The spell Trudeau came from the Latin denomination and meant various things, from push to thrust. It was, as the book explained, a quick spell to launch on a battlefield, a jinx that could become a curse if the intent behind the casting was strong enough. It was the equivalent of firing a gun for wizards. The lowest jinx level apparently pushed the target just like a flipendo, the mid-level worked like a hex and made flesh wounds, and the curse level made holes in the target. It was shorter and harsher to pronounce than flipendo, and the wand movement was a simple thrust of the wand forward. It was quick, gritty and extremely bloody. Of course, if your intent to kill is as strong as that of a kitten, you'll barely get the target to feel a punch in the guts, even if you use the spell at a curse level. To help in practice, picture the person you loathe and hate the most in place of the target. Did you read it? The Baron commented after a while, as Harry had been doing the best he could to get more time by rereading the various paragraphs. Yes, he whimpered, before suddenly adding, Lord Slytherin. Good. Now demonstrate. And with that, he pointed at himself. Worry not, I cannot die. But, a harsh glare from the ghost made him quickly point his wand forward, towards the ghost. Harry was biting on his lower lip, his wand held in his hand, as he took a deep breath. The thing was a ghost of all things, he couldn't bleed to death now, could he? Still, he was 11 years old, he didn't hate people. There was no one he hated, and he had never suffered from bullies at school, so the Weasley twins had pranked him just that morning. He closed his eyes, trying to remember if he had even heard of them or seen them, but failing. He only knew they were the pranksters of the school, and that they had tried to prank the caretaker and instead had ended up taking him in the crossfire. That wasn't enough to hate, was it? It was just barely enough to make him slightly angry and on the verge of tears. It was more of a humiliation than a real affront. The Hermione girl had snubbed him on the first day of lesson. That too had been bad, and sad, but not nearly enough to make him that angry at someone. It wasn't like he could get angry at will, right? So young, to not have made any enemies. The Baron commented after a moment, "I see what she meant then," it added, "never mind then." What is it, Lord Slytherin?" Harry caught himself at the last moment, as the bloody Baron merely turned to leave. "You need to have an enemy, dear boy, before we can proceed. Determination makes your spell work, but it's the emotion behind them that gives them true power, and the strongest emotion of them all is hatred." With those words, the ghost disappeared beneath the surface of the floor. Harry took a deep shuddering breath, before packing his stuff up and heading out. There was no chance in hell he'd come back to that room to practice. He'd try another. By the time he realized he had stopped running, he was halfway towards the common room of the Ravenclaw. He finally barged in the common room only to find it empty, except for the rooster who was apparently eating its way through some paper notes. The same owl that had tried to murder the beast once was now eyeing the rooster really badly, but the other feathered animal apparently wasn't caring much for the death glares. Harry slumped on the sofa near the fire, taking one more deep breath to calm his nerves. So, the ghost of Slytherin wanted to train him with hatred. What the hell was going on? No, why him? What was it with this potential crap and everything related to it? He was average. He was born to be average and inconspicuous. He had never wanted to excel, or be the first, he just wanted to be in the middle and live ignored by everyone else. Harry stopped in mid-thought. No, it was wrong. Harry didn't want to be ignored by everyone, he wanted friends. He had been friend with some of his ex-schoolmates, hadn't he? His brain racked itself around the issue until he realized that more than a friend, he had always been a passing acquaintance at best. "You all right, young Raven?" The calm soothing voice of the painting of the common room came to his ears, making him look up, to where the portrait of the woman stood. She did appear to be worried, but then again, he supposed he was looking mopey at the moment. I mean, yeah. Everything's all right, I suppose." He muttered back, only for Helena to make a tisk sound. "It is of no use to lie to me, young Raven. I know all that happens in Hogwarts. I'm a portrait after all, we chat a lot among ourselves." Harry gulped, before lowering his gaze down on the ground. Now, no need to keep your gaze down, young Raven, come on, let me see your eyes." "Yes, like that." She smiled for a bit. "Now tell me what happened that shocked you so much." And Harry spoke. By the time he was finished, the portrait was still wearing a smile, a really thin smile but a smile nevertheless. "That man is AF, fine, decent, Baron. If only a bit disconnected from tact. He didn't mean to scare you, young Raven, but he will hear from me, of that you can be assured. Please there's, tut. The woman raised her right hand to signal him to stop speaking. "I know what I have to do with him, it is not the first time he acts before he thinks." "Oh, okay, good. Now, shouldn't you be doing your homework?" The tone became bossy, and as Harry gloomily nodded, the portrait smiled one last time. "Don't worry, young Raven, I will not let your potential go to waste." But the last sentence had been murmured so softly that even Harry didn't think that was what she had said. By the time he was done with a good chunk of his homework, he exited the common room to head for lunch and then, hopefully, the library. His steps, however, didn't bring him towards the common hall, but towards the kitchens. When he realized where he had ended up going for lunch, it was already too late. The portrait had swung open and he was already getting seated in one of the small tables. Few minutes later, he had lunch alone once more. Harry sighed, as he headed off towards the library, hoping that he wouldn't be snubbed like with the young Gryffindor. As he sat down on a nearby table, taking out his books and starting to crank on the last bits of homework assigned, his eyes looked around every now and then to see the rest of the Ravenclaw arrive. They did not come. Hermione did, however, enter the library and sit at another table, without even saying a word to him of hello. It was official then, the girl was snubbing him. Just like that, his will to study took a deep big hit. What had he done now? Was it because of house rivalry? Maybe because he had earned Ravenclaw points. It was stupid. Why couldn't people just study for the sake of studying and keep things like points out of it? He decided he would snub the girl just like she was snubbing him. If hatred was really the key to make spells work, then he'd start feeling contempt for the Gryffindor. Maybe also the rest of the Ravenclaws, because by now they hadn't even, no, they were just late for lunch probably. 4 hours later, Harry had finished all his homework, double-checking it and making sure everything was right. He slowly stood up from his spot and packed his stuff, before heading back to the dormitory. He could understand the Gryffindor girl. He could understand a lot of people ignoring him because he was plain average, but the Ravenclaw had invited him to study with them, so why didn't they come? As he opened the door of the common room, his gaze settled on the group of young first-years studying in a corner. It was enough. Without a single word Harry walked upstairs. He wouldn't cry, not because he had been singled out. Not because people were ignoring him. This was what he wanted, right? To be average, ignored, to be left in peace and alone. No, this wasn't what he wanted, so why, just why, was this happening to him? Curse them. The voice hissed once more at his ear, and Harry looked around, only to find nothing. Had he looked at the tip of his wand, or back, he'd have seen the small trail of smoke that he was leaving behind twirl around without wind. A few minutes of paranoia later, his face was pressed against his pillow. He'd skip dinner, considering no one would care at all. It wasn't like it would matter, would it? When he blearily opened his eyes again, it was late at night, and people were already sleeping. He vaguely recognized a small blurred form on his bed desk that vaguely resembled a book. Groaning ever so slightly as to not wake the others, he tried to get a feel of what it was. He didn't need a candle light, considering the window wasn't with panels and the light of the moon sufficed for the moment. He could barely decipher the calligraphy though, so it took him some time to get the gist of the book that in truth was just a bunch of papers tied together with a string. Neville Longbottom's astronomy notes. Please bring back to Hufflepuff table when found. That was the gist of what was written on the upper line of the paper, albeit Harry held the mother of all headaches for having tried to decipher it at night, with the moonlight, and still being dizzy from the sleep. He sighed, before leaving the notes on the bed desk and turning around to get back to sleep. The next day was a Sunday. Maybe he'd go around the castle's grounds. Maybe he'd explore a bit. As he fell back into the comfort of sleep, not really caring he was still wearing his robes on, his mind began to churn out dreams of him walking around the grounds of Hogwarts and fighting off mythological monsters of sorts. The next second, his head was ducking the pincers of a giant war scorpion, his armor glistening in the sun and filled with runes, as his wand raised itself and yelled out a spell he knew not the name of, tearing through the enemy lines like they were made of paper dolls, and not of living flesh beings. The next moment, a man charged at him with a sword that shone brightly and that tore through his shield and armor, making him bleed. It ends here. Never. Harry's wand touched the ground, as spikes of earth erupted, tearing through the enemy's guts. You, here, he mumbled, tossing around in his bed before opening his eyes. There was no battlefield. He had just slept a bit in his bed. Of course. There was just no way he'd ever be able to do things like that now, could he? Times, life gives you sour and s. Other times, life gives you chocolate. When it starts handing over to you a sour GS and S smoothie with chocolate mixed inside, then you realize that life actually hates your guts, hates you, and wants you to die of a most painful and devastating death. The point wasn't, however, needed to debate the self-moping that Harry was currently experiencing. It served as a far more intrinsic requirement to reach the final conclusion of what brought Harry Dursley, on Sunday morning, to head off towards the grounds of Hogwarts and have a look around. Harry Dursley didn't want to look at his fellow Ravenclaws or at any other student really, he just wanted some peace and quiet. So of course he ended up getting literally assaulted by a giant dog with sharp razor teeth which had the small decency of not aiming straight for his jugular. No, of course life isn't that easy. Fang, come back here boy, come on, stop harassin' the furs, year. The bellowing voice of the giant caretaker of Hogwarts made itself known a second later. A second in which the dog actually managed to get Harry's face drenched in saliva. You all right? The giant asked, roughly pulling him up from the ground and patting him gruffly to remove the dirt from his robes. Why yes, Harry muttered. Is he always like that? Who? Fang. He's a cub at heart, that dog. Still hasn't realized his body's a bit big. The man coughed a moment. Well, I'm Hagrid, groundkeeper of Hogwarts. The giant pushed his right hand in a fist to tap his own chest, before chuckling, my rock cakes are the best there are in the school. Harry looked at him for a moment, before slowly nodding. I see. Is there a sink somewhere near here? Or a fountain? He quickly added. There wouldn't be a sink near the grounds now, but a fountain was all the more probable. Nah, no need. Follow me, would you like some tea? As Hagrid started to walk, forcing Harry to literally run in order to keep up with the giant, the young boy was already thinking about how he was being forcefully carried by the groundkeeper, who still appeared a bit big, to its house. He had been told by his parents about the strange guys who tended to roam around children's schools, but this one appeared a bit too big and, well, simple was the best term. It wasn't like he distrusted Hogwarts per se, but the question still remained. No, it was some sort of Forrest Gump of the magical world. Hagrid was apparently just that, simple. Tea was just tea, and as he found out, the rock cakes were probably the best of Hogwarts because he was the only one who could make them. Hagrid. Harry hesitated, but by then he had actually tried biting into one, and had nearly chipped off a tooth of his. Could you just, tell me what's in the rock cakes? You see, it's a secret recipe that one can't really give it up now, can I? Hagrid replied with a broad smile of his. Oh, no, it was, well, they're a bit hard to chew on, Harry should have kept his mouth close, especially when Hagrid took one and chewed on it like it was marshmallow, and not the byproduct of cakes merging with rocks. Feels just fine. Yeah, well, I suppose they'd be good, but I can't manage to chip them even with my teeth. Better to be blunt with it. He was sure the man would be offended if he said nothing and left the cake on the plate. The plate in the middle of the hut, the wooden hut that sat inside a pumpkin orchard and that apparently was far more spacious within than it looked like from outside. Oh, damn, well, the fact that the half-giant was actually making a sad face was somehow making him feel hideous. In the end Hagrid looked just far more like a giant kid than an adult, even though it could be a cover. Still, when Hagrid rumbled around and then turned, he was holding a half of a chocolate cake. Got this trying to bake a cake for a friend's birthday, got only half of it done though. The man was apologetic, as Harry's face was probably looking at him sadly. It's all right, really. The tea is pretty good, maybe you should make the cake softer. Did you put in water or milk? Ah well, you see. 2 hours later, the discussion on rock cakes had Hagrid finally take out the entire receipt, had it substitute things like rock paste with flour and dirt with milk, and by the time they were done, it was a completely different recipe. Well kid, when I make the furs, one I'll send it at Harry Dursley Ravenclaw. He squeaked out one word after the other, taking a deep breath. Oh, you one of the Ravens aren't ya? You seem far down to ground for me. Good to know. A few minutes of awkward silence passed by, before Harry decided to stand up and exclaim. Well, I've got to go and do some homework, thanks for the tea, and the cake and the hospitality. As he tried to be polite, all he got back was a strong pat on the shoulder that made him rock on his own feet. You're a good kid, Harry. And with that, Harry was on his way out. Well, the guy was a good guy, and the chocolate cake was delicious, but chocolate is always good no matter what form it takes, so maybe he was a bit biased. His thoughts kept themselves on chocolate for a bit, at least until he passed 2 familiar students going in another direction, of course not having seen him. I tell you that my scar hurt again. Lillian muttered towards Ron, who merely snorted back at the girl. So it's Snape, you think? Harry listened into them only to that point, stopping midway and looking at their backs like he had seen two-headed persons. Had he had a bit of a backbone, he would have probably tried to spy upon them, or get to understand what they were saying. As it was, he had better things to do, like get the Flipendo spell right or copy Neville's notes. He'd do that. He'd copy Neville's notes and then bring them back to the boy at lunch or dinner. That would be enough human contact for the day, especially if he took the time in between to learn the Flipendo. He'd gotten down the basic to defy gravity. Pushing someone back wouldn't take much more, would it? Harry entered the common room, finding as usual a corner of it completely submerged by people making notes and muttering among themselves, while the small table near the fire pit was currently empty. Even the portrait was missing Helena within it. It was a bit strange actually, to stare at nothing but a background when you just knew the painting's portrait was strolling around at leisure. Neville's calligraphy was just what he had expected, completely horrendous. Next time, he'd avoid missing the lessons, but he was partnered with Neville, of all people, for potions. He'd have to get another Bazour, definitively. At lunch, he was done copying the notes. It was actually refreshing to move down with the rest of the Ravenclaws for lunch, and heading towards the common hall. The fact that many gave him the cold shoulder, without him ever having done anything, however, it was strange. It felt like being invisible in their midst, and it felt just so strange. As he sat down, his eyes moved cautiously towards the teacher's table, trying to get a view of Professor Snape and the rest of the teachers. Professor Potter had red hair, just like he had been told his father would have, but his eyes were a great deal darker. He was speaking together with another man with jet black hair, apparently about Quidditch, considering he could hear their bellowing laughs about the matter from his spot at the table. The potions master face was instead contorted into a deep frown, and he did stand at the far end of the table, right next to Madame Pomfrey it appeared. Next to Madame Pomfrey there was however an empty seat, one that then would have been next to Madame Sprout. There was someone of the staff missing, he supposed. His eyes then settled towards Neville, who was at the Hufflepuff table. He could do it, right? He just had to stand up, move while hundreds of eyes feasted upon his walking body and deliver the notes back. Oh, who the hell was he kidding? He'd wait until Neville stood up and then would hurry after him. He had no intention of becoming the spectacle of the masses. No intention at all. Quietly, once he had eaten lunch, he stood up and moved out in the hallway, intercepting Neville as he was apparently walking back alone towards the Hufflepuff's common room. Neville, he yelled at the boy, running to reach him. Oh, Harry. Why was the boy hesitating on him? Of course he hadn't already forgotten his name, had he? Here. He handed over the notes of the boy, and as the Hufflepuff's eyes lit up, he knew he was going to remember. Thanks for having found them. I just don't know where I had lost them, you see. Though Peeves had gotten his hands on them and just like that, Harry remained silent and quiet, while Neville smiled and then dashed away. No, Harry whispered, you said. He looked around a bit lost, looking at the portraits who were watching the scene from their spots with a look of sadness on them. Why were they sad about it? There shouldn't have been sadness, right? They had just seen him deliver back the notes that the boy had lost, yet they were sad. It was just as if they knew why. Why? He asked, looking at the portraits. Why? He yelled at them, only for them to flinch and disappear from their respective paintings. Clenching his fists, Harry took a deep breath. He wouldn't cry. Not for this blatant, horrendous, horrible act of pranking him and bullying him through this. No, he would do just as his father always told him to do when someone tried anything, be the top dog. Make them cower. Don't show any weakness. He'd show them. He'd bloody, frigging, damn well show them. The suit of armor that had stood quietly in the corner self-dismembered itself, while all around him the empty portraits flew in the air and smashed themselves on the ground just as if someone had been throwing them all around. And Harry stood there, quietly taking deep calming breaths. This was just not possible. There was no way somebody would just forget about him from one day to another. He had done nothing wrong, nothing. Peeves now. Damn boy, you've got the shittiest of lucks. The voice made him blink, as he turned around quickly. The caretaker, Filch, was apparently walking towards him swiftly. Was he going to get punished for what the hell had happened around him. "Don't you worry, Peeves takes it out on everyone," Filch began. "Now, try and get out of there without hurting yourself, alright? Those armor sides cut like anyway, they cut and they hurt." Harry slowly made his way out of the apparently battlefield of random metal and wooden splinters. By the time he was next to the caretaker, the man was already grumbling about Peeves. The meowing sound of Mrs. Norris echoed down at his feet, and as the cat practically jumped into his arms, Harry found himself stroking the cat. Just as if he was one of those evil antagonists of a James Bond film. "I'll get Peeves for this, oh if I will. Harassing a student. Well, at this point it's already the second time we meet Brat. Are you a magnet for trouble?" The man's not-so-subtle question got him back a rapid shaking of Harry's head. "Anyway, I'm sure you've got better things to do than stay here like a lamppost, so. Do you need a hand?" Harry asked, a few seconds later, earning a surprised look from the caretaker. "You sure you want to help? There's not much you can do with the wand right now, right?" I've got nothing else to do," he replied quickly, and it's my fault it got like this, right? Well, who am I to refuse good help?" As he left Mrs. Norris on the ground, he began to help out Filch in putting back the armor to place, followed by what little portraits had remained in one piece. A few seconds later, the caretaker mumbled, looking at the amassed pile of splinters that still stood down there. "I'll have to get someone to repair them, I suppose. Can you go up to the 7th floor? Look for the painting of dancing trolls on the left corridor and walk in front of it for 3 times. A door should open with the cleaning stuff inside. I need a bag and a shovel, I suppose." How were a bag and a shovel, of all things, found in a room for cleaning stuff? Did he have to hide a corpse? If the feeling of Harry's guts had been of any indication, then yes, for Harry it was just like he was hiding a corpse. It hadn't been Peeves' fault, whoever this Peeve was, of course, it had been him. He had no idea how he had managed that, but still it remained clear he had been the one to do it. The 7th floor, of all things, was quite a bit far above, but he had said he had nothing better to do, and it was true, the flipendo spell could wait. There wasn't a painting of trolls dancing but a tapestry, one that apparently was sharing the power to move with the portraits. In the case of the tapestry, however, it was more of a curse than an actual magical thing. The troll's dance was horrendous to see, or even to comprehend. He began to walk in front of it. 3 times was what he had been told, and so, as he walked in front of the tapestry, his thoughts drifted. He had had time enough while walking up the stairs to forget about what he had to grab from the room, only that it was needed to clean up the mess down below, and as he was a bit short on breath, his thoughts were elsewhere. They did verge primarily on the need for something cool to drink. At the 3rd time of walking in front of the tapestry, nothing happened. He turned around to look near the tapestry, but was surprised when the door actually appeared behind his back. Harry slowly moved closer to the door, opening it carefully as he made his way inside. Aid, Coke, water, Sprite, bottles upon bottles of drinks all piled upon metallic shelves. It looked like the interior of a supermarket, one that was apparently closed or deserted, because no one was currently shopping through the shelves. He took a step backwards, closing the door and looking in shock as it disappeared. "This isn't happening," he muttered, before looking back at the tapestry. "All right, 3 times." He began to walk once more in front of the dancing trolls, who were now openly laughing and pointing at him, of course. I'm supposed to find the cleaning supplies, really," he muttered to himself, before seeing the door appear one more time. This time, indeed, there were the cleaning supplies within it. "Oh, well," he gulped down for a second, before closing the door. "Can't be what I'm thinking it is, right?" He began to pace fast, thrice, in front of the room. The moment he was done, the door appeared once more, and this time, Harry opened it with trepidation. Beyond the door stood Private Drive, number 4. More precisely, he was within his house, the door having apparently taken the place of the cupboard. Everything was silent around the house, but he supposed his father had taken his mother to a film, or to a lunch with friends, or maybe even to a dinner at a restaurant. The entire thing was. It was wicked. It was magic. he muttered, shaking his head as he closed the door one more time. This is a frigging door, a door to everywhere. Of course, Harry remembered only when he was halfway through the stairs down that he had been sent up to look for a shovel and a bag, and so retraced his steps. This time, however, he was as light as a feather. If he needed a way out, he had one. He'd surprise his parents on Monday morning. His mother would be so shocked at seeing him, and maybe he'd hold it off until Saturday morning, but what if his parents couldn't visit Hogwarts? Maybe there were visiting hours to respect. That the case, maybe it was better not to have them come, was it? Right. He'd just pop up on an afternoon, and would wait for them. Yeah, he'd do that. Even if Neville and the other kids at school ignored him or pranked him, it wouldn't matter. He had his family, and that would never change. Ever. The sickening feeling of dread cooled into his stomach slowly, as he made his way to class on Monday, hoping against all odds to be wrong. It was the potions hour, and just as he got to his cauldron, hoping to whatever gods existed that the professor hadn't forgotten about him too, he realized that nobody was actually looking at him. It was strange, now that he could finally look at the students. They all seemed in their best behaviors, but their eyes, they didn't look at him, no. They just passed over him like he wasn't even there. Now that was something that was strange. The caretaker had no problems looking at him, and neither did Professor Snape, or Hagrid, or the ghosts or the portraits, but then again, what did they all have in common? Of course they were all older, and so they wouldn't be playing this sort of stupid prank on him. He was now actually rethinking the Bloody Baron's idea. It held merit and condition. His condition. The Bloody Baron had told him of a condition, hadn't he? So, he knew. He knew and he couldn't tell. He had ignored it at first, but now he needed to know. He wasn't going to let something like that pass by him any longer. Maybe he'd look for him the next day, or the next weekend, or, no, he'd look for him after the lessons, even if he had to search through the entire castle, from the highest tower to the lowest level. He'd look and he'd find the damn ghost and get the story out of him. Till then, apparently, he was stuck preparing a mild boil salve together with Neville who, just like the first time, didn't tell him about his inability to follow instructions. "Leave this to me, Neville," Harry muttered. "You can't read." The look the boy sent his way was a mixture of embarrassment and a slight glare, but it didn't matter any longer. He'd forget about him by the next hour probably, wouldn't he? His cousin too would probably end up doing the very same thing. Lillian had spoken to him through letters throughout the month before school however, and she had looked out for him during class, when it had become easier, so maybe she was immune from his condition. He should have asked her, eventually. Maybe also ask if he could meet with her father and speak about his own. Maybe his hands grabbed the slightly poisonous tree sap needed for the burning salve and pinched a healthy dose of it within the bubbling cauldron, and just as the potion's color was turning a simmering blue, his left hand jerked to grab a pinch of salt. No, if he placed the salt within the cauldron it would, just what the hell was he thinking? His hand widened before the salt could enter the cauldron, falling on the desk as Harry outright fought the stupid idea of throwing something else inside the potion. His brain didn't want to, but his body felt the need to. He'd have to see Madame Pomfrey then that afternoon, or as soon as possible. He wouldn't call for Professor Snape because he didn't want to make a fuss in the middle of the class, but the hand lowered itself a second later, returning to his control. "What?" he whispered. Neville had watched the thing with mild curiosity probably, but was refraining from commenting. If he had really added salt to the mixture, it would have probably exploded. He knew that salt was one of those basic components in potions that shouldn't be used without care, yet he hadn't been thinking twice about throwing a handful of it within the cauldron. Something was clearly wrong with him. Maybe he could go and speak with the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. If this was a curse of sorts on, his hand shot forward once more, grabbing a full handful of salt this time and throwing it into the cauldron before he could try and control it. The cauldron, of course, began to bubble quickly. It was then that, with a strange sudden jerk of the hand, a bezoar fell directly inside their cauldron, making the potion outright disappear into a pitch-black dark mist. Apparently that was the normal color that potions took when a bezoar was inserted in them, and it probably nullified all types of potions being boiled too. It also left the cauldron completely clean. Neville had apparently reacted without thinking, his eyes looking perplexed at the scene before, his face scrunched up in some sort of recollection. It lasted but a second, and then it was gone. "We should start the potion again," Neville muttered. "I thought it was here though, did I mix it wrongly?" "Well, better than have it explode, right?" "Yeah," Harry replied uneasily, looking at his hand as the feeling of dread merely intensified. The sudden sizzling noise that came to his ears made him turn in curiosity, only for a slight detonation to send the steaming contents of a cauldron nearby on him. Harry screamed 5 seconds before the potion made contact, pushing his arms upwards in the instinct common to all humans to protect their body and face from harm's way. The scorching feeling was the last thing he felt. Severus Snape. Severus Snape, potion master of Hogwarts, was looking through the various cauldrons with a mixture of disdain and well-placed anger at the Dunderheads' works. It was a salve they had to make, not some sort of lethal explosive device. Of course the difficulty was a bit higher, but it was the second week, they were supposed to learn far more. He was also supposed to grade the potions of the week before too. A sizzling sound alerted him in time to take out his wand, but before he could effectively throw the charm to vaporize the contents of a cauldron, it spewed its foul liquids outwardly. When he redirected his wand to try and make it disappear in midair, however, it was far too late. The boy screamed and then fell on the ground completely covered in the potion that was apparently burning him badly. "All of you, stop working and empty your cauldrons now," he ordered, before stomping towards the fallen boy's form and carrying it with him, making him float towards the infirmary. He knew who the boy was, and it was because he knew who he was that he had no choice but make sure he would be immediately tended to. Snape left the boy's whimpering form on one of the infirmary's stools, before moving to call Madame Pomfrey. Of course the assistant of the nurse wasn't present at the time, and he knew why, of course. It was in moments like those that he started to think if they had really done the right thing that night, but was there any turning back? Harry Dursley. His entire face was burning in pain, just like his arms. Whatever the substance had been, it had torn right through his robes and gloves and hit him pretty badly. Even after a few minutes, even when he had felt himself being lifted and brought possibly to the infirmary, he had felt the burning sensation badly. It had even intensified for a brief moment, forcing him to start whimpering, before it had slowly begun to cool down. Harry was starting to think there was some sort of plot against him. Luck seemed to hate him, to avoid him, to refrain from even giving him a minute of the day. He had mad ghosts, people ignoring him and accidents happening. He had never been late prior to Hogwarts, and now instead he was. He had never been too early, he had never had his feet drag him to the kitchens or through strange hallways. He had never been outright ignored for having done nothing, or been snubbed because of that. Something strange was going on. Something that was, the burning sensation increased to the point that he felt the need to let out a smalling sound of pain. It was like the heat was pulsing over his body. This wasn't supposed to be normal. Maybe a bezoar would work. He'd have to look into his pocket though, could he? Pilfering supplies from around him hadn't been difficult, but it didn't change the fact that if these were results even when he was fully clothed, then just what were they trying to teach? How to prepare explosives. The burning cooled down, and for once he hissed out in relief. Maybe he'd manage to get to the afternoon lesson on. The burning came back, hitting him together with a crippling headache right at the base of his neck. Harry gritted his teeth harshly, his hands tightening into fists to the point where his knuckles were probably turning completely white. No, maybe he wouldn't, and the pain left. His eyes shot open in a moment, as he inhaled air sharply. The pain left whenever he blanked out the next moment. Somewhere, obliviate, on him, already. What other choice do we have? This won't. I know what I'm doing, Severus. Sometimes, I doubt it. The prophecy can rot too. Not even he knows. Severus, would you really tell him? Fine, but what if? A line has to be drawn, it is getting too violent. Were those any trouble? Course not, Severus. Who do you take me for that I can't dispose of them of all things? With your, never mind. Hurry Severus, hurry. Harry Dursley. Harry woke up in his bed up in the Ravenclaw's dormitory. He blinked, carefully looking at the clock that signaled the 16th hour of the day, right in the middle of the afternoon. He had apparently collapsed after having breathed in the poisonous fumes of yet another botched potion from Longbottom. His only relief was that indeed, he wasn't feeling sick any longer. He stood up quietly, deciding to walk downstairs in the common room to see if anyone had the defense against the dark arts notes that he couldn't attend the lesson of. Actually, he wasn't very much keen on following those lessons, not when he thought the professor was such a bore. The Slytherin ghost was kind of better. After all, the ghost had at least far more years of experience than some unknown professor of whom he only knew the nickname, Prongs. Why was he even going to bother speaking to him? Or to his cousin that, for what little it mattered, was an apparently arrogant brat who thought better than to associate with her muggle-raised cousin. Of course the girl hadn't known who he was really the son of, because who were his parents to begin with? His real ones. He frowned for a moment, his face probably making some sort of strange motion, trying to recollect what his parents' surname had been. His real ones, of course. Dursley was out, Evans was his mother's maiden one, and nothing. His adoptive parents had never told him, had they? No, they had never said anything about them. Freaks both of them, died in a drunk driving stunt. It was wrong, completely and utterly wrong. But, the memory was there, wasn't it? He winced for a moment, before finally recollecting his thoughts. He knew he came from some pure-blooded family, but he didn't recall which one. His cousin was Lillian Potter, but she had practically forced him in isolation and made sure he would never speak with her again. He was alone at Hogwarts, with no one to turn to but the ghosts and the portraits, and maybe the groundskeeper and the caretaker. The only professor who barely gave him the time of the day was Professor Binns, who was a ghost, and Professor Snape. Flying was a subject he despised and that he would get the exoneration for, since it wasn't even mandatory from the second year onwards and it freed his schedule. He settled his glasses from the tip of his nose back to their normal resting spot, before looking at the picture of Helena, who was apparently empty that day too. He'd need to make up for the lost time apparently. Life in Hogwarts hard, but he wasn't going to let it get to him. He was Harry Dursley, he'd challenge the system and he'd change it. But the question that still remained, deeply ingrained in the back of his head, was one and only one. It kept battling against the rest of his thoughts, lurking around every corner of sentence and every moment of thoughtlessness. It popped up from random gazes at objects and while he was walking, and it was but a single word. Why? That was something he should have queried about, but he found himself not caring. He was in a school filled with magic. He should learn about it, and the next day he was meant to have charms and history, two subjects he didn't dislike at all. Maybe he should have tried to cram some more. He'd do that, definitively, after heading off to the library to study some more before dinner, which he'd take in the kitchens. If his contact with the rest of the students was kept to the minimum, then the Weasley twins wouldn't prank him, would they? And the "ignore Harry" game would be nothing more than a shared idea that would suit him just fine. He'd ignore them all too. It was just like he wanted it, to keep being ignored and to remain inconspicuous. Nothing would top going through all 6 years of Hogwarts without being forced even a single moment to befriend someone else. The library was no longer as deserted as he thought it would be. There were people moving around, some sitting down and other murmuring to one another. In a corner near the fire, Draco was doing his homework together with another Slytherin, a female, and apparently he was in quite a hurry judging by the angle his quill was bending. Maybe it was meant for the next day. The charm professor had only asked for success in the Wingardium Leviosa charm, while Professor Binns had wanted an essay of at least 3 feet on the goblin battles he had spoken of, which he had done with his eyes closed and waltzing, last he recalled. Slowly, he reached to sit at a nearby table, when the voice of Draco piped in. "Over here, Harry." So Draco wasn't a part of the "let's ignore Harry Dursley" game, at least it was something. "Draco. Didn't see you," he replied, leaving his school bag near him as he sat down in front of the Slytherin boy. "Harry, this is Tracy." "Tracy, this is Harry," the blonde boy hastily said, as he quickly flipped another page, to get ahead of his notes probably. Giving a look at the book, it turned out that Harry had been indeed right. Draco was doing the assignment for Binns. So that's who you kept talking about. Pleasure to meet you. The girl had dark hazel hair and brown eyes, and didn't appear to possess any remarkably peculiar characteristic of sorts, if not for the fact that her hair was bowl-cut and with a bang of hair covering her right eye just barely. There was nothing else to notice. Not at a quick glance, that was all that Harry gave the girl. Likewise, he replied nervously, before starting to look through his bag for a book to read. He would have had charms the next day, wouldn't he? The next spell on the list would be Lumos. Well, someone had to start somewhere, and destroying buildings was still way out of his league. He'd start small. Eventually he'd get it all down. And then he'd show them, those who thought he was worthless and thought he could be pranked and be left alone in a corner to cry. He'd show them all. Why, hey Draco, Harry began to ask softly, do you know if there's some sort of prank going around on me? He queried quietly. The blonde boy actually tensed for a moment, before asking, what happened? Well, it's just that I get this feeling people tend to ignore me, or snub me. The worst kind is when they actually invite me to a study group somewhere and then never show up or have it elsewhere without warning me. As he spoke, he knew he was relating one-time happening things like they were common, but the end justified the means, didn't it? If only he knew what end he was actually thinking of, then everything would be far better. Oh, Draco muttered. Well, he hesitated for a second. You see. What is it? Harry asked, worried. What did I do to get that treatment out of everyone at school? The blonde-haired boy took a deep breath, before looking at Harry with determination. I'm Draco Malfoy, all right. And what does, wait a minute. His hand grabbed the book of Abraxas Malfoy. Your ancestor wrote this. Grandfather actually. Draco replied quickly, and, no, that's not actually the reason. So the reason is, Harry murmured, waiting for the boy to finish his reasoning. My father, he was accused of being a Death Eater, pleaded innocent because he had been under the Imperious curse all the time, and then he was proven innocent. Harry raised an eyebrow. Imperious curse. Oh right, your muggle raised, the Imperious curse makes one obey the commands of another. It's one of the unforgivable curses, those that cannot be used without risking ending up in Azkaban. Harry decided he'd query about what Azkaban was later on, for now he wanted to get to the end of it. Why would they bully me because of, well, your father? Because my father's a governor of the board of the school and, the boy took a deep breath, look, every year, my family donates money to St. Mungo's hospital. The year the process went on, they got enough money to open up a new wing in their hospital, so the press thought my father had bribed his way out of it. Coupled with what my grandfather wrote. Wait, your father said he was under orders he couldn't refuse from you-know-who, right? Harry asked just to be sure, and as Draco nodded, there was something that made the Ravenclaw's brain click. Just like the Nazi who claimed at Nuremberg that Hitler gave the orders. Same thing, so, they decided to snob me because they couldn't snob you. He asked, he just wanted to be clear on what was going on. That and because it's a Slytherin you're friends with, Tracy suddenly added her 2 cents, you're not completely wrong on Draco's father, earning herself a, hey, from Draco, who still let the girl finish, but you must understand that during you-know-who reigns, a lot of people follow the man for other principles than just, burn the muggle. Like, well, you-know-who offered the werewolves and the giants real places to live in and not, natural reserves, like there were. He also made it a point not to attack innocent wizards who simply went their way, and probably wouldn't have attacked the muggles at all if he hadn't been pressed for making a solid political base after. I lost you at, attack the muggles. Harry deadpanned. Listen, he began slowly. I just wanted to have fun at school, and learn magic. He muttered, shaking his head, since it appears I won't have the first, I'll at least get the second, so, I don't care if you believe in the magical Nazi party, or you're a founder of the, let the goblins have it all, live and let live is my philosophy of life, alright. So, we're not friends? Draco asked, his voice actually laced with worry at that point. What was he afraid of? Well, no, we can be friends of course. Harry exclaimed hotly. It's just that sometimes, I'd like to be told things like these before I have to feel them on my skin. I might have been more prepared, alright. Then, he sulkily added, his gaze moving sideways, and if this is all it takes for them to snob me, then they're not worth it. Draco merely nodded, a small smile spreading on his face before returning to his homework, as Harry instead began reading through the Lumos spell. Tracy looked at the two boys and then rolled her eyes. Still, now she was a bit curious concerning this Harry. She didn't even recall seeing him during classes, especially not the last one. It wasn't of her to pry though, and thus she said nothing more. Halloween came by quietly. One day, the castle of Hogwarts suddenly found itself filled with carved pumpkins and lights, and the students' excited buzzes reached every corner of the place. Not that it mattered much to Harry, who was currently face-deep on the advanced potion book that Professor Snape had given him. Even as a future drunkard, his mother's students' years had to have been at least productive. There were spells and curses among the book, all of which appeared to be scribbled with the sole intention of fighting off an enemy to kill it, rather than to simply stun it. He hadn't even been reading a single page of the book in regards to making potion, but it wasn't like it mattered. Harry now had the theory behind the spells firmly down, and all that remained to him was practice. There was one spell he had finally managed to get down. That one would have probably made the Bloody Baron proud, if only the ghost would finally deem him worthy enough to resume their lessons, even though they had barely done one. He hadn't thought he actually would possess enough viciousness to use the Trudeau spell. He had been wrong. Weeks of no one speaking to him, ignoring him like he was just the middle of a joke who still needed the punchline to come, it didn't make him the happiest person around Hogwarts. The few friends he had were either older than him, and thus more than friends they would have accounted as acquaintances, or of a different house. Whatever the prank was, it did not affect the professors who still graded his homework, the caretaker and the groundkeeper, Draco and the few friends at present that the blonde boy had presented him to. It had been kind of strange to be greeted along the hallway by someone who wasn't a portrait. He had actually stood there in shock for a moment, before finally gathering enough courage to reply to the "Hi." Tracy was still laughing about it, and trying to find ways to bring it up as much as possible, even at the present. As he began to walk towards the dining hall, Draco walking ahead with two boys called Gregory and Vincent, he could distinctively hear the sneers coming from the Gryffindors walking in group next to them. The fact he had mixed with the Slytherin meant nothing, of course. If he was going to be ignored in any case, then he'd go all in. "She's such a twat." "No at all. If you say so, Ron. I mean, you have to do it like this, or, that's wrong. It's Fluxweed. Arg, she's insufferable." Whoever they were talking about was apparently a female, but as he heard more and more insults coming their way, he sighed. He had thought that his cousin had a bone to pick with him, not that she would be vicious in general. "Hey, watch it," a Gryffindor exclaimed, as Harry turned his head just in time to see a bushy brown-haired girl run away crying. So they had been talking about Hermione, who apparently had heard them and was now heading away from the crowd that was going in the opposite direction. One side of Harry knew that it wasn't really his business, another side of him wanted to snap at his cousin and his friend, but a third side of him was just saddened by the entire thing. Maybe it had to do with him being at the center of the giant prank snubbing because of his friends, but still. "Is she a Muggle-born, that Granger?" Vincent asked, only for Draco to nod silently and keep on striding. It wasn't like Vincent and Gregory stood on the line of chivalry, or on that of let's burn the Muggle, but in Slytherin, you couldn't associate with people who at least weren't pureblood. It had something to do with the magical Nazi Party's propaganda. Still, his father always told him that girls shouldn't be made to cry. It wasn't the Dursleys' way of doing things. Breaking the nose of the offender, that was the Dursleys' way of getting a girl, at least hearing from his father, who hadn't replied to him once by owl. At first he had thought it strange, but when they had told him that the castle was actually in Scotland of all places, he had relatively calmed himself. Owls weren't supersonic jets, and they too needed time to rest between travels. He had tried to enter the doorway that led everywhere, only to discover that the first time around he had been fooled. The door didn't lead anywhere really existing. Instead, it just recreated a one-floor room apiece at the time, even the first floor of his house if he needed it, but didn't actually transport him all the way back to Privet Drive. So he could be at home, if he wanted to, but it wasn't actually his home, just a thing like the theater's props being in place. The windows even gave onto Hogwarts outside for one thing, and the fridge was empty. It was however a far nicer place to study in than the abandoned room on the second floor, and when he had finally come to terms with the bloody Baron not showing himself again, he'd moved there. That was when he had finally understood just what the room actually was. He had been thinking about how he was going to study magic and spells, while walking the proverbial 3 times in front of the door, and once he had opened the door he had found himself in a strangely eerie lit room. There were no windows, only shelves upon shelves of books piled around in a circle where at the dead center of it all stood a wooden table with a miniature of Hogwarts castle, complete with flying banners. There was enough room between the miniature and the edge of the table for him to read some books, and while there wasn't a chimney or a window, the light still came from a clearly invisible source as too did the heat. That was where he had learned the Trudeau spell. That was where he had learned the Lumos and the Flipendo. That was where he was going to return, after the Halloween party, to learn the Cuspis Terrae spell of transfiguration. It was the same spell he had heard in his dream after all, it had to mean something, right? However, as his mind tried to decide whether or not go and follow the girl, the decision was taken away by him by the time he realized his feet were actually moving away from the crowd and into the hallways, right behind the girl. Sometimes, his feet did just that, they moved on their own without him even realizing it, kind of like somebody or someone was guiding his steps. Whoever it or he or she was, however, it appeared the intention was clear: go and console the girl. Sometimes, he hated his subconscious. He wasn't good at speaking with girls. Draco. If there was one thing that Draco hated, it was courageous idiots. Slytherin was made by those of ambition and cunningness, and the first rule was that one shouldn't barge in on a problem head-on, but have someone else charge while staying back and laying low for the cheap shot to finish the battle. At first, he had befriended Harry because he had been of Ravenclaw and a pureblood too. He had thought that having someone to copy the homework from would be quite beneficial in his school life, and he would have been proven right, if he hadn't forgotten about Harry Dursley in the next 2 minutes. The point being his block notes, his secret journal that so clearly wasn't a diary, hadn't. So when he had discovered the written words on him having made contact with Mr. Dursley, with the words, "Pureblood Scion," strangely attached to it a few days later, he had come to the startling conclusion that someone was making sure he wouldn't befriend the boy. So he had done just the opposite, and had gone straight out to his head of the house. He had thought about Obliviate or Imperius, and had actually explained his ideas to the professor who, instead, had merely looked at him with curiosity before showing him a little note with some words scribbled in it. He didn't quite remember what the words had been, or actually much of anything on it, but he knew that his journal had now the words, "Genuinely befriend and present to other friends," right next to Harry Dursley's name on it. He usually kept the "genuinely" adjective only for a few selected persons, but he had never told anyone of his way of dividing his friends through adjectives. A normal befriend just meant a pawn or a tool, but the genuinely. So, when he saw Harry head off like a possessed to run after the Muggle-born witch, Draco was conflicted. On one side, he had kind of come to terms with the fact that Harry was a good friend to have. Quiet, sympathetic, and who clearly stated his thoughts on things while keeping his own philosophy. Sure, he had been Muggle-raised, but there wasn't much of Harry's attitude that was negative. At least, he was a bit aloof and moody sometimes, and his eyes did possess some sort of gleam that made alarm bells ring in his head, but all in all he could understand the "genuinely." On the other side, he was quietly pondering why his friend had decided to go after the stupid and crying mudblood. It wasn't like she actually needed a hand, did she? He wasn't one to take on his father's words at point-blank value. His mother had taught him that much and he had had the decency to listen to her, but still. What was he? An Auror? Did he really have to follow the boy like a shadow? He'd let him go and then he'd probably ask him what it was all about the next time they saw each other. It wasn't like there was anything dangerous lurking around Hogwarts, was there? Harry. The girl was apparently crying in a stall of the girls' bathroom. He did feel kind of queasy actually. Just why was he actually thinking he could help her? Standing outside of the bathroom was bad enough, but missing the feast. Of course he'd managed to get some food from the kitchens. By now the elves had no trouble delivering it to him in his study room to begin with, but it still said he'd have to eat it reheated. Waiting outside for a while, Harry's eyes caught the sight of a strange hulking creature that was apparently heading towards him, wooden club in hand. They were, after all, in the dungeons. "Hello," he muttered, looking at the creature that emanated a horrendous stench. The creature actually stopped to look at him. "Can I help you?" He had seen giants already, and ghosts. Maybe this guy was in charge of the bathrooms. The thing looked at him for a moment, before sniffing the air. "You need to clean the bathroom?" he queried slowly, as the thing let out a loud belch of reply. Well, the thing was being very informative. The disgusting smell that came out, however, nearly made him sick. "Hey, Hermione, right? Could you come out please?" Harry asked the girl from the entrance of the door, the hulking creature just behind him and looking a bit perplexed at the entire scene. "Go away," Hermione replied with a slight screech. "There's the toilet cleaning guy out here, he'd like to have the bathroom empty, you know." Harry deadpanned, "I'm really sorry, sir, she's going to come out soon," the boy added, as the thing's eyes settled on him for yet another second. Just a moment," the girl whimpered, probably trying to compose herself before coming out of the bathroom. It was just when she came out that she looked at the janitor and screamed. That made Harry startle in shock. What was it? Was there a spider somewhere? The janitor wasn't the cleanliest, but still to go and outright scream at him. "Troll," Hermione yelled while running back inside. That was all that Harry managed to say before he heard the distinctive scream of "Flipendo" come from the other end of the corridor. His eyes looked for a brief glance at the blonde hair of Draco, who had apparently cast the spell at him. He felt himself being lifted off his feet and thrown inside the bathroom, seconds before the wooden club of the troll came down where he had just been a second before. Well, Draco had apparently saved his life. "Harry, you all right?" The boy's gurgled scream was practically a halfway sure sign that trolls in the dungeon weren't a common sight. "Could be better," he yelled back, slowly getting up to his feet, and his wand in hand. Hermione was hiding beneath the sinks, huddled and crying. "I'll try and distract him, Harry. Try and get, oh right, he's..." The last words were barely at voice level, and with the roaring troll entering the bathroom after cracking open the door, well, Harry hadn't heard him at all. The boy gulped, his hand sweating strongly as he could see in the eyes of the troll the feral glint of hunger and probably the desire to smash him to bits with his wooden club. Where had the troll found a wooden club to begin with? He raised his wand, ready to fight. Would Flipendo actually work on a thing like that? He'd need to try the Trudeau spell, but it was the first time he used it on something actually alive. "Kill, or die," the voice once more whispered in his ears. Of course the Bloody Baron had decided to make his presence known just then. At least, that was who Harry thought the whisperer was. Only that ghost would come up with half-hissed words in the middle of him. Oh hell, he was going to die there. He was frozen by fear now. The thing was looming closer and closer and... Burn the trolls, dongs, chop them to bits, make a stew and gulp it all down. 'Cause that's the way of the crown. That song is both extremely disturbing and a slander. Who'd eat a troll's dong? Ah my dear, but that's the way of the crown. Trudeau. His eyes narrowed in firmness, as he thrust his wand forward with enough speed that he could distinctively hear his elbow snap with a satisfying crack sound. From the tip of his wand, a wave of ethereal lances thrust themselves forward, hitting the troll with apparently enough force to send him reeling backwards, albeit not enough to make him topple over. The lances disappeared a second later, but the troll did not and, instead, decidedly looked pissed and angry at Harry. He'd need to be more determined apparently, or die as some sort of smashed body. No. He wasn't going to die there and then only because there was a troll of all things hanging around and swinging his club at him. Harry barely managed to jump backwards, avoiding the club that smashed the floor's surface so hard it actually cracked the wood. Stone always defeated wood after all. Stone. Harry gritted his teeth. He had never managed to make a spell work the first time, no matter what happened or how much conviction he put into it. The spells always had to be tested by him, and he had to train for countless hours before even managing an inch of success. There was no way he'd manage. Intent, it was all in the intent. Maybe he could manage another explosive Wingardium Leviosa. Who was he kidding? He was just a kid 11 years old. He was going to die in that bathroom right next to a crying girl who was hiding beneath the sink and who had run away. He just blinked then. Maybe the girl had gone to get help, and not to simply leave him there and face his inevitable death to a bloody pulp because of Troll. If only the girl hadn't screamed. Trudeau! Harry yelled again, but this time far less than a single lance emerged from the tip of his wand, that was so easily deflected by the thick skin of the troll. He was afraid. He was frightened. He just wanted to go home and stay hidden beneath the sheets. He didn't want this. Kill him. Just die already. Harry screamed, Trudeau, Trudeau, Trudeau. He wasn't going to die in there. No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't die alone and be jolted down as just a casualty. If he had to kill the damn thing, then he would. The troll roared once more, taking another step forward. It was then, just as the wooden club came swiping down on him, just as he saw death coming outright to claim him, that Harry sighed and let himself go. Well, there was no point whatsoever in delaying the inevitable right. Flipendo. Another voice, female, yelled the spell's name as the wooden club outright landed with a deafening crack near him, but not on him. Apparently, his cousin whom he hated and from whom he was hated had come to save him. For just a second, he was actually glad and relieved. Then, of course, he heard her talk. Harry, are you all right? Of course he was all right, just meeting a friendly neighborhood troll who apparently wanted him as a snack. A jam snack, of course. What do you think? He snarled back at her, before growling to himself. He knew he shouldn't act like that, but being ignored and then suddenly coming up weeks later like nothing had happened. This wasn't going to stand. For all that he knew, she could have placed the troll there just to have a nice laugh at him. Troll's skin is thick and resistant to magic. A shrill voice, belonging to Hermione, piped in from the end of the bathroom, so the Gryffindor girl had gone and gotten reinforcements, from the very girl who had been insulting her. Typical. Where was Draco anyway? Probably gone to get a professor. That would have been the smart thing to do, not bloody try and fight a troll head-on. And then Lillian jumped on the back of the troll. Harry swiftly rolled on the ground, as the troll swiped his club around him at the feeling of something on his neck. Was the girl mad? What was she thinking, grappling a troll of all things? Burn the troll, he muttered to himself, with half the feeling of just waiting for the troll to come and kill him. Incendio. The troll's body spun one more time, his club ending up firmly entrenched against the bathroom's mirror and staying stuck there. Having lost his club, the monster finally dropped it in favor of his hands, both of which could easily move and grab. With strength, Lillian, before roaring at her. Harry heard his cousin scream, and as his blood froze, his mind did the only thing he could do. When facing an enemy, aim at the head. Headshots multiply the damage. Trudeau. A barrage of ethereal lances flung themselves like missiles against the troll's upper body, tearing apart chunks of flesh and muscles and blood, while his head ended up being outright severed and thrown by the momentum of the magical lances across the bathroom, finally landing at Hermione's feet. The troll's body suddenly underwent spasms for a moment, before falling limp on the ground with a soft crash. Lillian Potter was now covered in blood, but still pretty much alive. Blood was sprayed everywhere in the room, and even Harry was slightly covered in it. It looked just like a slaughterhouse. A slaughterhouse he had created, with a single spell. It's just like a gun, he remembered his words, of course. Oh, just how wrong had he been. This wasn't a gun, this was a plasma rifle, a MIRV unit, this was a nuke. The wooden wand he had so aptly dismissed wasn't just a tool to make things fly or do strange and funny things. It was a tool for murder too. An incredibly apt tool for murder, just like had done in that moment. He felt sick. He felt the need to retch and puke, and as his hand touched the slimy and viscous red ground, he did just that. Bent in two from the shock and the disgusting feelings that were hovering over him, he emptied his stomach. That thing had been killed by him. He was a murderer. Harry James Dursley was a murderer. His parents would be so proud now, wouldn't they? Severus. That was extremely risky. It went well anyway, didn't it? Damn, Mutt got my leg. I'm surprised nobody reacted faster. Young Harry is growing up so fast, isn't he? I can't obliviate something of that magnitude. I didn't ask you to, Severus. Then what? Just let time do its course, I'll take care of the rest. Harry. When his eyes opened, he found himself staring at the really rarely seen face of an outright angry Professor Flitwick. It was a first to see the small man angry, but considering his head barely reached his shoulder now that he was laying on the nurse's bed, maybe it was that made him all the more scary. Mr. Dursley. The professor began, on one side, I am extremely keen on removing enough points from Ravenclaw to bring the house on a negative. At that menace, the boy flinched. On the other side, I find myself willing to just give you a 4-numbered amount of points for the extraordinary display of magical prowess you have demonstrated. Harry now blinked owlishly. He had killed a troll. Weren't they, the janitors of Hogwarts? Mr. Malfoy went right ahead to call Professor Snape, who in turn called me to come and assist. When we arrived, you were as white as a sheet, but with little to no injuries. The troll, on the other hand, Harry turned slightly green as he remembered just how the troll had ended up becoming, anyway. Enough of that. Phileas shook his head quickly. Professor, I killed him. Harry whispered. That you did, and while murder is an act to be frowned upon, you were just defending yourself. Flitwick remarked, and trolls are nothing more than savage beasts, think of it as putting down a rabid dog. Harry said nothing, his mind slowly coming to terms with what had happened before sighing in relief. He wasn't going to prison. It was enough. Wait, did that make him a hero? Unfortunately, the Ravenclaw head of the house remarked, the news that traveled around was quite different. A feeling of dread pitched itself deeply in Harry's stomach. Why did he feel he wasn't going to like the next words? Miss Potter was hailed as the savior of Miss Granger and yourself. I did try my best to relate what really happened, but nothing apparently changed so. At first, his first thought had been to yell about the unfairness of it all. He had been the one to get there first, and to fight off the troll and distract it long enough for Hermione to escape. He had been the one to kill it in the end, and he should have been hailed as the savior, the hero, the good and powerful guy, but in the end, he just sighed. The breath came out of his throat as a small hesitant smile appeared on his face. It's all right, Professor, I'm not hero material after all. This is a wonderful display of maturity, Mr. Dursley. Phileas noted with a light smirk, from what I had from your friends, namely young Mr. Malfoy, you seem to be an avid devourer of books. Since I do believe that acts of heroism should be rewarded, as long as they don't end up being borderline stupid, I had this permit written for you. Having said that, the small man deftly handed over a small note with his signature to the boy. With that in hand, you will be granted a 1 hour extra time over curfew, which you may spend in the library. Don't fall asleep in there, however. Harry's eyes bulged in surprise and shock. If he knew anything of Ravenclaw, it was that permission to study on books for more time than normal was some sort of highly placed prize. The reward wasn't a small pat on the back. It was something good, really good. I hope your time at Hogwarts will be devoid of any more of these events, Mr. Dursley, Phileas pointed out as he turned to leave, but with magic involved, who am I to tell? The last part had been whispered in such a low tone that Harry hadn't even heard it. Not that it mattered much, as the boy was currently looking at the small note like it was some sort of highly fragile parchment. He had an extra hour. The next time, he'd be more prepared. The next time, he'd be the one hailed as a hero. He'd make sure nobody would make the same mistake twice. Burn the trolls, dongs, chop them to bits, make a stew and gulp it all down. 'Cause that's the way of the crown. As he found himself humming that little bit of a ballad song, he stopped. Just where had he heard that? And he didn't much care about it then, he was just tired. He'd take a nap and delve on the mystery of his knowledge of songs later on, maybe after learning the Cuspis Terrae spell. With October gone, and November arriving, the period of Quidditch began. While many students walked upon the snowy grounds of Hogwarts, fighting the cold with mittens to make puppets of snow, Harry Dursley was standing in the circular room that had become his training grounds. His wand had apparently had a change of heart, because now it actually obeyed him. He didn't know what had brought forward the change, but he did know that whatever it was, it worked as long as he didn't doubt himself. Letting his wand move through the air with grace, he brought the tip down on the floor of the room, and with that, spikes of earth emerged from the very ground, their tips sharp and their intent lethal. As soon as he removed the tip, the earth lances disappeared within the very ground. This attack was lethal, but for completely different ways. Transfiguration for warfare was the most feared of magical abilities. Not because of the power of the spells, but because there was no light being shot. If someone flung a flipendo, or any other spell for what mattered, there would always be a small red or green light coming out from the tip of the wand. Cuspis terrae was a transfiguration magic related directly to touching the ground, and then conjuring the spikes in a surrounding area of width varying depending on the degree of mastery held. There was no light to give away the spell. Of course, the movement of bowing down to touch the ground wasn't of the most subtle, but it was a small price to pay. Half a dozen wizards had found their deaths casting said spell and being taken by a crossbow bolt in the neck though, which kind of made it one of the first spell taught and also one of the least used. If only there was a window in here, Harry muttered, his gaze settling upon the rows of shelves that, apparently, began to tighten themselves up enough to create a small empty spot on the wall, from which a window appeared to give on the outside. The sun was high enough for it to be way past the flying lessons hour, and thus he sighed before setting off for astronomy. He had tried to gain interest in the matter, but stars and space weren't to his liking. Unluckily, while one could be exonerated from flying by simply talking to the nurse, and blaming vertigo and glass wearing, one couldn't just leave astronomy. The phobia of stars, if it existed, wasn't something easy to fake. Harry niftily placed his study books back in his school bag, making sure to keep the small slips of paper that signaled the pages he had reached clearly within the boundaries of the books. It wouldn't do to keep his books messy. A neat work reflects a neat mind. The thought struck him as his hand went to the door to open it, but not actually giving it any more weight than needed, he found himself staring at the back of the architect statue that stood looking over the great entrance to Hogwarts. He blinked once, before closing the door behind him. Why was he even trying to make any sense of what happened to him at Hogwarts? He mustered a groan as he began his silent walk upwards, half muttering curses at the thought of the flight of stairs to take to get to the library, then head over to dinner, and finally wait the final hours before astronomy hours at midnight. It was as he sat down near the usual table, that he realized the mood around the Slytherin compartment of the library was quite sour. "Can't believe it," and "what the hell," were the typical mutters followed by strings of curses uttered under their breaths. Draco was looking down at his book, but he was indeed holding the sides of the leather-bound tome tightly. Next to him, Gregory was grumbling something under his breath, and elaborated once the raised eyebrow of Harry came into view. "Miss Potter," the tone was sarcastic all right, in view of her heroism in saving 2 students, and her incredible flight abilities, was made the new seeker of the Gryffindor's Quidditch team. The eyebrow of Harry remained raised. As a first year, she is the youngest seeker of the century for Hogwarts, and she has been gifted a recently minted Nimbus 2000. The eyebrow was starting to crank up for staying upwards, but Harry was still waiting for the point. "Oh come on, you can't be that thick." Vincent snapped, "They bloody hell favored her because she's the girl who lived. So she's bound to make her team lose, right?" Harry asked back. "It would, if the Nimbus wasn't the top-of-the-line broom while the school issued one or barely even flying to begin with." Draco hissed slowly, "Do you see? It's always like that. Gryffindors get prized for things they didn't do only because they were the loudest of the bunch. They get permissions, excuses, they get benefits and privileges for things others have to sweat for. Do you know that for defeating the troll, the headmaster gave Gryffindor 50 points? Like what you and I did meant nothing, and you frigging killed the troll. Then what should we do?" Harry replied smoothly, "Utter curses at them from behind their back. Burn her broom. Do pranks on her. Should we attack her? Backstab her? Should we disembowel her in the hallway?" His eyes narrowed. "Do you know what the first tenet of warfare is, Draco?" Draco's eyes were bulging in shock, as his mouth was slightly open, but no words escaped. Of all things, he probably hadn't expected him to speak like that. Well, maybe he had laid it too thickly to begin with. It is to solve all conflicts with efficiency and ruthlessness, and as quickly as possible. He muttered. This whining in a corner of the library, are sulking and moping around, it doesn't work, it's not effective, and it makes Slytherin look bad. What the hell does a Ravenclaw know about what makes Slytherin look bad or not? Marcus Flint, chaser for Slytherin, snapped at him, having probably heard him. Draco had presented the boy in some sort of twisted way to make him interested in Quidditch. The only result had been him completely ignoring the sport from that moment onwards. All the Dark Lords hail from Slytherin. Harry hissed back. That is the biggest load of bullshit ever to be created. But it's the only one that sticks around, you know why? Because Ravenclaw Dark Lords are so bloody damn good at their jobs that they aren't caught. He narrowed his eyes. Glasgow Martin was a Ravenclaw who went to Russia around the time of the Russian Revolution. He went by the name of Rasputin, forced the entire Tsardom to collapse, and came back years later as a Lenin. Time is but a door after all. Flint narrowed his eyes, and so Harry spoke again. Do you know why the Fat Friar of Hufflepuff is a ghost? He asked, making a light smile. Why? Killed some people. Flint snorted. Oh, he should be the bloody Fat Friar actually. Harry grinned. Do you know that during his travels in Iceland, just so casually that island accepted Christianity as a religion? Of course the disappearances of Muggles of other faiths around that period were attributed to giants of all things, but that's not the point, isn't it? You know that in the Middle East, the caliphates began to face their steep decline just around the time the friar went over there to build a church. His smile had to be positively feral, because even Flint was wincing away. Slytherin might be good schemers, he muttered, but trust me on this, Flint, you don't want to see what a Ravenclaw can really do. So, we murder the girl who lived? Draco asked, looking at him as if he had grown a second head. Of course not, he replied hotly. You didn't hear a word I said, did you? Harry narrowed his eyes, before tapping on the book he was currently reading publicly. If there are fortifications surrounding France, then we must blitzkrieg through the neutral countries. Seeing the looks of confusion etched on their face, he sighed before explaining, we beat them in another area. We lost ground on Quidditch. Then let's take it back on the other areas. You say Slytherin is getting it bad since centuries. Then let's turn the table around. He opened his book of Hogwarts, a history, at the page with the symbols of the 4 houses. There isn't only Gryffindor and Slytherin, there are also Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. As he said that, his index went over the 2 usually neutral houses. They are our Switzerland. We must conquer them to leave Gryffindor alone. You say it's unfair that the girl who lived got all the fame and glory. Then let's take it all away, from her entire house. He smiled broadly, seeing the glint of understanding in their eyes. First off, we must begin with propaganda. Propa what? Vincent's question was stopped by Draco elbowing him in the ribs. Draco. Harry hissed warningly at the blonde boy. What? The boy replied bewildered. No hitting. We are all on the same side, and questions are always worthy of being answered. But, let me finish, Harry muttered, raising a hand. Propaganda is, Vincent, the act of delivering information from a specific perspective that puts the target in a good or bad way, depending on what the objective is. Right now, we want to make Slytherin look good and put Gryffindor in its place. He pointed out, for that, no hitting one another, act like Hufflepuffs. But that's demeaning, Gregory whined, only for Harry to level him a glare that could have killed him. No, that's the all point of the ruse, he muttered. If we help the Hufflepuffs, whom will they give their loyalty to? If we aid the Ravenclaws, to whom will they share their wits? You speak as if you're Slytherin, you know that, Dursley. Terence Higgs remarked dryly, a small smile on his face. He had apparently scuttled closer to listen, as a couple of other students from the same house did too. Good to know, Harry muttered back. At first, there weren't houses to divide Hogwarts. The founders themselves were but teachers of the school. Appeal to that when they question your motives. You want to bring unity back to Hogwarts. You want a single student corps, a single house, a single school. And only one Führer. Oh hell, he was using Nazi theology on the Slytherin, and it was actually working. He didn't know whether to cry or not because of that. Give the disgruntled masses a single enemy, and unite them under said banner, and you will possess a loyalty you will find nowhere else. And how should we help them? Pusey, one of the Slytherin chasers, asked. Well, by being friendly and helping them out with their homework. Harry smiled. Or by stopping whatsoever bullying might be going on. By defending the guys the Weasley twin prank, by helping out the caretaker, the professors, the groundskeeper, by acting just the opposite of what they expect of you, you will remove the few attacks the Gryffindor used to act against you. Why should we bother though? A voice muttered, we already won the House Cup 7 times in a row, this year won't be any different. And Harry, he just chuckled. What is there today that wasn't there yesterday? And as he asked that question, his eyes settled on Draco. The girl who lived, Draco replied, quickly understanding. I got it. The blonde boy muttered. Explain it, would you? The same voice as before, not, was it? This year, they changed the flying and defense against the dark arts professors. Draco pointed out. One is the girl who lived, father, and the other is her godfather. They both already assigned her enough points to actually put Gryffindor as second best, and we're scrounging by because Professor Snape tries to give us points when he can, but Quidditch is practically what gave us the edge the last years. Wait, Harry hissed, you're telling me the Quidditch sport actually gives points? Yeah, you didn't know. The difference in score between the two houses gives extra points to the winner side. Flint pointed out, only for Harry to groan. You won't get the House Cup this year then. As soon as he said that, pandemonium erupted around the table, forcing Madame Pants to come around and throw them all out. As the entire group was outside, of course Harry was literally pinned next to the wall. What do you mean? Flint pointed his finger at him accusingly. The truth is a mean thing, Harry whispered, but if you accept it, you can look forward to the outcome. Listen to me and listen well. Harry pointed to Draco to come closer, and then he began to speak once more. Let's say that, instead of the girl who lived, Draco here had become the youngest seeker in the century of Hogwarts. Fat chance. A few of the group replied. Anyway, do you know what would have happened the moment Severus Snape handed him over a new Nimbus 2000? What? Except I'd have a broom. Draco queried. Dumbledore would have taken it away. And with that, silence reigned. You understand, don't you? Harry muttered, shaking his head. You will not win the House Cup this year. Dumbledore will see to that. He has broken rules to make sure Gryffindor would have the best chances, so no, you will not have the House Cup. That's preposterous. He's the headmaster. He can't be biased. He can, Severus remarked dryly, and with his voice, the Slytherin group practically jumped and turned to face their head of the house. This isn't what it seems, Professor. Flint hastily began, only for the potions master to cut him off. Why, I'd like to think that too, Mr. Flint, so explain the situation to me. We were speaking of Quidditch. Harry immediately interrupted, taking a step forward. We spoke a bit hotly on cannons and England, and we were kicked out of there. It was just friendly banter, Professor, nothing more. Yeah, just that. Flint quickly agreed, nodding vigorously. Oh. Professor Snape's eyes settled on Harry's for a moment, whereas the boy flinched and shied away a few seconds later. Well then, carry on, though I might suggest you bring your discussions to someplace more private. Even the walls have ears after all. And with those curt words, Snape turned to leave. And do remember my words, my young SS, true neutrality does not exist. Share the word with all other Slytherin. Harry whispered, as soon as the professor was gone. You do not actually need to act, just to talk and catch the moment. It's true, you won't probably win the House Cup, but if you actually do as I say, and with that, he turned around to start walking away from the group, then you'd at least change Slytherin's reputation and cast the Gryffindor as a bunch of self-absorbed twats who can break rules and get prizes for that, and that is something Hufflepuffs hate, isn't it? And then he walked away, leaving the Slytherin to their thoughts. He had barely turned the corner that he came face to face with someone he would have rather not met. Hermione. She had spent half of the day hoping to catch a glimpse of the boy that had stalled the troll in the bathroom long enough for her to go and call a professor. She hadn't yet thanked him for having helped her, and she had promised herself she would at the very least get his name. All that she knew was that he had blonde hair, and that he was in Slytherin. Since she had heard the Pottle twins talk about Draco's apparent fits of jealousy over the girl who lived, and that he usually grumbled with some of the Slytherin in the library, she had thought she'd get at the very least a talking chance. If of course the blonde boy didn't hex her for being a Muggle born, because half the Slytherin were after all pure-blooded bigots and the other half hated Gryffindor, and she was probably the embodiment of what they all hated. Still, she had gone to Gryffindor to change, she had gone there to become someone brave at heart, and she wouldn't die from just thanking him now, would she? He had after all saved her life, just like Lillian and Ron. She was in luck. She had just rounded the corner to find that indeed, Draco was apparently walking on the way opposite of her, and he was quite actually alone in that moment. "Ahe," she said, trying to catch the young wizard's attention, only for the blonde boy to snort and then halfway stop himself, which was quite comical actually. What do you want?" he asked, his voice apparently conflicted, but while his eyes weren't actually looking at her, it was still better than nothing. I wanted to thank you for having found me and having distracted the troll," she began, only for Draco to stare at her in disbelief, before looking somewhere behind her and then outright snap. It was Harry from Merlin's beard. He was the one who actually moved to help you. I wouldn't care less what the hell might happen to a mudblood like you, but Harry's a bloody idiot and that's that. Go and thank Harry instead of me. You just passed him at the corner, you arrogant bee. Slugulus eructo. The voice startled her, because it came from an outright furious Ron Weasley, who had apparently come from behind Draco and hit him with a curse. "Ron!" Hermione exclaimed, only to jump backwards as Draco fell on the ground, spewing slugs of all things. "What? Hermione, he just insulted you. Come away and let him taste the slugs." Ron snarled, grabbing the girl by the arm and pulling her away from the slug-vomiting boy. "But it's a harmless curse, Hermione," Ron muttered, pulling her more strongly. "It's nothing, he won't survive, just 10 minutes of slug puking. My brother's tested it on me enough times, I know what it does. He won't choke on them, though I'd like to think he would." "The bloody git calling you that." "That what?" Hermione muttered, bewildered and not understanding. "That word, mudblood." As soon as she said that, Ron flinched slightly. "Yeah, it's a really bad word around here. Different from the pureblood, who only have wizards in their family lines. It's really insulting." Hermione stayed silent for a moment, before she finally pulled herself free from Ron's grip and began to walk next to him, huffing in annoyance. "Anyway, was there someone else in the bathroom except you and Lillian?" This, Harry, why was the name familiar to her? "Not that I remember. That bloody git was outside, running to get help from his professor. Snape probably came by and killed the troll." No, that was wrong, and that much Hermione knew. Lillian had been captured by the troll and she had been about to be killed, but then the troll had detonated. Its head had rolled down at her feet, because someone had flung a spell at the creature. A spell that conjured ethereal lances. More than once she had seen that spell in use in the bathroom. The spell had been thrown. Harry had flung the spell that had saved her. Harry was the same boy she had met on the boat, and that. She remembered him asking her a question, and her not even giving him the time of the day. She had thought that she didn't want to give away soon that she was a know-it-all, so she had absent-mindedly said to meet at the library, and then she hadn't gone. She had been busy trying to speak about fashion with the other girls, whereas she hadn't even known a brand name of the wizardry world. She had reverted to being smart, but she had ignored the boy at every instance. She had seen him round the corner, she had looked at him round the corner, and she had walked past him and had thanked Draco, with him at her shoulders. Hermione turned around quickly, and then began to pace back to where Draco had been left. "Hermione, where the hell are you going?" Ron asked, bewildered. "I'm going to make a wrong right," she muttered back, but when her steps led her back to the spot where Draco had been retching slugs, the boy wasn't there. Someone had probably moved to take him and bring him to the infirmary. And she had half a feeling that it had been Harry that had come back. "Harry, you, Draco, are an idiot," Harry muttered as he paced in front of the blonde boy. "You couldn't just let it be, right?" "I, Blearg, tried." The blonde boy whimpered as yet another slug came out. I'll make sure to get Professor Snape to give enough negative points to Gryffindor they'll need 2 years before they even see the zero back. Harry swore, before taking a deep breath. Where the hell is the bloody nurse? Language, Mr. Dursley. A voice snapped from the other door of the infirmary. I'm looking for a solution to Mr. Malfoy's problem, but I've never seen it cast before. Trying salt wouldn't do. Harry had never sneered before, but this woman was getting on his nerves. It wasn't Madame Pants, but a younger red-haired woman whom she had only seen the back of, and after handing over a basket to Draco to puke inside, she had disappeared behind the wooden door. That's a Muggle solution to normal slugs, Mr. Dursley, I say you took after, but he had already lifted his hands in the air and had walked out grumbling curses, so he hadn't heard the last part of it. Harry had stomped straight down towards the dungeons, and then, abruptly, he had stopped. The next few seconds, Harry blinked, his eyes suddenly bulging in shock as he began to mutter. Oh no, no, no. What the, no. His hands went to his face. What the hell did I just do? What the hell was I doing? No, that's not, no. He began to shake his head. Why did I say anything? Why? I should have kept quiet. What do I care about Quidditch and house cups? He began to whimper. I want no bloody Nazi cult at school, I just want to be left alone. Is that the end of your convictions, young Raven? The baritone voice came from behind him, and as Harry turned around, he came face to face with the serious glare of the Bloody Baron. Is that all that you can do? Whimper in a corner. I'm not controlling my body. He yelled back at him, I didn't want to. Oh no my boy, you wanted to. The Baron spoke again, and remember your betters, I am Lord Slytherin. You. He pointed his finger at him hotly, you possessed me. Begone demon, I exorcise you. As Harry put his fingers in a cross-like shape, the Baron merely looked at him with his eyes flaming. I did nothing, though I admit I might have possessed you. The Baron's head inclined itself to the side, and what I did was merely what you would have wanted to do, if only your condition hadn't been there. The ghost shook his head. So much potential, oppressed. But a chain is loosening up, now we need the rest to go. What are you talking about? What's my damn condition? What the hell, just, what the hell, he mumbled slowly, his gaze going downwards to the stone floor. It is still too early, young Raven, the ghost spoke again, but know this, in less than an hour, you brought a change to Hogwarts that centuries could not muster. It might be nothing big. Only a tiny pebble by now, but nurture it, let it grow, and you will have a tree whose roots will be able to tear asunder the very foundation of society. So tell me, please, tell me, why are you doubting yourself so much? The ghost's question hit him. Did he doubt himself? The thestral hair is an ancient core, one that works only for those who know how to accept death itself. The ghost spoke slowly, but the Dementor's shroud is far, far older. The Bloody Baron's voice was monotone as it spoke, but in that lack of emotion, it made it even grimmer. A Dementor is a beast who asks the very soul out of people to devour it, consume it, and leave nothing behind. They are beings of pure darkness who consume all happiness around them, are they not? The question took him by surprise, and as Harry fumbled for an answer, the Baron shook his head. Maybe today, in any case, their shroud hides from the world them and their features, and that is the true inner focus. The Dementor's shroud works the best in the hands of those who would do anything to bring forth their ideals and their dreams, for those who would fight tooth and nail, and leave nothing behind but at the same time, for those who do it not for glory but because they believe it is the right thing to do. The ghost's eyes bore into Harry. That wand has not a single ounce of patience for self-doubt, Harry Dursley. That wand is not just a gun or a sword. Wands are instruments of utter destruction or salvation. You may think of yours as a fancy stick, but you offend it greatly. True power is to be wielded with respect. But if you have no dreams but to live in ignorance, then the wand will just do that. It will help you achieve just that. Unless you fight your condition, Harry Dursley, you will never win it. Harry remained quiet, his mind in disarray as he tried to make sense of the wand, of the Bloody Baron's actions, and of everything else that had happened to him. Just what did he want? To remain ignored and learn magic? No, yes, no, he wanted to remain anonymous. He didn't want to be known. Harry Dursley had to remain ignored by the world. Why? The condition. He had a condition. The Baron had. White blinding pain hit him at the back of his head as he collapsed in a startled scream. Fight it, young Raven. Fight and muster yourself. The bloody Baron was currently hovering over Harry, twirling around like a thick mist. If you can't, if you won't, if you don't, then you will never achieve your greatness. The greatest enemy is oneself, young Raven. The bloody Baron whispered to his ears, even if you lose everything, remember my words for they speak the truth. I know that very well after all. And then the bloody Baron was gone, and a firm hand settled on Harry's shoulder, a wand pointed at the side of his head. Obliviate. And all was dark once more. The plan is in progress, King. The message that arrived through his owl post made him raise an eyebrow in surprise. Just what plan were they talking about? And who was this King they were referring to? Harry had spent the last hour trying to decide if he had to care that Lillian had nearly fallen off her broom, or not to and steer clear from the infirmary. He was still angry at her, Wingman, for having cursed Draco, and he knew that Draco was practically hoping to get a good curse back against the Weasley, but just who the hell was this King eluded him. Christmas was approaching and still his parents hadn't replied to him. Maybe they had been busy, or maybe the owl had lost itself, but his mind was occupied on other things. Namely, the fact that apparently being possessed wasn't a fantasy but a reality, and that it could lead him to really horrible situations. He had to steer clear of ghosts. He had to avoid them all like the plague and do his very best to remain inconspicuous and alone. He had stopped speaking with Draco a few days before, and now all his studies revolved around the room through the magical door. His human contact came with the professor, most of the time only with him delivering homework. Professor Binns was the only one with whom he spoke a bit more, and with whom he managed to bring up the Ravenclaw's points. Snape gave him points for the potions and Filius actually gave him subtle nods of approval when he delivered his homework. Right about then, as soon as he finished his breakfast, he decided he'd go and ask Filch before heading off to Charms. Well, he should call the man Argus actually. The man had insisted upon one of their last talks which had diverged on what actually the caretaker had to use to clean some of most difficult smudges of dirt around the carpets. Apparently, Argus had never heard about the Muggles' new inventions in the market of cleaning stuff. The fact that century-old dirt was now no longer a threat to his sanity had made the man hug him in joy once. They had both decided never to speak about it again though. The man wasn't present in his office, but Mrs. Norris instead was, and as she meowed happily while jumping to get in his arms, Harry merely scratched the cat's neck while murmuring, "You wouldn't know where Argus went, would you?" The cat purred, not actually wanting to move around much. "Suppose not." The boy sighed. "And I swear Argus, I caught that Potter girl in the restricted section and, oh." Madame Pants had entered the office, actively and excitedly talking with Argus when she suddenly stilled and assumed her usual stern and glaring attitude. "Oh Irma, no worries, this here is Harry Dursley, good lad he is. Mrs. Norris adores him," and just like that, Madame Pants's face turned a bit softer. I saw you a lot in the library now, didn't I?" she asked carefully. "Yes madam," Harry replied quickly, nodding his head repeatedly as his gaze slowly moved to the side. "You did treat my books well, I didn't even realize you had actually read them." The woman's murmured tone was a sharp contrast with her usual stiff and stern demeanor, and probably her words were a compliment, because Argus himself was slightly smiling. "See, told ya he was a good lad. Always with his head neck deep in books. By the way, was there something you wanted to tell me, Harry?" Argus asked, looking at him. "Well, I still haven't received a reply from my parents, sir," Harry meekly whispered out, "and, how much time does the owl usually take?" Which owl did you use?" the man asked while moving towards a cabinet. "I think it was number 9, sir," Harry replied quickly. Maybe he had missed the letter being received, because he had gone there too early in the morning for breakfast. It had happened a lot of times before, maybe it was that and he had been worrying for nothing. "Number 9, oh here he is." Present in the Owl Tower and last sent letters, Argus' voice lowered itself a bit, before it strangely returned to normal and maybe a bit over excessive cheerfulness. "Well, your letter was returned to sender. Apparently your parents weren't home when it was delivered, you didn't write them another I suppose. At Filch's words, Harry meekly nodded. See, now shouldn't you be off to Charms, lad? Don't make me sound like a liar to Irma here, be a good lad and trot off. All right, thank you Argus. Good day to you too Madam Pants. And after dropping the meowing in displeasure Mrs. Norris, Harry headed off towards Charms. He had been such an idiot to worry for nothing. He should have checked sooner, but he had apparently never found the time to do something as simple as that. As he hurriedly sat down in the last row, he realized there was still one empty spot next to him, meaning someone else was even later than he was. Professor Flitwick was just then entering the room, when the disheveled figure of Hermione rushed through the doors and settled down on the last free chair. Just in the nick of time, since the lesson began a few moments afterwards. Did he say anything important yet? She whispered to him, and that made him look at her for a moment. Since when was she on taking terms with him? No, even better, why did he actually have to answer her? No, he replied in a low murmur, he was such a spineless guy. Well, no, he had just answered a question, but that would be all. He wasn't going to forgive the girl for snubbing him outright since the beginning of the term, and especially not even defending the true way things had gone in the bathroom with the troll. He hadn't expected her to thank him of course, but a bit, just a tiny bit of recognition would have been a great way to mend the fact that she had stood him up, instead nothing. And now, after everything, here the girl was asking him a question, and just like the spineless guy he was, he had answered because, after all, one just doesn't start hating girls. I'm sorry, the girl whispered, slightly flinching probably from his tone. He looked at her, raising an eyebrow. What was the girl sorry for now, he wondered. For having one of her friends curse one of his. For not having given out the real version of facts. Of course he knew what peer pressure could do to people, but for what? He asked back. Maybe she was sorry for having asked him a question that disrupted his attention from taking notes. Not that it bothered him, because he could do two things at the same time after all, but still. The library, she whispered, and the bathroom, I'm sorry. I just ignored you, I think. Ignore me, will you? Don't you know that giving your back to the shadows only invite the daggers? He blinked once. That, who had spoken just then. It sounded just like an old voice, but I see. Harry replied slowly, returning to taking down notes. Do you still have problems with the Wingardium? Apparently, the girl liked to make conversation even during the charm lesson, a feat that Harry discovered much to his displeasure as the lesson went on, and he found himself actually saying yes to meeting the girl at the library that afternoon to compare notes on charms. He was weak. He admitted that much to himself as he sulkily walked his way to lunch and then later on towards the library. At the very least the way his fellow housemates treated him hadn't changed, but the murmurs of Slytherin suddenly becoming nicer to them was strange to hear. From all that he knew of, Slytherin tended to be cruel and cunning and backstabbers. 20 points to Ravenclaw later, because of course the names of the first 22 users of the flying broomstick earned him that much, and he was happily chatting with Professor Binns as the class began to dwindle down. But then, why did Alaric the Almighty face the enemy with but a sword and a shield? Shouldn't he have worn his armor too? Harry asked curiously. It is unknown why. Binns replied slowly, I deal with facts and not with hearsays, but it is a fact that the day before the battle, Alaric's wife disappeared from the castle. Without his armor, when the poisonous fangs of the war basilisks tore his shield asunder and carved deeply into his flesh, Alaric's death came swiftly. So his wife might have stolen the armor. Harry pressed on. Maybe, but remember that Therese the Serene was a most powerful druid witch, and she would not leave her beloved one to die, not without a greater cause to move her. Binns repeated carefully. The event happened around the time the founders' names began to earn their fame, and thus history tends to disregard many of the events that circled around that time in favor of Godric Gryffindor's might in battle against the vampires or Rowena Ravenclaw's furious spell casting upon the hordes of goblins. I see, Harry muttered. Are there books on the argument? Why, I know teachers shouldn't play favorite pupil, but I did indeed have the quickness to prepare some books you might like on the argument. The tone remained completely devoid of emotion, but the ghost's face was anything but that. It held a light smile on his face, more than enough to show that indeed, even ghosts could be pleased. "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied with a smile of his own, as he saw the ghost slowly move towards the desk and point at his desk. "I have Argus to thank. Usually I need to ask the bloody Baron," here Harry winced, but kept quiet, "to convince Peeves to move the books on my desk. He was quite glad to help you. Usually he wouldn't have even bothered to hear me out, but your name stopped him. I just showed him some cleaning products, sir. Taken from the room of Make a Wish and I'll grant it. Of course, I did nothing big. I have been a professor for centuries, young Raven." Binns began slowly, "and never has a student given the time of the day to a squib, even less to the caretaker. You think you did little, but in truth you did more than you can understand." "What do you mean, sir?" "I mean, Mr. Dursley," and here Binns hovered a bit behind Harry, "that many students wouldn't have even cared to come to know Mr. Filch. You, on the other hand, did. Do you know that Sigrid the Butcher slaughtered 3 enemy villages alone while in grief, upon hearing the news of the death of his lord? And Sigrid was known to be nothing more than an orphan, taken in where others would have just left him to die out in the cold. He was but a squib, and yet he grew to become a fierce warrior. Do not little yourself, Mr. Dursley, it doesn't do you honor." "Well, but I don't want to start an army," Harry whispered back, only for Binns to actually smile, albeit his tone remained monotone. "You see, Mr. Dursley, that is precisely why you shouldn't little yourself, but you must be off, I suppose. Miss Granger is waiting for you just out of the door, thinking that centuries of being a professor are no good to catch on eavesdroppers probably." Harry jerked his head to the side immediately, looking towards the door where indeed Hermione had just appeared, flustered and holding her school bag to her chest. "Professor, I didn't mean to." "Never mind. Run along and remember, next week, 5 feet and a half essay on Nordic feuds across Sweden." And with that, the ghost dismissed them both. Harry silently walked next to Hermione, who apparently didn't know how to broach the argument of him actually talking to the ghost professor. "You like history of magic?" she blurted out. "I love it," Harry replied, "especially how Professor Binns explains it." "You must be the only one," Hermione pointed out, "he nearly makes me fall asleep." "Oh, but I do fall asleep during his lessons," Harry replied slowly. "It's just that my hand keeps on writing everything my ears hear, so my notes are always word by word. Then I read them afterwards, and it's better than Tolkien." "What?" The Gryffindor student was looking at him like she was looking at a strange and clearly mad creature, something that kind of hurt him, considered she was the one who wanted to make peace, or so it seemed. "Tolkien. You read The Lord of the Rings. Why does that surprise you?" "Ravenclaw," he muttered back, gesturing at his robes. Hermione kept quiet for a moment, before whispering back. "But you're friends with Draco, and Tolkien was a Muggle writer. The Lord of the Rings is a Muggle book." "Well, yes, I'm friends with Draco, but I'm Muggle-raised," Harry replied, shaking his head slightly. "Why was that important anyway?" "Oh right, the prank that half the world decided he had to be in." "I'm not a magical Nazi, if that's what you're thinking of. Draco, however, was, and still is, my first friend here at Hogwarts. I'm not going to burn Muggles, and he knows that too. I'll just stay in my corner." He shrugged, "just like the rest of the world does when it comes to me after all." "Fair is fair. How can you say that?" Hermione hissed. "What about those who raised you? What if someone burned them? Would you let them do that without even fighting?" Of course, Harry's throat hitched, as he hissed out, "Not." Had he just been about to end his sentence with, "Of course," and nothing more? What was he thinking? He'd let his mother and father get killed by some Nazi. Just where was his brain? Where had his common sense gone to? Was this what people meant, with losing oneself to something else? But if it meant him living in isolation, alone, wouldn't that be better? All alone, no one to remember him, no one near him, no one to call to him, no one to speak to him. He chilled. "Curse them." The voice hissed once more, but right there and then, Hermione was looking at him far more bewildered than usual. "You know what? You disgust me. You'd let others suffer and do nothing for it. Study charms by yourself." And with that, she walked away. She walked away holding her head all high and mighty, like she knew better, like she was better, like she held everything and he was a nothing. The halls were empty and the woman was leaving, too prideful to look at him, a no one. His pride felt stung, his heart broken. Had he been but a fool? Had he been but a toy to another's whims? He would show her. He would destroy her beliefs, her feelings, her beauty and her descendants and leave nothing behind. That much he swore, for he was going to be the greatest of them all, and blood would not stand on his way, it would be his way. Harry blinked, taking a deep gasp for air as he clutched his chest. The halls had appeared so different and yet so the same. What had? Peeves is peeved, a voice remarked behind him, before the figure of the poltergeist of Hogwarts suddenly appeared upside down in front of him. Peeves is peeved at seeing a peeved peeving peeve. I don't feel very well, Harry muttered weakly. That won't do, not at all. Peeve exclaimed, but wait. You gave me the fault for something I did not do, didn't you? The poltergeist suddenly asked, his face appearing in a blink in front of Harry's. Bad boys should be punished, shouldn't they? I'm sorry, he meekly coughed out as he took in deep breaths, but, You didn't do it on purpose, right? Peeves pointed out, a wicked smile now sprouting on his face. Me neither, you know. I never do things on purpose, they just so casually happen. But you, really, surprise me. The last words came one after the other, painfully slow and with long pauses, just as Peeves' head rotated on the spot of 360 degrees. Why? Instead of replying, Peeves slowly began to sink deep within the floor of the castle. I have hopes. Great hopes. You who are hidden from a hidden foe, at a crossroad of pandemonium and chaos, will your mind, no, when will your mind break I wonder? I'll be there, Harry, you can rest assured that Hogwarts always nurture her children so much, it suffocates them with its pillows. And as the last words came out darkly, the poltergeist completely disappeared into the ground. Slightly shaking, Harry looked around one last time, before running along the hallway without looking back. He just needed to write home, hope they would answer him, he just had to go back home for Christmas, and everything would be fine. He knew it. Home would always wait for him, wouldn't it? He had to buy gifts for his parents, but they hated magical stuff, right? Yeah, they did. That night, Harry Dursley could not sleep, hoping and praying to God that his parents would answer his worries. For days, Harry Dursley waited with stilled breath, writing letter upon letter, with renowned vigor and fervor. The eyes around him were judging, the mutters were too much, the ghost seemed eerie and the portrait scary. He just wanted to go home for Christmas, but no reply ever came. Was that it? Did Hermione somehow tell his parents that he'd let them burn? How could she do that, if she didn't even know their address? Why was no one answering his letters at home? The answer came in a black velvet letter on a cold December day. One day to go till they could head back home with the train, and yet as Harry looked at the letter, he hadn't wanted to think what it meant. Black could be used for many things after all. Black could be some sort of code for wizards to say something happy, funny, or good. Black didn't have to mean death. Black didn't have to make him. Black was the color of the crows, of the sky in a moonless night, of utter darkness, but it didn't have to mean. It was in his training room, closed from everyone else, that he opened the letter. Mr. Dursley, your guardians have renounced their claim on you. As of now, you will become a ward of the ministry and will remain as such until emancipation or unless a suitable guardian applies. We inform you that as a ward of the ministry you will not be granted permissions to Hogsmeade weekends, Christmas or Easter holidays or any such event outside of the castle's boundaries that isn't the summer period. You will soon receive a letter confirming which orphanage has been chosen for. He dropped his letter to the side of him. No, it wasn't possible. He had known his parents had hated magic, calling wizards freaks and all, but he had not expected this. Wasn't he their children? Hadn't they accepted him for 11 years? Why? Just why? Because he was a wizard. Because he was a freak. Was he an orphan now? He could talk to his cousin, but they hadn't wanted him then, why would they want him now? No, he was alone, just like he wanted to be, right? No, nobody wants to be alone. He didn't want to be alone. He wanted to have friends, to have a family, to laugh like the others, play like the others. He didn't want to decide on Nazis or communists, he didn't want to choose between pure or mud blood, he just wanted to learn magic. Harry had just wanted to learn magic, and as he began to chuckle, having fallen on his knees in the eerily lit round room, tears began to fall one after the other. All alone, huh? He muttered to no one, I'm all alone. Curse them. A voice hissed near him. Oh right, alone and mad. Just perfect, Harry thought, chuckling again while shaking his head. Afraid, fear, good to know I finally snapped. The boy muttered, slowly standing back up. This had to be a mistake. Maybe it was Peeves, damn it. Peeves, I'll have your head for this prank. The boy yelled out to the room, quickly wiping out his tears. You had your laugh, didn't you? Now come on out and face me like a man. As Harry's hand grabbed his wand and took it out, he began to look around, just like a dog with his back to the wall. He knew Peeves had to be somewhere close by, he knew this had to be just some sort of sick prank of his. But no stupid poltergeist came by, and nothing emerged from the dusty shelves or the piles of books. The model of Hogwarts remained the same at the center of the table, with its banners flying. Harry hadn't realized it, but he had begun to pace in the room, looking just as lost as he could have possibly become. What could he do? My lord, I await. Now the hiss was definitively not his imagination. Who's there? He asked. But no reply, of course, came. Let's be logical, Harry muttered to himself. My parents disowned me. I'm a ward of the ministry. I have a trust fund apparently, set for him, yeah, he remembered that, so school expenses are done, but he wouldn't go back home ever again. He wouldn't see his mother ever again. He wouldn't watch football with his father. He wouldn't open his Christmas gifts with his family. He would never see Privet Drive 4 again. Now what do I do? Harry asked the question to the empty room, but no reply came forward. Of course, he was alone, wasn't he? Just like he wanted. No, I don't want to be alone. He hissed out of his teeth. I don't want to be ignored. I don't. He'd go and speak with his cousin. She would probably understand, wouldn't she? The pain he felt made him scream a second later, soon followed by the blinding headache and the outright vicious spasms. No, yes, no, he wouldn't go. Yes, he would. No, yes, no, he would. The greatest enemy is oneself, young Raven. And then Harry's scream fell to his sore throat, his eyes turning red from the tears as his mind finally gave way to the deep darkness of rest once more. He wouldn't be ignored. Never again. Severus. Of all the plans of the world, Severus was, in that moment, in the middle of seeing the most difficult one fail at the same speed of a phoenix, flight. Harry was nowhere to be seen, and yet he had received the letter. This plan was wrong on all levels, and yet he couldn't help but feel that something very bad, was going on. You worry too much, Severus. And you don't worry at all. He snapped back. All is fine. No it isn't. He practically yelled. Lily's son is. Lily's daughter is currently looking at the mirror of her eyes, with her dear friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. They are imagining great adventures and untold riches, recognition and power. Knowledge and peace in the world apparently, but Harry is just where I wanted him to be. You know where he is, don't you? Of course I do. I put him there to begin with. Remember, I am the voice of Hogwarts after all, I know Hogwarts. I am Hogwarts. How could I pass on the opportunity? I should have. You still will, Severus. He will just be a bit different, but it will help him. I mean, why didn't he come to me immediately? I told him I was friends with his mother after all, we even had tea. The plan was sound and, Severus, when magic is involved, and prophecies twist actions, trust me, nothing is ever meant to go the way one thinks. Speaking from experiences, Severus sneered. Of course I do. Of course I do. So what, Severus? Where is he? The room of requirements. Damn it. Nobody can enter the room once occupied. The potions master yelled, smashing his fist against the wall in an unprecedented fit of rage. Indeed, and normally that would be the case, however what he desired and what he required were different, and the room became a door to somewhere else. Somewhere that you can access. Then tell me for. Shut up, Severus. The voice was now cold, terribly cold. I'm sorry, but. No, never mind, I was young once too. Soon Severus, but not yet. All right, and with a deep breath, Severus whipped out his wand. I'm going. Give me a direction or I'll throw fiendfire at you. Now that is just being a petulant child. The voice remarked with a light chuckled tone. All right, now you can go. Founder's room, behind the architect's statue, it does have a blood ward though so. But Severus Snape had already dashed out. Youngsters, why can't they listen? And with that question, the voice stood then quiet. Harry, young Raven, wake up. A female voice called him, as he slowly stirred awake. Come on young Raven, you have to wake up. The voice insisted, and as he blinked and the blurs returned to definition, he looked into the ghostly visage of the Grey Lady. Huh, you shouldn't be sleeping here. The ghost pointed out, it's late and you should be in your bed. Harry's words died in his mouth, as he closed his eyes once more. Now, none of that young Raven. The Grey Lady spoke, your head of the house is really worried about you. Even the headmaster doesn't know where you are. This place is special after all and kept from all, why don't you want to go outside? My parents. They were not your real ones, were they? But maybe they just didn't want to understand you or magic, but they are hardly all you have, isn't it? The Grey Lady spoke gently, a small smile on her ghostly face. I'm here, young Raven. As is that arrogant idiot of the Bloody Baron, who I'm sure is just listening in from a corner of the room, him and his melodramatics. I take offense of that, Helena. The Bloody Baron muttered, emerging from a dark corner, for I am the. Yeah, I'm dead already Henry, don't kill me with boredom too please. The Bloody Baron flinched, recoiling slightly. That was a low blow, Helena, the ghost whispered. Like what you did to my young Raven. The Grey Lady retorted hotly, her gaze quite frankly murderous. I did what I knew would work. The Slytherin's ghost exclaimed, look at him now. He can finally think for himself for once. In that moment, Harry snapped. What are you two talking about? See, isn't it marvelous? Henry exclaimed, apparently happy for something. I don't know if it's an improvement. Helena deadpanned, before shaking her head. Anyway, you should leave now. Someone's outside looking for you. But, what happened? Why was I hurting, and what improvement are you talking about? Harry's question was met with Helena slightly inclining her head to the side, before replying with a half-amused tone. Good question. A badly placed curse. A wrongly applied charm. A really dark ritual. It's quite the conundrum actually, isn't it? Helena asked gently, like if Harry knew the answer to that. So, Harry asked. So nothing, young Raven, I know not what fell upon you, nor do I know if it's gone or still lingering. You fought it off apparently, something I had hoped you wouldn't have to do so young, but someone disagreed. Of course someone always has to disagree with me. The Grey Lady growled lightly, eyeing the Bloody Baron once more. For his part, the Baron merely sighed and began to move out towards the door. I'll warn the headmaster. Helena waited for the ghost to leave, before hovering quickly in front of Harry and eyeing him critically. The ghost nodded a couple of times, while making small humming noises, as if lost in thoughts. Finally, with what appeared to be a final decision, it nodded. All right, I know what to give you for Christmas. Stop answering with babbling one-words or questions, young Raven. Helena snapped. I'm thinking, yes. You'll need a coat and maybe a good cloak too. A long time ago it was of use to buy armors once the first blood had been delivered, but I doubt you'd ever be able to wear a chainmail with your scrawny body. The ghost sighed, which practically made no noise since the dead didn't need to breath. There's no need to, young Raven. Helena growled lightly, I will not have a day, a student of mine go around in tattered robes. But these robes aren't, wait. What did you say? What? I said nothing. The Grey Lady replied, before quickly flying over to the door, absolutely nothing. I heard you and I'm not deaf. Harry murmured. You said something with day. A deserving student of course. The ghost quickly disappeared beyond the door, and as Harry gave chase, not willing to let the argument go by, he opened the door without thinking. Two hands grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him out of the room, the door closing behind him. The next moment, he was being looked at with a furious and stern glare by Professor Snape, who was apparently checking him for injuries. "Are you all right, Mr. Dursley?" Snape queried with his voice tight and slightly angry. "You were way past your curfew hours." "Professor," Harry exclaimed, "I fell asleep in the room and I'm sorry. Still, this will be 5 points from Ravenclaw and detention with me tomorrow night." Severus remarked quickly while standing up, "Now tell me what happened to make you break the rules in such a way." "Sir," the boy fidgeted for a moment, before taking a deep breath and whispering out, "My parents, they renounced their guardianship over me. They always told me wizards were freaks, sir, but I thought they had changed their minds and," as he rambled that off, Snape looked at him with a frown on the face, before slowly nodding. "I understand your reasons, but rules are there to be followed." The man then began to slowly walk. "Follow me then, Harry, we'll have to settle things with the headmaster." As the boy followed quietly the professor, he couldn't help but think about what he had heard. Someone had cast a curse at him that made him suffer. Why would someone do that? Why would someone throw things like those at him for no reason? And what had improved of him actually? He had no idea, but he knew that they were keeping something hidden from him. If only he could understand what it was, and then... Sev. A voice rang in the corridor, in the dead of the night, making both Harry and Severus turn, albeit the man was actually far paler than he could have possibly been. A red-haired woman was walking towards them, and Harry instinctively recognized her as the assistant nurse of Madame Pomfrey. She had green eyes that much the boy saw when the woman moved closer, and apparently she was wearing a scowl. "Have you seen Lillian? I know she isn't in her dormitory." The woman muttered. "No. I haven't Lily." "All right. And who's this? Could it be the famous wizard son of my dear sister Toonie? What are you doing outside with Sev at this hour of the night, huh? Is everything all right? Your face is just short of having seen a ghost." "Yours too, Sev." Lily Potter looked at both of them, her smile slowly fading away. Is something the matter, Mom?" Harry asked, with his throat completely dry. "Oh no, my dear, I'm your mother's sister, you heard Sev here right. I'm Lily Evans Potter, not Petunia. I'll give the fault to the dark this time, but don't try and give me more years than I actually have. Women take affront on doing that." "No, I mean, I have to bring Mr. Dursley to sleep now. He's shocked for Toonie's actions. I'll tell you later. See you. Good night." Quickly, Severus' hands clamped down on Harry's shoulders, and the man actually pulled the boy forwards and out of the way. "Hey, let me." "Quiet, Harry," Severus hissed. "I'll explain, but not here. Not now. Tomorrow, at detention. Hold your horses till then, all right?" "But, they told me. It was for your own good," the potions master murmured, "and now I don't know what the hell is going on." And with those words, Harry was literally shoveled inside the Ravenclaw's common room, before the door closed behind him. Instead of turning around to bang on the door, and instead of going outright to bed, he merely slumped down on a comfortable-looking pile of notes. The Rooster of Ravenclaw was sleeping in a corner next to the huddled forms of the older Raven students who had fallen asleep studying there. He had thought he wouldn't fall asleep. His mother was alive. His mother was alive and well and hadn't died in a drunk driver's accident. So why did it look anything but that? Why didn't she recognize him? And, Lillian Potter. Did that mean that he had a sister? But it made no sense. Why had, what? And against all odds and thoughts, against everything and all the events of the day, Harry Dursley, no. Harry Potter, of the House of Ravenclaw, fell asleep. "Hey kid, wake up." A voice drawled out as Harry felt his body being shaken awake by a vigorous manhandling. A Ravenclaw 6th year was currently looking at him with a bit of concern, probably because he was lying atop the notes of the various lessons. "You're going to crumple our notes." "I'm sorry," he blurted out as he stood up, quickly trying to settle his robes, flustered. The rooster was walking around making strange gargled noises. Apparently somebody had cursed the thing into silence. A few of the Ravenclaw older students looked at him with an amused expression, before one of them exclaimed, "Hey, it's the Squirt. Been a while, so, still having problems with the Leviosa?" One of them asked, "It's all in the wrist, you know." "Huh, no, I'm fine now, thanks. The older boy merely shrugged, before heading off. Coffee run, the boy exclaimed, for how many? I'll be going to the hall for breakfast. The red-haired prefect of Ravenclaw, Basilis, remarked dryly. And then I'll grill our first year and his natural ability with, notice me not, charms. As the eyes of the older boy settled on him, Harry had half a feeling he wouldn't be getting much alone time to think at breakfast. However, the teenager's words opened his eyes quite comically. Notice me not, Harry mouthed, as the red-haired Ravenclaw raised an eyebrow at the boy. There are various forms of charms, Squirt. The notice me not range from illusions to the more plain, hiding in sight but having the brain believe you are of no consequence, ones. So indeed, considering you give us points during potions, why is it that I, or any of my peers, offered to tutor you in order to increase the point harvesting? The answer is clearly that of you hiding away, of course, which brings us to your charm's potential if you manage to fool the hereby present assembly of gentlemen known as the Owls and Newts Battle Corps. As soon as the boy said that, the rest of the Ravenclaws around him made a mock military salute with wide grins, those who were actually awake and listening. But I didn't cast one, I don't even know how to fling one. Harry retorted, looking around uneasily in search of an escape route probably. The Ravenclaw prefect pushed his right hand against his chin in a thoughtful pose, before closing his eyes for a moment. Interesting. A case of accidental magic. Maybe you were afraid of Hogwarts and tried to hide from all of it. The boy mused, before yelling back to the rest of the corps, with a wide grin on his face. Guys, we scared to death a poor first year. We simply must make amend. Tutoring, a voice queried. Dueling practice, another added. Divination to see his future. A third butted in. Gift him an animal. The fourth suggested. A cat. So we go through the animal route, huh? Then what about an owl? Why not a toad? No Ravenclaw will ever have a toad for as long as I draw breath. What do you have against toads, huh? Soon the discussion degenerated into friendly banter, and after a few seconds, Basilis placed a hand firmly on Harry's shoulder. Let's go down to eat and leave my dear comrades to discuss what to do. It sounded more like one of those offers you can't refuse than an actual invitation for breakfast, but Harry was too much shell-shocked by the fact people were talking with him again to actually care. All right. I should take my stuff for potion. Accio Harry's bag. Basilis smiled, positively feral looking as if there was some sort of inside joke he wasn't privy of, when a bag that actually was Harry's came flying down from the staircase. We've got little time as it is, Harry, let's not waste it, all right. Breakfast came with yet another surprise. As soon as he was sitting, he found himself under the stares of disbelief of half of the Ravenclaw common house already there for breakfast, probably having to do with the fact that he had been literally made to seat next to the older Ravenclaws, and also due to the size of the portions. He usually had never made that remark, or hadn't really probably bothered to notice, but little by little his portions of food had increased in contrast with that of the other students. The moment he sat down, his area of breakfast table was suddenly engulfed in food. Literally, Harry's face was hidden by a pile of cakes. The house elves like you, I suppose. Basilis remarked, far more amused than anything else since he could partake from the generous offers of the table. It was then that Harry discovered another fact. People could whisper about him, and he could actually hear those closest. Normally, they'd talk about Quidditch or lessons, now they were talking about him. Who's that? Harry Dursley. Muggle raised, pureblood, friends with Malfoy and Slytherin. Slytherins are turning good recently. What the hell did he do to get all that food? Did he charm the tables with Engorgio? He's just a first year. Friend with Filch, of all people. He's an arrogant twat. That voice actually made him hurt, but he couldn't pinpoint it in the general ruckus, so he did the only thing he could do in that situation, eat. A piece at the time he scarfed down a couple of muffins, 2 slices of cake, a cup of tea that suddenly refilled with hot chocolate and then, with a final effort, a couple of croissants. It was then that he finally realized why he could hear them whisper. There were no longer 4 tables around, only one. Christmas vacation had started, and those who could leave had probably done so during breakfast. As luck would have it, the only table that had remained was the Ravenclaw one, meaning Harry hadn't actually realized the fact that in front of him Ron Weasley stood until one of his soufflé had apparently been devoured by the red-haired boy. The boy merely growled at him lightly, for something he had no clue on and that he would definitively not ask. "Problems, Weasley?" Basilisk snapped, making the boy wince and mutter a, "No sir." Harry actually felt slightly happy at having someone defend him. Albeit he was wondering what all these changes were about, until he remembered. His mother was alive, and she wasn't at the professor's table, but scanning over there he settled his lost gaze on the potions master, and then on the headmaster, both apparently having a heated hissed conversation while looking at him. He was feeling uneasy now, actually. It lasted only a moment, and then he was back to looking around the only table. The Granger girl had left. So too had his cousin. Sister. Draco of course was no longer there, as many other Slytherin had done the same. Tracy Davis had remained however, and was apparently talking in a hush-hush tone with a Hufflepuff girl that Harry didn't know of. The few Slytherin weren't compacted in a corner, but spread out across the table, talking with smiles and friendly faces to Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. The only ones who had apparently stuck together were the Gryffindors. Segregation had begun then. Somewhere, deep down, Harry knew this was wrong. To simply select a specific common thing to then hate in order to keep people united was racist, and screamed of Mein Kampf. However, that wouldn't be fair. It wasn't the Nazis who had first invented the idea of one race above the others. As far as Harry knew, the Romans did the same, and the Greeks held the rise of an entire city in order for another to rise to glory as a common and normal thing. Morality was decided by the masses after all. He blinked, before slightly starting a growling sound. A few seconds later the Bloody Baron hovered from behind him, holding a light smile on his lips. Bloody hell," Ron exclaimed, going as pale as a paper sheet at the sight of the ghost of Slytherin hovering maybe a bit too close to him. "Pathetical," the Baron muttered, shaking his head as the stare he gave the Weasley was more than enough for the others to understand to whom the ghost was talking to. "Afraid of me, child?" The fact the ghost had asked that with a bit of contempt and a teasing tone didn't make it any better, as a flustered Ron suddenly stood up and ran away from the table, to die from embarrassment somewhere private probably. "I hope you spend a happy holiday," the ghost whispered to Harry's ears, "and look forward to your Christmas gift." Then, silently, the ghost disappeared into the floor. Barring theatrical entrances and a knack for possessing him without even telling him anything, the Bloody Baron was probably a good, no, he was clearly an arrogant guy. An outright vicious and diabolical. "Can you stop this?" Harry whined slowly, as the ghost of the Grey Lady popped up from behind him. Basilisk was actually watching the scene with an amused look, before shaking his head and returning to sip his coffee. The other students were muttering things varying from, "possessed by demons," to, "troubled soul." "I do not know what you are speaking of, young Raven," the Ravenclaw ghost commented, "although it would please me if you kept your manners. My children nowadays grow up so fast." There was a gentle teasing mockery in the ghost's voice, followed by her mimicking the wiping away of a tear before she slowly disappeared in a fine mist. "So, Harry, I'm sure you've realized there is no potion class this morning," Basilisk remarked with a bright smile, "which means we can stay here comfortably and speak about how you managed to get out of our combined radars of notice. Did your parents teach you the charm?" Harry bit his lip, before shaking his head. For the following few minutes, Basilisk asked questions with the bluntness of a sledgehammer, all the while the boy tried his best to answer with curt nods or shakes of the head. By the time the game of, "Let's Interrogate Harry," was finished, Basilisk's brows were both furrowed and his mind was reeling in on what could have happened. "Good luck finding out what happened," he merely muttered, patting the boy's shoulder, and, "well, remember that sometimes, the easiest answer is probably the wrong one." With that, the older boy stood up, soon followed by all the other Ravenclaws in Newt and Owl grade, and with a bellowing general fist pump, they departed to study. "Mr. Dursley," the severe voice of the potions master reached him just as he stood up and was about to leave, and with it came the sting of being called a surname that was no longer his to begin with. "We will be going to the headmaster office immediately." Nodding back in reply, Harry rushed to follow the quick walking of the head of the Slytherin house. "I am sorry, but please bear the surname for a while." The professor spoke in a low voice. "Headmaster Dumbledore will explain everything to you soon enough, but till then I hope you will keep an open mind on what you will now hear." Harry looked at him, preferring to keep quiet and wait for the professor to start speaking as they walked their way upwards. "On Halloween of 11 years ago, you know who was defeated by the girl who lived at Godric's Hollow and disappeared." The raven-haired man spoke slowly. "He found the home of the girl who lived through the breaking of the Fidelius charm that was held by a man that is now serving his sentence in Azkaban, for life." The voice was curt and angry, and upon entering he engaged into a fierce battle with the Potters. Instead of killing, however, at first glance it appeared he had merely stunned them and left both there. Slowly, a statue of a gargoyle came into view. "And then, we reached last night, when something broke and you came out." "Sugar bombs," the professor said distractedly, as the statue moved to the side and allowed them entrance. Climbing a small flight of stairs, Harry found himself into a very wide office, with a perch upon which a flaming red bird was currently softly snoring. The portraits around the room were silently watching the scene, as a small shelf filled with books stood in a corner. The headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, had just popped in his mouth a strangely strong scented candy, and was smiling at the two. "Well, Severus, it appears that Mr. Potter here is perfectly fine. I would have suspected him to be slightly shocked. Did you not tell him?" "I didn't have the time, headmaster," Severus replied quickly, as Harry merely looked from the headmaster to the professor, and vice versa. "Well then, do sit, Mr. Potter." Once more, the Potter surname instead of the Dursley. What was going on? "Yes, sir," Harry squeaked, sitting down and nervously looking at his feet. "I'm sure you have questions, don't you?" The headmaster began with a small smile on his face. "Drop?" he asked, gesturing towards a small bowl with round yellow spheres. "No thanks, sir," Harry quickly replied, clenching his hands against his knees. "Now, no need to be afraid, Mr. Potter. You see," Albus sighed heavily, "I am sure you have one question, above all others, that you would like to have answered." Harry looked at the old headmaster for a moment, his appearance similar to that of Gandalf, that it made the boy wonder where the hell he held his staff. Apparently his staring was making the old wizard smile, but still. "My parents, they're alive," Harry began. "Why wasn't I?" "Oh Harry," here Albus' tone became incredibly saddened, and Harry just knew the man was clearly feeling grief for him. "You must understand, Voldemort," the headmaster stopped talking for a moment, looking at him with yet another grin before speaking once more, "was a researcher of dark arts. He knew many powerful and vicious curses. For long I questioned the reason he would not outright kill the Potters, albeit he had them at his mercy, and it is only now that I can understand why he did so, Severus." The potions master briskly moved closer to Harry, getting down on one knee in order to be at the same eye level as Harry. "He did not obliviate them, nor did he kill you or your sister, because he placed you under a Fidelius charm." "What?" Harry whispered back, raising both of his eyebrows in surprise. "The Fidelius hides a secret within the soul of a person. On your person there were multiple Fidelius cast. Actually," Snape murmured, "the secret of your existence, the secret of your parentage, the secret of your location, and the secret on the survival of your parents. Then he cursed you so that nobody of wizard ability would notice you, except those he would reveal your existence to." Dumbledore spoke slowly, "and in the end, while we still don't know why he went through all that instead of killing you and your sister, or why he chose you particularly, or why he dropped you off at the Dursley. Wait, no, Voldemort left me with Muggles. Didn't he want to kill them all? And, didn't Lillian kill him the first time? Voldemort was first and foremost an agent of chaos, Harry," Dumbledore replied quickly. "No doubt he wished for your existence to be kept secret until Hogwarts, or maybe even after, the castle picked you up as Harry Dursley, not Harry Potter. Had it done so, we would have had this conversation far sooner." The headmaster turned to Severus immediately, who rolled his eyes before continuing. "Then, while it is unknown to the general population," Severus replied slowly, "Voldemort went back to Godric's Hollow and was then killed when his curse backfired against Lillian Potter. The girl who lived, yes, you heard me right, Harry, he went back and got killed then. But before he did that, Snape murmured, he told me about you. He wanted someone to take you in at Hogwarts, someone to mold you into the perfect Slytherin and then to use you against your very own family after having you grow bitter at how they had abandoned you and the likes. But Voldemort made a mistake. Albus smiled slowly. He didn't know that his most trusty Death Eater was in fact a spy. A spy who told me of your existence, and now, I must apologize, Harry. Why? Harry understood far less than what they were explaining, and as his eyes settled confused on the headmaster, he realized that the man's head was looking at the desk's surface rather than at him. We thought it was a trap. Dumbledore remarked, we thought he was testing Severus, and that in truth he had merely gone in hiding. I wouldn't have put such a convoluted plan out of his ability either, and so we decided to wait. But the Dursley, they took me in the ministry. You must understand, Harry, that when we decided to wait, we hadn't expected other Death Eaters to enter the fray following the disappearance of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore mumbled curtly, and what we didn't expect was for them to deliver themselves to the authority, pleading innocence and Imperius. What? You captured all the magical Nazis. Then why didn't you bring me back? Because, Severus spoke, not a single Death Eater was sentenced to death, and the most prison time given to one of them was of 10 years. Harry kept quiet. He shook his head slowly, before looking at both Dumbledore and Severus. Tell me you're joking. I wish I was, Harry. Dumbledore whispered, I truly wish I was. I wish I could tell you this is but a bad joke, but it isn't. The trials recognize the use of Imperius on all the Death Eaters, mind-bending potion traces and worst. Because of those proofs, no judge would have given them the death sentence. They were victims too. That's bullshit. Language, Harry, Snape exclaimed at Harry, who simply looked downcast a second later. Now Severus, it's all right. I said far worse words when Fudge told me that. The bearded wizard sighed, before putting both his thumbs in wide circles around his forehead. I'm sure you are a smart boy, Harry. Do you realize why we didn't tell anyone else anything beforehand? They would have come to get me. The boy hazarded. Right. It was possible that Voldemort had a contingency plan in case of his disappearance or death, one that worked far too perfectly, I dare to hazard saying, and if we had brought you back to your family, you wouldn't have been safe. Since you were not suffering abuses, and you appeared healthy enough, I left you with your Muggle relatives in hope that by the time Voldemort would have struck to take you, we could have sprung a trap to capture him. Bait then? I was to be used as bait? Harry asked incredulously. Indeed, the fact that your guardians left you around Christmas time is another sign of Voldemort's plan, Dumbledore replied quickly. He probably wants you bitter, angry, and left alone in an orphanage for at least this summer before sending someone to fetch you and offer you freedom. Wait a moment and let me understand all of this. Harry muttered, standing up and raising his hands to quickly recollect his thoughts. All right, big bad magical Hitler wanted to kill my sister, but before doing that he kidnaps me, hides me, and delivers me to the Muggle relatives of my real mother. He uses magic, so no one realizes that I actually exist. Magic Hitler wants Magic Himmler, pointing at Severus who looked quite bewildered at the words chosen, to get me and turn me in a little magical Nazi in the first year of school, by sending me to an orphanage, making me feel lost and alone, and then offering me a place in magical Nazi Germany. So, all I have to ask is actually, and here Harry Potter actually screamed, why the hell did he do that? Why did he do all of this, which I suppose took time, resources and a good amount of risk, for me? Dumbledore didn't even flinch when Harry yelled, but Severus appeared on the point to take his wand out and hex someone out of his lights. That, my dear Harry, is what I'd like to know too. Dumbledore explained. And that is why I would like to ask you to help me discover what Voldemort is planning to do with you. You want me to go to Hitler? Are you out of your mind? Harry yelled once more, I'm 11 years old. 11. Why don't you get a James Bond or someone like him to do it? No, I refuse. Not a chance in hell. And then he vigorously shook his head. What was the man thinking? What the hell? No, bloody damn no. Are you sure? Because there might never be another chance like this one, Harry. Many might die because you didn't help. The silver-haired wizard whispered, but Harry, albeit more slowly, still shook his head. Then I am sorry, Albus murmured, I am truly sorry to do it, but you must understand that it's for your own good, that this conversation actually never happened. I hope you will forgive me, my boy, eventually, but this is for the greater good. Work makes men free, said the Auschwitz sign at the gate's entrance. Albus, you can't be serious. Severus' head suddenly snapped towards the headmaster. Harry hadn't been hearing the quick exchange between the two older wizards, he had gone for his wand. In truth, he hadn't really thought much about the rest, but getting his wand and using it as an intimidating factor was all he could think of. He just wanted answers, not to play bait, especially not to play infiltrate in the magical Nazi encampment. Just remember my words, Harry, you are the son of James and Lily Potter, and your sister is Lillian Potter, apologies. And then Dumbledore's wand was already in front of his eyes, so fast he hadn't even seen it coming. Severus. Calm down, Severus. Calm down, Severus. Don't you dare yell at me. The voice snapped back. He repeatedly obliviated him. In front of me. Snape mumbled. He has to pay. The man muttered decisively. I will make him pay. You will do no such thing, Severus. The voice ordered strongly, you will let it be. But, no, Voldemort will already be displeased upon hearing that the Fidelius charm and the Absconder curse have both weakened to the point of being in tatters. He will realize he has been betrayed, if you give up on your position at Hogwarts to attack and die by the hands of Dumbledore. Give me some credit, would you? Snape snorted back, slowly recomposing himself. What you have to do is make sure to keep to the side of the boy. Understood. I have no doubt Dumbledore plans to solve this problem by the end of the school year, but you must stall him in whatever ways you have available. You're not asking for daisies, you know. I trust you, Severus. The prophecy was a gut punch, and you know it. I should have known better. I should have and did are different things, Severus. Don't dwell on the past, you can't change it past 6 hours, time turners be damned. I should probably go now. Yes, return to sulk near your cauldrons, potion master, I will go and do what I do best, plan. As if that helped us a lot last time. Severus whispered. As the Muggle film I recently watched said, I find your lack of faith disturbing, Severus. And then, with a light chuckle, the voice disappeared. Harry. The pounding headache apparently didn't want to go away. He had tried his best, but no matter what he did it still remained. He had cried himself to sleep last night, and this morning he felt all the bitter stinginess that accompanied him. It was Christmas morning, and he was alone. He highly doubted he'd even receive a gift from someone, and he blinked. Someone had actually made him a gift. At the base of his bed, he had a veritable pile of gifts. He hadn't expected to receive any actually. In truth, he had half suspected nobody would have even bothered. He began to gingerly open the first one, and relished upon seeing what appeared to be a box of chocolate frogs and multi-flavored jelly beans, all tastes +1. In any event, there was no signature, and so Harry merely jolted down to thank either the house elves or the portraits, or maybe even the ghosts. The next gift he opened was a small rotund cauldron, made of silver, with a note from his potions professor, to apply oneself in order to avoid becoming a dunderhead in the future, practice is required. The next gift he opened came from his head of the house, who had apparently bought him a small chain and a metallic band. Chain the wand, and Expelliarmus will be a problem of the past. Not to be used in honor duels, said the publicity attached. One more wrapping gave way to reveal, the prince, a gift from Basilis. He placed the book on the side, deciding to read it later on and concentrating more on the rest of the packages, just how many were there. It took him a while to realize that many had a silver and green wrapping, and apparently they all were more token gifts made up of things like sugar quills or chocolate frogs. All of them held the strangely same message, Merry Christmas, King, which kind of made him wonder why this King fellow didn't simply send everything to him through the same package. A few more books joined his pile, principally things like Prepare for Owls Since Day One of Birth, and Let the Newts Cometh, Thy Quill Sharpen, whom Harry had no trouble to place, but he did wonder when they had the time to get him gifts, or why they had actually given him something. He was surprised to find a potted plant with a note from Neville, a mere "Merry Christmas," and a "Sorry" attached to it. The fact the plant was holding gentle purple leaves and a delicate white stem made him delicately place it near his bed desk. He'd question what the plant was later, maybe looming through the herbology book afterwards. Draco too actually bought him a gift, a small wooden rod that had been neatly carved with etched symbols and stylized people. His note held a simply, "Found it in Nocturne Alley, thought you'd like a historic piece. Merry Christmas." The last gift was a cage. A cage in which a chicken was standing. The chicken was actually looking at him and ruffling its wings. Harry stared at the chicken for a moment, trying to understand just why a chicken had been gifted to him, until it finally dawned into his brain that yes, someone had said something about giving him a pet because of something. The pet was a chicken apparently. It hooted then. "No," Harry muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "You did not hoot." "Hoot." The chicken was actually an owl. "You were not an owl." "Hoot." The owl replied with an angry glare. "You're a chicken." "Hoot." It hooted angrily, actually looking quite menacing. "Oh no, you won't convince me otherwise." Harry deadpanned, only for the thing to angrily hoot again, before using its beak to start hitting the lock of the cage. All right, you're an owl, happy now." "Hoot." There was a sort of air of finality as the owl, hooted that last hoot. "What should I name you?" Harry asked the owl, looking over its features. It was a really fat owl, with bright white and light brown feathers. It also held a light scale-like protuberance on the head, as well as a slightly prolonged back. It was a chicken no matter which sides the owl decided to take, but Harry didn't want to be fighting with a pet about semantics. Of all things, for what he knew, owls and chickens were the same thing, birds. "Birdie." "Hoot." The indignant screech made Harry yelp. "Sorry," he mumbled, holding the side of his head as the headache came back full force. "Hoot, hootus." The owl looked at the boy while moving his head to the side, raising one of its bright eyes in a sort of way to say, "Really?" "All right, Hoto, nothing with H, fine," Harry sulked, shaking his head slowly while massaging his temples. "Barnabas. Weathery. Feathery. Chic. EHI. All right. Stop the stare, please." Taking a deep sigh, Harry looked around his room, before his gaze finally settled on the prince. "Niccolo." The owl hooted softly, moving its right wing in a sort of way. "Machiavelli." The owl actually closed both of its eyes happily, nodding. "Well then, Machiavelli, I'm opening the cage, all right." Mentally, Harry was sincerely hoping it wouldn't attack him outright. It turned out the chicken owl did not, in fact, attack. It simply hovered and perched itself on top of Harry's right shoulder, demonstrating that it could indeed fly. Which defied all laws of physics, but just like the bumblebee, the bird probably ignored the laws of flight and flew nevertheless. And there was magic around, so really, why was he still questioning if a half-chicken half-owl could fly? The gifts had all been unpacked, and just at the bottom of it, there was a small bundled cloak. It was made of black velvet, apparently stitched together with a bronze lining. On the back the symbol etched was the Hogwarts symbol, but it was missing the division of the 4 houses, holding only the H emblazoned in a cursive way. It also had a hood, and putting it on over his pajamas, Harry hardly repressed a smile. Machiavelli merely flew to perch on his bed's frame, eyeing the thing critically. Beneath the bundle, instead, was a key. The key was old, rusty and had once been golden probably. Harry raised an eyebrow, perplexed at the sight. He gently grabbed it, trying to see if there was something of importance on it, but except for an etched S, nothing else stood of importance. It was then that he realized that the cloak had disappeared. He was in his pajamas. The cloak wasn't there. He flexed his arms, actually realizing that the cloak was there, but invisible. It was an invisible cloak. Cool. Harry's whisper came at the same time as he realized, with a sad gleam, that his parents hadn't given him any gift. No gifts for freaks after all. Of course. He'd never see them again, would he? As Harry removed his cloak, which returned visible, and got dressed, Machiavelli ended up once more landed on his shoulder. Like a parrot of a pirate captain. "So, you're a third parrot, a third chicken and a third owl." Harry asked, but this time, looking at the feral glare of Machiavelli, he realized he had let his tongue loose too soon. There was no cage now. The startled yelps of Harry Potter echoed through the Ravenclaw's common room, as the boy literally ran through the papers being followed by a positively murderous half-breed, no, one-third breed. And there goes yet another resident of Ravenclaw with a murderous intent pet. Harry heard a voice exclaim, just as the rooster indignantly began to cry and the smaller owl suddenly fell from the sky to restart their battle. All in all, it was a normal Christmas morning in Ravenclaw. It was even snowing outside. Everything was perfectly fine under the white, gentle snow. The winter vacation ended with little to no glory, and when the new year came around, Harry was no longer happy to begin with. Sometimes, he would just blink himself awake after having stared at a portrait for long enough to make the portrait itself worry about him, and other times he had come to terms with Machiavelli's abilities to escape captivity whether someone liked it or not. Argus had offered his pity to Harry, as well as hand-delivering to him a pair of stiff wool gloves for the cold weather. He had seen no need to wrap up the gift, and considering Harry had gifted to him in turn cleaning products, they both were on good terms. Soon, the lessons would start again. He was currently using his wool gloves to their best, by making snow puppets on Hogwarts ground, when he heard a strange crackling sound and a bellowing high yelp coming from Hagrid's hut, before the door suddenly lurched open and Fang dashed out of it. The giant dog was apparently running for his dear life, the back of his tail burning slightly as it dashed through the snow. "Fang, come back, Hagrid exclaimed, moving out of his hut with half his body singed and his flesh badly burnt. The fact he was actually smiling and acting as if he just wasn't suffering from third-degree burns meant nothing, of course. Harry's hand had already gone to hold the handle of his wand that was held attached to the small chain that ended up with the metal band at his wrist. The cloak was invisible, and would not hide his body, or the clothes he wore beneath, but apparently, it was able to hide wands. He should have asked the Grey Lady how the thing worked, but he had yet to meet her again. Even the portrait in the common room had been empty for days now. The Bloody Baron was nowhere to be found, and even the other ghosts had gone missing from his sights. Nobody had cared, of course, nobody except him. Still, the fact that the half-charred giant was suddenly looking at him, smiling and gesturing him closer, made Harry gulp down in nervousness. What had the man been doing that it nearly burned him alive? Harry, been a will. The half-giant beamed, had a good Christmas. Yeah, Harry smiled back at the giant. What happened? He asked a few seconds later, you all right? Nothing's wrong. The giant quickly, maybe too quickly, replied while shaking his head and hands. Everything's fine. Just then, a light screech came from behind the giant, forcing Hagrid's eyes to widen almost comically as he exited and closed the door behind him. Harry heard a light roar, as well as seeing from the cracks of the hut's door smoke filtering out. Dragon? Harry asked curiously. He knew it sounded stupid, since after all there was no way it could have been a dragon, but he had grown up with Dungeons and Dragons too, and if something roared and made fire, well, to him it was either a dragon or a dragon. Harry, Hagrid exclaimed, please don't tell anyone. The man implored, I'm talkin' care of it since it had nowhere to go in. Hagrid, it's a dragon. Harry hissed back. You can't keep a dragon in a wooden hut. In truth, Harry was surprised the thing hadn't been on fire. Look at you. You can't hide burns like those around. And you need to be checked by Madame Pomfrey. But Norbert has nowhere to go. They'd kill him if they found him out, Hagrid mumbled, only for Harry to take a sharp breath in, as he heard the claws of the dragon tear against the wooden door. Just how the hell was a dragon of all things staying inside the wooden hut without burning it down? Of course, Harry rolled his eyes as he remembered that magic was indeed the answer to that question. Hagrid, do you want to die? He asked. I don't know much about dragons, but even the muggles know the story of how vicious and evil they can be. He's a softie, I swear. He thinks I'm his mama. Hagrid, listen to me, Harry muttered. Dragons should be free. Not kept in captivity. Possibly, dragons shouldn't even be near schools, children or anyone else who didn't have armor +5 and a ring of fire resistance, and probably coupled with a vorpal sword. If you really love him, you should let him go. He added, hopeful that a teary sitcom line would work on the half-giant. The fact the man's shoulders were actually trembling, oh, that couldn't really be all it took to make the man change his mind. The giant took out a handkerchief and blew his own nose, tears pooling out as it nodded slowly. "You're right, ya know. Really smart and all, that's a raven for ya I suppose, but where should I let him go? The forest's not a good place, unicorns are dying and all." Why not ask Dumbledore? Harry hazarded, "He's the headmaster, of course he's the one you should go to if you have any troubles. And he's really kind." The boy scrunched his face a second later. Why Dumbledore? Why not Professor Flitwick, or Professor Snape? Why not the professor for the care of magical creatures actually? Well, it wasn't important. Of course Dumbledore's kind. Ya know he gave me a job and a place to stay. Well, I suppose I could go and talk to him, And then the hut's window cracked open, and a small black-winged lizard flew out of it. "Norbert!" Hagrid yelled, opening the door and entering the hut, to emerge a few minutes later with a pink umbrella. "Come back here." The giant began to give chase, his pink umbrella quite comically held in front of him. Harry blinked, before taking a deep breath and turning to leave. He had done his job. He wasn't going on a dragon hunt, and he definitively wasn't going to risk his neck for that. His eyes traveled to the snowy grounds and then towards the lake. He'd head there for the moment. Somewhere his subconscious was probably telling him that being close to frozen water with a dragon flying around was a good and smart thing to do, and thus he trotted in that direction, looking for stones to throw at the thin ice sheet that rested floating atop the water's surface. He was giggling like a madman a few seconds later, as he grabbed a really big stone and flung it in the lake. "Opsy daisy," he brightly chuckled, before deciding that there was a pretty-looking flower nearby, completely frozen stiff. He blinked, looking at his surroundings once more. He had apparently entered the Forbidden Forest, if the amount of trees near him was of any indication. "Watson," he asked, "Watson, where are you?" Who was Watson to begin with? A ghost maybe. Had he followed a ghost till there? Why would he follow a ghost named Watson into the Forbidden Forest? As he turned around, trying to find any point that could lead him out, he came face to face with Professor Quirrell, who was eyeing him curiously. "Mr. Dursley," the man asked, slowly. "What are you doing here?" "Professor, I lost Watson," he babbled, gesticulating, and Watson's important. "Now Mr. Dursley, is Watson your pet?" Quirrell murmured, "While I understand your intention of looking for him, why did you not call a faculty member? The groundskeeper would have probably fared better than you in finding him out." "Watson's not my pet," Harry exclaimed hotly, "he's my friend." "You mean there's another student in the forest, possibly lost?" Quirrell's eyes narrowed, as he took out his wand a second later. "The Forbidden Forest is a really dangerous place to get lost into, Mr. Dursley, please do follow me out." "But Watson, he will be fine, Mr. Dursley," the Muggle Studies professor muttered, before adding, "Can you remember how you two got separated?" Harry frowned, bringing his right hand on his temple to massage it, trying to remember. "No, I see." The man then looked at him with a strange gleam. Why was he eyeing him like that? "Can you describe Mr. Watson then?" the professor suggested to him, and as Harry vividly nodded he soon stopped. Could he really describe Mr. Watson? Well, he's got. Harry shook his head. "Who's Watson?" he finally asked, as the professor was looking at him a bit strangely, "actually. No one, Mr. Dursley, unless you're referring to Sherlock Holmes' sidekick, the character written by Arthur Conan Doyle." "Oh, why are we talking about Sherlock Holmes?" "To make conversation, would you kindly stay next to me, Mr. Dursley? I'd rather not lose you in the forest," the man commented, grabbing a hold of him by the arm. "Your head of the house will of course come to know of this." "What? Why?" Harry exclaimed. He had done nothing wrong, nothing. "Because." Harry was looking at the curtains of his bed. They were a nice and bright blue and bronze color. It was really shiny too. He liked shiny things. He closed his eyes shut for a moment. Something was completely wrong. He had been walking around, he had met Hagrid, seen the dragon, and then he had gone over to the lake. Why had he ended up later on in the Forbidden Forest? Who the hell had brought him there? Watson. He only knew that name, but who or what was Watson? He was in his pajamas, but resting on his chest was a small bundled weight. He blinked, and after touching it for a while realized it had to be some small stone of sorts. His shoulders sagged in relief when at the light of the moon it came out as a bezoar. So he had gotten a bezoar once more. Just where did he get it though, and why? Well, the why was obvious: to avoid poisoning. A better question would actually be what he was going to do with it. He didn't feel sick or poisoned, but he did feel kind of tired. Had he done some heavy working recently? It was warmer now, and as his eyes closed he kind of wondered just when the lessons would start again. He was getting bored with nothing to do around the castle. His muscles began to spasm as he sat down while gritting his teeth at the Ravenclaw table the next morning. There were 4 tables once more in the dining hall, and every student stood at his own table happily chatting to one another. A few blinks came his way from the Slytherin table, maybe they had dust floating around. He shook his head slowly, before looking towards the headmaster, who had apparently stood up. With the end of the last term, and the start of the new one, I hope you will all have new purposes and objectives at hand. More important, however, is to remember to be united against harm, and to always, always remember what is really important in life. You must remember, you are the son of James and Lily Potter, and Lillian Potter is your sister. Apologies. He blinked, his eyes zeroing on the woman next to the headmaster, bright red hair and green eyes, scanning the crowd. Then they moved to yet another man, with dark hair and a pair of glasses, doing pretty much the same with a bright smile on his face. Both were looking at the Gryffindor table, where Lillian was currently talking happily with Hermione and Ron. Hogwarts is a school where bonds of friendship are formed, and where we help one another to grow to new heights. The old headmaster continued. It is a place where trust is placed from your parents, to provide for a safe and nurturing environment. Hogwarts nurture her children so much, it suffocates them with pillows. Professor Quirrell will be indisposed for the remainder of the academic year. The silver-haired man added, but a replacement has already been found. Somehow, Harry found himself not caring much. He had never met Professor Quirrell, had he? Poor sod. Indisposed is another way to put, mauled to near death. A voice muttered near him, making him turn and stare at Draco. What was he doing at the Ravenclaw's dining table? He blinked for a moment, before realizing they were actually walking alongside the corridors together. Anyway, we got the Switzerland. Draco commented. It's strange. The Slytherin boy whispered. I mean, Vincent was being pranked by the Weasleys yesterday, and Abbott, the Hufflepuff girl you know. Well, she punched Fred or George in the shin, never been able to recognize who is who, and then got a Ravenclaw prefect, Clearwater I think, to take points from the twins. It's the first time the Weasleys actually got caught doing a prank. Listen Draco, Harry began, now visibly scared, there's some thing going wrong. He finished, blinking at the sight of a wooden door. What the hell is going on? He yelled, looking around the room. It was a simple room, with dust and chairs and no windows. Yet the light came in from someplace, and when he narrowed his eyes, he finally recognized what the light was. It was the refraction of a ghost, standing in a corner of the room. Peeves was standing there, floating and eerily silent. His eyes glazing over him but not actually looking. He did seem kind of petrified on the spot. Finally we cornered the bugger. Another voice loomed behind him, making him turn around and look at the ghostly forms of Helena Ravenclaw and Henry Slytherin. In the back, he barely saw the tip of what seemed a tail disappear within a hole in the wall, that slowly closed itself as if it had never been there. What's going on? Harry exclaimed, only to crumple on the floor and hold his robes tightly. It was just as if by letting them go he'd forget again and end up somewhere else. Henry looked at Helena, who in turn was wearing a contrite and sad face, before shaking her head. Harry, look at me. The Grey Lady whispered, please. It was probably the pleading tone that convinced him to look up, instead of at the ground. I don't want to forget or end up somewhere else and... Harry, calm down. The ghost murmured gently, you were hurting a lot, but now it's over. What is over? Why can't someone just tell me what's going on? Harry hissed, only for Henry to float forward, pushing gently aside Helena. Your mind was breaking up, child. The tone was severe and stern, and Harry was on the verge of whimpering only for having heard it, so shut up and be a man. Let Helena finish, will you? More than a question, however, it was a statement. Yes, well Henry, now that you managed to scare him out of his wits, you can return to the corner, all right? Hell, all right. The Bloody Baron's head appeared downcast, as the ghost floated near the corner. Now, young Raven, Helena whispered, you should feel a strange pressure around your neck, is that right? At the question, the boy looked down and touched for a bit, before his fingers rapped against a strange silk-like surface before touching his clothes. I never got around to explain what the invisible cloak did, right? The ghost smiled slowly, as Harry took out from within the cloak a small pocket watch. That, my dear boy, is Salazar Slytherin's watch of misdirection. Helena pointed out, my mother gave it to me when I was 11 years old, but now I'm giving it to you because you will need it, and also because we finally found it. I told you that Salazar was a devious man. The Bloody Baron piped in from his corner. Only he would have had Peeves, of all people, hide something. Anyway, Helena rolled her eyes. Salazar knew the powers and the effects of some of the worst curses imaginable, but if there was one thing he feared, it was to lose his knowledge and his cunning. The ghost added quietly, the watch's small arm will turn to where a spell is being cast, while the longer one will turn to where the spell will end up hitting, but the watch only protects against a single, specific, type of spell. So no blazing through battle spells, boy. You'd end up shred. Helena's death glare on the Baron made the man whimper in a corner. As I was saying, it redirects obliviates and legilimency, and fools the wizards who cast the spell not by simply failing. No, it gives them the general impression that all is well and nothing is wrong. Harry looked at the ghost, while clutching the pocket watch that was held by a small golden chain around his neck. Obliviates. Leg, legilimency? The boy asked, worry in his voice. Indeed, my child. Helena nodded. Obliviate is a spell that tears apart a man's mind to destroy thoughts, remove memories and generally leaves the target shaken and suffering from mild headaches. When repeatedly used over a small period of time, it can lead to long-lasting effects like mood swings, local amnesia, short-term memory loss and more. What day is it? Harry asked, suddenly scared and trembling. We're at the 9th of February, Harry, Helena whispered sadly, you were in and out of your mind for a few months. The boy did not speak. He just shook his head slowly, before looking at both of the ghosts. Why did nobody notice? Why didn't you notice? If we had done nothing, the Baron began slowly, your mind would have fragmented even more. Dumbledore may be a powerful wizard, but with the work he did it would have been luck for you if you turned mad at age 15, so we had to do something quickly. We took turns in possessing you, Harry, that's why you don't remember seeing any of us, or what happened during these few months. We completely possessed you, she added, not the mere hovering behind and influencing thoughts. We normally can't do that to students, it's in the rules of the castle. Except when it's to help said students. The Baron remarked, and in your case, we were helping you remain sane. You lost 2 months of life, Harry, the ghost whispered, and there is no excuse for something like that, but, we managed to get everything back in order at least. Back in order, Harry mumbled, eyeing both ghosts curiously. Indeed. Henry nodded, none of the ghosts or portraits will willingly report anything to Dumbledore now. Not after what he did to you, Peeves, who was the wild card. Well, let's just say we had. Watson, take care of him. The man smiled. Harry turned once more, looking at Peeves' paralyzed face. The poltergeist was outright frozen. Watson, whose? That's for another time, child. Helena piped in any event, we managed to safeguard what we could. You will have to catch up unfortunately, but as long as you keep the invisible cloak on nobody will realize anything. Why? What is there to realize? Harry asked, curious. The cloak does not hide the person, but hides all that is a trinket on it. Helena remarked, and it hides it from everything and anything. May it be location spells, eyes, scrutiny, or even patting. Except with the will of the owner, the cloak will not remove itself, and so anything within its pockets. Harry frowned, looking at his clothes where of course he could not see the cloak. He hadn't expected it to be that magical, he had just thought it was something cool to hide the wand. Like with Flitwick's wand chain. My mother used to lose a lot of stuff, and was increasingly paranoid, the Grey Lady added. She made the cloak so that at least she could keep the really important things somewhere where, never mind. Someone used those, obliviate, spells on me, right? Harry asked quietly. And this, mind reading too? Yes, yes. And with that, Harry took a deep breath. Magic could also make someone read your mind. Magic could erase memories, and change them, and it was bad. Who did it? He asked, hesitantly, and then he stilled. No. He whimpered. No, no, no. Young Raven, Helena began. The headmaster did this. Harry muttered. The headmaster. The guy who defeated the magical Nazi. Who defeated Grindelwald. He did this to me. Why? That is a good question. The Bloody Baron remarked, but unluckily one we cannot answer. It added, the portraits in the headmaster's office belong to the previous headmasters, and they, differently from those in the hallways, are bound to obey his will. So what? The headmaster wants to make me mad. Harry whimpered. I'm alone. My family disowned me. My real family apparently has better things to do than even consider I exist, and. Young Raven, Helena snapped, we had this conversation once. You were not alone. But, oh Helena, let me if you please, Henry remarked dryly, floating closer to the boy and grabbing a hold of the ghostly sword at his side. Now young Raven, let me ask you, is Mr. Malfoy your friend? Harry blinked, but the ghost kept on talking. What about Filch? Or Binns? What about the Navigator or Don Quixote? What about Machiavelli and the other Ravenclaws? What about the ghosts? You see boy, your family left you, all right. It's sad. It's bad. It's horrible, but whimpering and crying. That will not give it back to you. I told you once, and I will tell you again. What do you need to have power? Ha, hatred, Harry whispered, as Helena instead was now trying to interrupt the Baron. Yes, oh shut up Helena, the ghost snapped, before addressing once more Harry, you know why you were abandoned. Your guardians called you a freak, right? Yes, Harry gulped down nervously, as the Baron instead retorted quickly. Then show them fear. The ghost roared, brandishing his sword, show them that it is not a freak, they should have called you, but a monster. Show them to fear you, to respect you. Show them what a wizard is. What a warlock is. Show them what magic's true power is, and show the whole world. Show them all. Prove to me, Harry, prove to me that you are neither a Dursley nor a Potter, but your own person. Prove to me that you are my worthy descendant. What? Harry exclaimed, clenching his fists and recoiling slightly in order to avoid the ghostly sword swishing in the air by the hand of the Bloody Baron. History is made of 1% facts and 99% poetical additions, the Baron remarked dryly. I certainly did not kill Helena here because of a bout of anger. I killed her because she lied to me and hid my child, our child, away from me. It's too soon Henry, Helena snapped. He did grow up well in Albania, then the line moved on to France, where it became Dorsey, the ghost commented. Later on, it entered England, and it became. Not another word Henry, not another word. Helena hissed, that's enough. Harry, get out of here and go to lesson. You have transfiguration now, move it. With a startled yelp, Harry ran. The corridors of the school met him with little to no problems, as the classes hadn't probably changed. What changed was that as he sat down in the back row, looking with a bit of relief at the people entering in one after the other, his mind was assaulted with all the thoughts of just what he had learned. The headmaster wanted him dead. The school staff was on his payroll, wasn't it? With magic flourishing and everything else, was there really someone he could trust? The seat next to him was suddenly taken by Hermione, while on the other side of him Ron Weasley apparently sat. In front of him he realized much to his dismay that his sister had taken the seat. Practically, he had been bunked in. That didn't bode well at all, especially considering how when Draco and the other Slytherin entered, their hands made the subtle gesture to get to their wands, but stopped midway. Harry's gaze was kind of shocked and surprised at such a display, but when the rest of the seats were filled, it was with the most bizarre checkered formation ever. On one side, all Gryffindors and him, while on the other the rest of the other houses, There were a few unlucky Hufflepuffs in the Gryffindor side, but they stood in a corner, making as much space as possible between them and the Gryffindors. Harry. Hermione curtly greeted him, before taking out her transfiguration stuff. Harry blinked. Now that he didn't have to worry about blacking out, the question still remained on what the hell was going on. What did those ghosts do to him? What did they make him do? As he took out his stuff, and prepared himself for taking notes, Ron's elbow just so casually pushed his inkwell down, making it fall on the ground and crash. "Sorry mate. Wasn't looking." Ron spoke with a smirk, before said damn elbow, as the red-haired boy opened his book, hit him in the sides making him wince. "Sorry," the boy muttered a moment later, but Harry could have sworn, "You bastard git," had been added to that. "Ron," Lillian exclaimed, having turned her head, "tell me again, how were your holidays back at home?" Was the girl taunting him, now? Did she know about his guardians leaving him? Did they? Oh, of course. The Potters probably didn't have the money to take him in. They didn't have it at first, it was no surprise they didn't possess it at the time. So that was why he had become a ward of the ministry, in the end his father's brother had. Harry blinked. Lillian was his sister, not his cousin. It was his father who hadn't wanted to bring him in. He had been left to the Dursleys, and Petunia had told him they hadn't expected him to become a wizard. Was that the reason? They had thought him a squib and abandoned him to the Muggle relatives. And even then, even in that moment, they didn't want him back. So Lillian wasn't taunting him because he spent the holidays at Hogwarts. He was driving the nails deeper into his wounds because he didn't have a home to return to. He would never have one. Thinking like that, he completely missed Ron's remark, or the fact that Lillian was apparently entering a great length of words on how her mother and her father had filled her with gifts. It was February, why the hell were they still talking about Christmas? He took a deep breath, as from his school bag he grabbed one of his spare pens. Sure, they had said they had to bring quills, but there was no rule against writing with pens, was there? Writing on a parchment was difficult, but with McGonagall explaining both Ron and Lillian turned silent, scribbling notes. His eyes moved to what Hermione was writing, and was particularly surprised when it turned out the girl wasn't writing, but had her wand out beneath her desk, and pointed at him. She saw him looking at her, and at the wand, and bit her lip. His eyes probably betrayed his shock at the matter, because Hermione suddenly whispered. "What do you know about Nicholas Flamel?" "WH. Not another word." Hermione hissed slowly and in a low voice. "Tell me what you know, and I won't jinx you, even if you do deserve it." "Yeah mate, I'd listen to her." Ron muttered with his own wand out beneath the desk, and it was then that Harry realized he had been bumped in, and ambushed. Just what had those two ghosts done by possessing him? Why were they actually holding him at wand point, by now, and why was the professor not actually seeing? What was happening? Nicholas Flamel, Harry muttered, racking his brain to try and remember what the hell this guy was. He had heard about him, he was in one of his books on warfare, wasn't it? "I don't know." "Bullshit." Ron hissed at him, jabbing the tip of his wand into his side. "You overheard us yesterday and taunted us on it. Now out with it. What is the worst you can do, Weasley?" Harry queried, his eyes locking on those of the red-haired ginger. "Because, last I checked, I killed a troll. Would a ginger give me more trouble I wonder? The nerves of this baby who thought that pointing a wand at him would work. A wand was more than a gun, and he'd debase it by simply using it as such. He didn't know the spells Harry knew. The brat could end up skewered in at least 2 different ways, and yet here he was, probably menacing him with a jinx. "You wouldn't want to walk D out of here, would you?" Hermione whispered quickly, seeing how Ron was at a loss of words. "Or with a runny nose or maybe with both." The girl added, but she was no longer menacing. He was Harry, the troll killer. Really did these pitiful kids expect him to bow to their tantrums and outrageous demands? "Why don't you go and eat a frog, mudblood?" Harry whispered with a bright smile on his face. "That would teach you to." Mucus ad nauseum. Ron's spell was cast outright in the middle of the class, hitting him full front and sending him on the ground. The shrill shriek of McGonagall came immediately. "Weasley, what do you think you're doing cursing a fellow student in the middle of the class?" 25 points from Gryffindor. At the vocal disagreement that soon followed, Harry didn't manage to hear much else in the middle of it, because someone had firmly grabbed him and had begun to bring him out towards the infirmary. That was pure genius. The voice belonged to Draco, but Harry heard little to nothing. Was there mucus coming out also from his ears? Or was it the ringing from the curse's hit? Now the Gryffindors will have a hard time saying they aren't bullies. And did you hear Weasley's excuse? You calling Granger a mudblood? Nobody will ever believe that. You're muggle-raised. Draco was still talking when the infirmary came into view. Harry could have sworn, as Draco left him on the bed of the infirmary, that the boy had mumbled something. It was either, "Isn't this the third time you're in the infirmary?" Or, "I'll call the nurse," but certainly, whatever it was, it did kind of made him feel better. He had a friend after all. And now, he also knew who his enemies were. Madame Pomfrey took less than a few minutes to get the small jinx out of his system, and once she did, he merely laid down on the infirmary's bed to get a few minutes of rest. It was then that he saw another friendly face come in from the door. Basilisk was tapping on his prefect's badge as he moved to sit on the chair next to Harry's bed. "Well, now that you will have to explain to me. Why would you do that, Harry?" "Do what?" the boy whispered, looking at the man with both of his eyebrows rising up in surprise. "I was called to ask what your version of the story is concerning the event. I doubt you would call Miss Granger a mudblood without cause, if actually calling her that. That does however bring us to what you did to have Mr. Weasley actually send a spell your way, unless are the Gryffindors bullying you?" The voice was clear, but the question came with an icy underlying tone that was surprisingly scary for the meek but light-hearted teen. "And no, sir," Harry squeaked, shaking his head. "Good. You know of the term, a murder of crows, Harry. We take bullying very seriously, and we strike back with viciousness, so, what happened?" I don't know," Harry whispered, his eyes downcast. "Suddenly they surrounded me on all sides, and they acted all mean and all with me. They took their wands out from under the desk and wanted to know who Nicholas Flamel was, and when I said I didn't know they said I was lying, and then I told Hermione to go and eat a frog, but Ron attacked me then and so." "I understand," Basilisk remarked, his mind thoughtful, "and you actually did give them a good suggestion. Nicholas Flamel is on a chocolate frog card after all." The teen commented with a light chuckle. "He's the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and is at least 100 and more years old. They didn't tell you why they were asking about it?" The prefect's voice was now tinged with curiosity, before something passed over the man's eyes. "Oh, it could have something to do with the Forbidden Corridor, I suppose." Nothing for a raven as young as you to look into, kid," Basilisk remarked. "In fact, I'll bring up the possibility of idiocy being genetical in the Gryffindors. Next time around." The teen ruffled the boy's hair, and for just a second, Harry winced slightly as the red-haired boy quickly removed his hand. He stood up quickly, briskly walking out of there with a simple goodbye. Left alone, except with the distinct feeling he wasn't actually alone, he stretched slightly on the bed. He'd need to sleep everything off, hoping he wouldn't suddenly awaken somewhere else, with someone else, doing something else. "Hermione, why did you do that, Ron? I had everything under control." The girl hissed at the red-haired boy, who was currently eating dinner without a care in the world. "He called you that?" Ron exclaimed, with his mouth half full. "And because of that not only did we lose points, but you got kicked out of Transfiguration. Something even the twins didn't manage." Lillian muttered. "I thought it was clear we just had to warm him up a bit, and then ask him about Nicholas. Why did you have your wand out to begin with?" "Well, Hermione had hers out," Ron replied, looking at the bushy-haired girl who flinched slightly. "Because last time I spoke with him, it was clear he just wanted to be left alone. I thought he'd answer if I promised not to hurt him, and you, instead, had to rile him up." Hermione hotly exclaimed. "I riled him up. You held him at wand point first." The Weasleys' exclamation was met with the silence of the dining hall. Turning sharply around, everyone's gaze was apparently held on the boy, Harry, who had just then arrived from the door of the common room and was heading towards the Ravenclaw's table together with a couple of ravens from the older years. "Look at him. Like he's some sort of noble prat," Ron hissed. My, nearly headless Nick commented, appearing right over Ron. I didn't want to believe it was true. Resorting to violence and to menaces. Gryffindors, you truly bring dishonor to the house. And with those harsh words, nearly headless Nick flew away, straight through the walls without even waiting to hear a reply. Yet Hermione couldn't shake out the feeling that something was apparently wrong now. Gryffindors were quietly eating, and even the Weasley twins weren't much active. Slytherin, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students instead were happily chatting among themselves of this and that. Something was wrong. Now, if only she could understand what it was, and who Nicholas Flamel was. Her hand grabbed one of the chocolate frogs that had been set at the table as a dessert, munching onto it distractedly as she removed the card. Dumbledore's card was one of the most common, with the back speaking of how he was a really powerful wizard, a leader, a friend with. Eat a toad. I found Flamel, Hermione whispered. Huh, Lillian replied, curiously. Look, and with that, the card was passed to Lillian, and later on to Ron. As the trio began to talk and decide on what to do, a pair of bright green eyes looked at the tables, and a small sigh escaped the person's lips. Life was never simple, was it? To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.